Let me help you.
Understand something, kid. Red, white makes the rules. Red, white throws the dice. Red, white's got the personage that makes everyone look twice. Red, white draws the lines. Red, white deals the cards. People stop me everywhere to betrust me their regards. Hello, but Red's a decent man with old-fashioned ideals. Red will answer one question, because that's just how nice he feels. Okay, Mr. White, fine. Tell me, what does Blue Corp do exactly? Haha, Blue Corp, my labor of love, my pride and prejudice. Blue Corp intakes information, we buy and sell it too. You may not know, but Blue Corp is named for the color blue. I thought it up myself. Red, white gets the best. Red, white follows through. Ask not what you can do for Red, but what Red can do for you. And what can Red, white do for you, Monseigneur? I'll count that last question as practice. Now here's your only chance. Make it worthwhile. Alright, there was one last thing I wanted to know. Did you kill Maya Fey? Oh, that is one magnificent claim there, Mr. Wrong, was it? Tell me, what are you really doing here? I'm here to change the world. You see this? This is Maya Fey's dossier on all of Blue Corp's illicit activities. If you don't turn yourself in right now, I'll be handing this over to the police. Oh no, you've beaten me at my own game. Oh, how ironic, Hal. Oh. But before I'm carted away, just one more thing. Kid, I own the police! Hey! Hey! I saw you talk to Grody Berg. The rat just had to squeak. Ask him why I have his painting. I'll tell you why. He's weak. Only the strong survive, kid. And Red White's the alpha male. You're caught in the lion's den, boy, and brought my holy grail. Let's see what you brought me here. Where is it? Where's what? The dossier, man! Where is it? I won't tell you. It's safe, at least. Safe from you. Now don't you come here trying to kick me off my throne. Let he who is with sin and loves it cast the final stone. Connect me to the chief prosecutor's office, please, and get the police over here right away to arrest this dangerous criminal. What? You got it, Mr. White. White? What do you want? This isn't a great time. Ah, Miss Sky! I've decided I want to amendify my testimony for tomorrow's trial. It seems I was mistaken about who the real culprit was. But Mr. Edgeworth has already prepared a watertight case against my quietude! I said I'd change my mind now, didn't I? And I don't believe you're in any position to question me! And by the way, I want that dossier. Get it from him. No. Why? Because I can, Mr. Lawyer. Because it's fun! And because you were too foolish to know when to quit. You don't understand, kid. I control this city all the way to the top. I am the law. And you're nothing. A mere defense attorney. An insignificant speck in a world of giants. It's funny. It's all Maya Fey was too. And now I'm afraid I must do something drastic with you. A dance break! A what? All right now, big smiles, just like we practiced. Box step, shuffle step, sway, plie, jeté, frappuccino, creme brulee, kickball change, and dab, and pourette, raquettes, kick, and kick. And I said kick, Penny! That's it, I can't even out with you! What's going on in here? Detective! Here is that fiend who broke into my office. He's the killer you're looking for. Detective, please. Sorry, pal. Chief Prosecutor's orders. Now, where was I? Oh, yes! 5, 6, 7, 8. We're all dancing together. It's great. We're happy. Thanks to the power of red, white, and jazz. You can't stop me, kid. No one has. 'Cause red is right and right is wrong. Now one more time, back to the song. Red, white breaks the rules. That's right. Red, white loads the dice. Let me hear it. Red, white has the power. So take red, white's advice. Take my advice. Red, white is always ahead. Ask not what red can do for you, but what you can do for red. Red, white is the top. You may try, but you will never stop. Come again. Red.
Hello. All right, let's switch this over. Yeah, no.
Our defense.
Welcome to Turnabout, an Ace Attorney musical live writer's commentary / watch along / Q&A. I am Maxwell the Zybus, aka Hi Bob 7 or So Link Smash. My pronouns are he, him. I was one of the so in the Nerdification audio drama production of Turnabout, an Ace Attorney musical, I was the narrator. I also sing in the secondary ensemble. And on the creative team, I was one of the creators and co-writers of this version of the project. And I contributed in a few other random places, like doing quality checks for the audio drama and so on. And I know I'm joined by a few other people in the call today who some of them might be in and out, some of them might give up. Some of them might come in and out, as it were. Delayed echo on the soundtrack. So on my voice, or is that just from what you're hearing? Because I know you're in the call, Joel. How is my sound for everyone else? Okay. Cool. So this is going to be I know we have other people in the Discord call as well who might be jumping in at certain points to give their 2 cents as we go on. It's probably going to be like watching a scene. We might be talking over it, watching a song, like what we can remember, what we know. And then at the end, we'll do a little stop and check and see how... see if there's anything else that we want to add. If you guys have questions, this is also kind of a Q&A, so if you have questions as we go on as well, that can be answered. Just before we start, I want to give a very, very quickly as I can, rundown of the kind of production history of TAAAM specifically. If you want to know more about Turnabout Musical's production history, I have a video on this channel that you can go check out. My Turnabout Musical TED style talk, where I go very much in depth into the whole history of the show up until 2019, which is basically when this is going to pick up. TAAAM started, so May of 2019, Joel, who's in the chat here, and I, as part of PW Musical Productions, put out the Turnabout Musical production package as an archival project, and also to make sure that to open up the resources for Turnabout Musical for other people to use, put on their own productions, etc. And through some of the early contributions we got from that production package, Joel and I got inspired to start thinking about a new version of Turnabout Musical. It had been something that had been, for me personally, had been floating around in my head, the idea of adapting the show into like a Broadway style show with the kind of Broadway style balance of dialogue and music, having it be something that would be shorter, something that would be more accessible to a general audience than because Turnabout Musical Live, when that was done in 2016, was very much focused on faithfully adapting the original animation screenplay to the stage. And it's wonderful, and I love it, and I'm so thankful and glad that it exists and is a wonderful show. And if you are a fan of TAAAM or Ace Attorney, I 100% recommend checking out Turnabout Musical Live. But we were thinking that, there was room for different interpretations, right? And a different way to put the same story on stage without having to go through the process of adapting something originally intended for another medium. So thinking about how to do Turnabout musical specifically written from the ground up for the stage, right? Those were some of the ideas in my head and that I was sharing with Joel. And so May 17th, 2019 is the day that we started working on TAAAM. We just sort of punt script and song ideas back and forth via Facebook Messenger chat. And we ended up joining some online Turnabout musical project discords, others who would help us set up the official Turnabout musical discord in summer of 2019. In those early months, we had a lot of ideas, many of which, most of which, like in terms of like what we wanted to change and put in there, made it into the final version. We did our first scratch track recording in September, and then in November, we put out demos of 3 of our songs, completely out of context, like not saying like what this was about. It was just sort of new, fun Turnabout musical demos that we put out around the time of the 12th anniversary. And those were Interlude Keeping the Peace, the first draft of that. The first draft of Red, White, and You reprise, which we called Red, White, and You, Mia's Refrain at the time. And then A Pal You Can Trust, which we'll talk about later in the stream, like what that's about. Basically, directly after we posted those, Olivia Ramsey, Liv, who had also been messaging the PWMP Facebook page with like very similar kind of ideas about how to turn Turnabout musical into a Broadway style show. We shared ideas. We loved her stuff, and so she came on board pretty soon after that. And we moved production over to DMs on Discord, and then eventually private channels and other servers. And together we worked on a lot more stuff, a lot more dialogue, changing stuff in songs that we had sort of left before up to that point, new song concepts, new ideas. Abigail Stanton also reached out to the Facebook page around April 2020 with very similar ideas. So we shared the script that we had up to that point with her, and got some notes, some feedback from that some of which we incorporated into the script at that time. We did another scratch track featuring one of Liv's friends and also Queen Creeps, who is one of my old-time Turnabout musical friends who I met on the original PWMP forums back in the day. We worked on another scratch track that August. November 2020, the Discord server opens for Turnabout Musical, so that sort of becomes the new hub of the community. And then over that span of time, we get to know people. I believe Catherine Leister joins the project in July 2021, because one of our visions for the show was to have like full transcriptions, right? Full sheet music for the show, so that people can enjoy, people can perform Turnabout musical without having to just know how to learn music by ear, right? And if we want to do things like create a pit orchestra, like you need sheet music for that. Some of which had already existed. There was a few songs that were transcribed by my friend Ryan Cabildo for a high school production of Act 1 we did in 2017. But otherwise, and like there was also a few like Muse scores, I think, that Ari had exported from her files for the production package. But otherwise, there really was not much, and certainly not much that was like designed to be playable by like live instruments, right? And yeah, Liv is right. Liv did do a full transcription of Turnabout Musical live by ear before that script like came out, or like that she saw that was accessible. Basically, everything really kicks into gear in the autumn of 2021. This is around the time that Albino Squirrel Productions in Minneapolis is doing Turnabout musical live at the Phoenix Theater. And so there just gets a lot more buzz around Turnabout musical around that time, especially in our community. Ari and Diana end up joining the TAAAM production team to help, at first just to help out with like small things. And Kate, who had joined to do transcription, also started helping us workshop stuff with the script and music. Joel, Ari, and I ended up going to see the ASP production of Turnabout Musical live in August. Ari read the script on the way over, on the plane over to Minneapolis, and that's sort of the start of how we got her involved in the script and started talking about that. Very shortly after, in September, Abby joins the team full-time because Ari turned one of her song ideas, which was What He Deserves, into a full amazing demo. I sent it to Abby and was like, yo, check this out. Abby, who hadn't heard from us in a while, we're just like, what? And so we brought her on board to do full-time music stuff. And then very shortly after that, Lizzie, who did... Abby says, I believe my words were holy fuck. Yeah, pretty much. And then Elizabeth Lawrence, Lizzie, who had been doing transcriptions, like piano transcriptions of Turnabout musical songs on like the MuseScore website, I think. Was it the MuseScore website or was it somewhere? I think it was the MuseScore website. That we were all kind of fans of in the server just publicly, and then we invited Lizzie in to help us with transcribing TAAAM, and then also again ended up becoming our sort of lead like instrumental masterer and did a lot of like composing and arranging work on her own as well. And so the team at that point, pretty shortly after, became formally the Maya Fey Protection Squad, as we know and love today. We did a table read all together in October of the script that we had up to that point. Basically, that whole span of time from like August 2021 through, let's say, like February or March of 2022 was absolutely insane in terms of output. It is, in hindsight, it is certainly like the most productive period of Turnabout Musical's history, besides like December 2007 to like May 2008, when like the majority of the original songs from the original project were written. Right. Let's take a look. We had a table read with some more folks, people who are in the Discord server might at some point recognize the role that some people have called MFPS agent. The agents of the Maya Fey Protection Squad, we had them invited in to do a table read of one of our script versions in February of 2022. So we brought in a lot of feedback and like people from a lot of the history of the project in for that. And after that, we kind of shifted focus away from like developing the script further to being like, okay, how are we going to actually get this thing done and released, right? Because it's really cool, and we're kind of sitting on this hot potato, and a lot of people in the community are really passionate about like the stuff that they know about it, and we want to put it out there. And so at a certain point, we basically ended up freezing development, and I'm actually reverting some things that we had cut because we wanted to put out a version of the show. We kind of gave up a little bit on trying to cut it down to a fully manageable stage length, and instead aired on the side of, we're proud of all the stuff that we made. Let's put it out there, as much of it as we can, as much of it that will make a good quality show together, all in one. And then sort of leave it to people who want to make their own productions to figure out what to cut and tweak from that point on, because we liked too much of what we did that we didn't want to really cut much else. And so that's when Ari and Diana started focusing on the logistics of creating the audio drama production that Nerdification would produce. And then starting in June 1st, 2022 is when we put out the announcement video for TAAAM. And it was basically just all gas from that point on, from the audition process to the callbacks, and then recording. We recorded the whole show through through the summer and the early fall of 2022, including like table read sessions for the script and an amazing, absolutely brilliant spreadsheet schedule that I think Ari was the master of in terms of getting all of the songs recorded on time. And I mean, if there's one thing that I want to gush about before we get started right off the bat, is that like this audio production is only possible due to the incredible, genuinely ingenious like organizational skills and like personal skills of Ari and Diana, and also the awesome file management skills of Abby and Lizzie. Like getting all of that together. I'm just like in awe that came together as well as it did, because they're just so good at it. And then I think, unfortunately, I didn't have the exact date or time listed for this, so Joel might have to correct me. I believe it was October 2022, when we were in the process of working on mixing together the audio for Act 1, when Joel came up with the concept of, like, once we put out the show as an audio drama, as originally planned, we could use a program like objection.lol to produce like a full like visual for the show. And the COGS team, which in case people don't know stands for Children of Gumshoes, came together, which ended up being Joel, Dominic Miller, who was our TAAAM Gumshoe, Wendy Alice, who's in the chat and in the call right now, who is one of our child ensemble members, and just general like Turnabout musical community backbone, and other Turnabout musical community backbone, Roof Dweller, who was our young Phoenix in TAAAM, all spearheaded putting together the amazing video production that you'll see in front of you. September 12th, 2022. Thank you very much, Wendy. Yeah. That's when that all started. And then eventually it got to the point where we were so happy with how it was coming together that we decided to put out the entire show with the visuals to premiere it, right? Which meant, partially among other things, making sure that like that timeline was progressing correctly, and also to make sure that we put in all of the quality work to make sure that it and the audio of Act 1 and Act 2 were as good as we did. We ended up not releasing the full show as originally planned in November 2022, but just Act 1. And then Act 2 in the coming weeks, which ended up becoming months, because Act 1's critical response was so great that we were kind of just basking in it for a bit. And obviously we needed the break, we needed the W, like, and we wanted to make sure that for Act 2 it wasn't coming up to like standards of crunch, which it kind of ended up getting at the end of Act 1 for our video team. So that's why Act 2 took much longer to get out. But in the meantime, we had stuff like the live streams, right? Like the Holiday Cabaret, when we put out the beautiful Christmas Day version, which I'm very, very happy that we did that. And then, yeah, TAAAM Act 2 came out March 2023, and here we are. I think that's basically... That is a very brief history of the TAAAM production cycle. In the middle of all of that, obviously, we had like the Giro production shows, Turnabout Musical, the miniseries, and Turnabout Musical Virtual Edition, beginning development, running through. Eventually, we got to the point where we could finally do a cross promotion. So that's when we started stuff like the Turnabout Musical, the Turnabout Table Talks. We also, a lot of us from the different parts of the Turnabout universe got to go see Turnabout Samurai, which Albino Squirrel Productions put on in August 2022. We all flew out to see each other on that, and that was just an absolutely lovely experience. So yeah, that's TAAAM in a nutshell. Production. I know I said I wanted to keep it very brief. I know it's been a while. My apologies. Without further ado, I think let's get started with the show. Okay. I'm gonna play it. Please let me know, both from the Discord end and from the YouTube end, if everyone can hear it. Or if the volume needs to get adjusted in any way. The opening video for Act 1 here was done by Joel. The opening credits here. This is Overture, the first Turnabout. We had a lot of different Overture ideas. Joel put out some... I remember Joel has one really fun demo. It's a little bit loud. Okay, let me turn it down a bit. Okay. And Discord can hear it too. Awesome. So yeah, Joel put out a really fun demo for the Overture at some point during our development, which I'm very fond of. The final Overture that we've got, the music was done by Kate. Now I'm a little quiet compared to the video. Is that still the case? I'll turn that up a little. I'll turn myself up a little bit then. Oh, it was perfect? Okay, sorry. I'll turn that back down. Okay. There's a lot of quoted music in here. The orchestral arrangement here was done by Lizzie and Kate, after the music was done by Kate. There's a lot of motifs in there. It starts with August Day. It goes through Reawakening. Then there's like Reawakening mixed with Decree. I'll pause it here really quick. There's a bunch of like Maya songs put together. There's the Turnabout Sisters theme. The Head Up Back Straight motif is in there, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. I'll Be There is in there somewhere, and it's sort of Justice for All ends toward the back there. And then yeah, it should be a seamless transition into the prelude music here. One. Scene 1. Phoenix's apartment. This dialogue here was written originally. It's adapted from like Nerdification's beginning opening narration. That when it was Joel and Liv and I, we split between different characters. Gav, our Edgeworth, edited this line slightly during recording to make it sound a little bit nicer. The ending here with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Junior Ace Attorney, that's all I'll Liv. The music here is by Abby. The video's echoey. Okay.
Starting today, I am one of them. Phoenix Wright.
Let me see if I can
Ace Attorney.
edit this right.
Junior Ace Attorney.
Nope. Does it sound better now?
What time is it anyway?
But yeah, so Abby ended up doing the final music for this. Although Abby, Lizzie, and Kate all had a hand in the orchestral arrangement. I'm literally reading off my like the credits here from the script here. Based on some of the early ideas I had for this underscore, basically like integrating elements. My mic picking up the audio as well. That's very strange. I don't know why it should, because the video was running through my headphones. I'll play it next time and we'll see if it sounds okay. Yeah, so it was loosely based on like an a cappella demo that I had done of the sort of prelude underscore that used elements of songs from the game. Okay. Any other thoughts about Overture or prelude here before we keep going? I'll see if the audio can get adjusted here if anyone's going to be talking about in chat. Oh, yes. At some point, yeah. Like, sorry, I'm also looking at I'm going to have to look at the people who are chatting in the Discord call over here. So let me adjust it like this so I can see all of that. Awesome. Yeah. So, at some point we had Gregory be the character for Miles. At some point we had Gregory show up in like as a character in various parts of the show. There was a concept at one point that Gregory would be like the narrator, like on stage narrator through the whole show. And by the end you would learn that like the whole thing is basically about them trying to solve his murder. But that was kind of a tough sell to try to unite that overarching story theme with like Phoenix's whole deal right through the whole thing, because there's a lot of it that has nothing to do with Gregory, right? Grossberg would have been, I think, would have been the judge character at some point. Like the judge line would have been Grossberg. Yeah, the idea is that it would be the victims of the show. So it would be like Mia, Gregory, and Grossberg, all as these like, all who will end up becoming victims in the show. That was one potential idea. But ultimately, I'm happy with what we ended up with as sort of like the three sides of the courtroom, right, in their, I don't know, ideal form. Like, you have the defense represented by Mia, you have the justice system as a whole represented by the judge, and you have Edgeworth representing the prosecution, right? Okay, I'm going to keep going.
9:20? Oh, no. All right, Phoenix, pull yourself.
Here's August Day.
Hang on, Chief.
Shout out to Ren, by the way.
40 minutes till
What an awesome... I mean, like, you'll see, like, as we go on, like, shout out to the whole cast. What a wonderful cast we have here, right? So August Day. So this is Matthew Toronto's opening song, as originally written for Turnabout Musical. The opening part of this is pretty much like the whole first verses here with Phoenix is pretty much exactly as Matthew wrote it. There was another verse before the rest of the cast come in that we spent a long time trying to like tweak and add in lines like having to do with like changing the world or you know, the rhyme was like change the world and like get your wings unfurled. Like we were really trying to figure out something with it. But at a certain point it just became easier just to cut right to when we meet up with this rotating cast. This rotating cast of characters that he meets here in the park changed a lot. I think we had Grossberg as the first guy, like, pretty much all along. At some point, Belinda was there instead of Lotta, because we had Lotta do a different line later that Liv had written. Gumshoe and Maggie were always here, basically, because we needed to introduce Gumshoe. Okay, cool. All right. So I can't hear it, but I know the show, so that's fine. Lana! So, Lana and Edgeworth here. These were the last lines I think we figured out for a while in the script. It was just them going, "the fools," with an angry face. Yeah. Because we just couldn't figure it out. I think the ones before this one that we had were, this town needs strong authority for keeping the peace in this society, something like that. But I think we switched it to this one to, I don't know, it sounded better, I guess. At a certain point, this was also Mike Meekins and the bailiff, who we had as a separate character, which was all a long-standing... Very early on in the script, I was much more concerned about, like, reducing the cast size, which meant that I had like 4 different police characters at any given time, and depending on who would be on stage depends on like who they like what their track was, right? Like what other characters they would be playing. And so we had a separate bailiff, we had Meekins, we had Maggie, basically as 3 different police characters that would all serve as the guard, or do various other things in the story as needed, depending on who else was on stage. And so as a carryover for that, we had this be Meekins and the bailiff rock, paper, scissoring to decide who was going to be the bailiff that day. It was like 10 minutes left till our shifts, so let's battle now for who gets court bailiff. It was, not the most distinguished of rhymes, but that's what we had for a while. But then switching this to just a line for Lana and Edgeworth here was good to have this as their introductory moment, because they do have the lines later. But it's good having them as an establishing moment here. This was the Meekins bailiff rock, paper, scissors at some point. This line was always kind of the same. Yeah. Yeah. The Gumshoe and Maggie verse was a late addition. It was originally from the original song. And we put it in there when we cut the rock, paper, scissors bit out, because it just works, right? You can just stick it in there. And then, yeah, this Edgeworth Payne moment, I think we were very proud of.
No more failures. When you prosecute, you must learn to be perfect.
And at some point, the song went straight to "So Will This Phoenix Take Flight" right here. And then this scene was the next scene, right? We changed that after we saw Albino Squirrel Productions' version of Turnabout Musical, and we're like, dang, that's a good idea to have this song, like to have the song end right when court starts, as opposed to having this whole scene in the courtroom lobby or inside the courtroom itself, right? So Kate wrote this awesome underscore to bridge this part of the song. At some point, this, like, the scene, because we had written a longer version of the scene at some point, and by we, I mean, I think it was like me and Liv and Joel wrote like a longer version of the scene, that Kate wrote underscore to, and then we wanted to reduce that and make that shorter so that scene kind of reverted back to something that more resembled the way it looks in earlier Turnabout Musical shows. And then we have the Mia verse at the end of this, which we had cut at one point, but then put back in for the audio drama because we liked it.
Sorry, doesn't
Shout out to Lauren as Mia.
trial. Mr. Butts is counting on you. Are you going to be okay?
I'm very happy with how, like, the exposition here comes across with learning who Mia is, learning who Phoenix is, learning who Larry is, and what their relationships are to each other in a way that I think is a lot tighter and, in some cases, more effective.
Put me on death row. Life's not worth living without my Cindy.
Shout out to Koala as Larry. Absolute queen shit.
The Padme to my Anakin.
Larry.
The Padme to my Anakin. Thank you, Liv. One of Liv's sort of undercurrent was making Larry Butts more of a pop culture quoting character throughout the show. I think it used to be a bit more explicit in a few places, but like that undercurrent's still in there.
But she wasn't there, so I left.
Was she expecting you?
Well,
Let me think. What else about this? I know, right? Yeah. I do have water, thank you. Yeah, Padme to my Anakin was, I think that did predate TAAAM. That was in Liv's early ideas. What else we got here?
But as long as you believe in your client,
Yeah, I think,
you'll be okay.
Also, shout out to Ryan Cabildo, my friend, because Kate built the piano vocal arrangement off of his transcription.
War is about to begin.
Buckle up, Buttercup. Okay, we had... I don't remember. So, basically, we had that moment, and at some point it was... we didn't have a line or something. It was just like a little lull in the music, and Kate, in one of the demos, I think, just improvised like, good, now go kick his ass, Seabass. Which is just classic Kate moments. And we ended up keeping it and changing it to buckle up, Buttercup, which is not a line that Mia in the game would ever say, but I feel like it says a lot about like how Mia is in the Turnabout sphere and also just how the fandom likes to think of her, right? So I like it. I think it's a good addition. Yeah, giving Larry things to be cringy about without it being creepy. That's the motivation behind a lot of the pop culture stuff. Thank you, Liv. This is the verse we put back in because we liked it. This bit up here when the ensemble sings "Will There Be Justice for All" on this August day, I wrote that they would sing that, and then I think Kate arranged the ensemble, like what they actually, like the harmonies are singing there.
Let's get this trial underway. My courtroom premiere. I will persevere. I'm here.
For a long time in development, this upcoming court scene basically was not very much different from the way it was in Turnabout Musical up to this point, because it's really good. Like the way it's originally written is very good.
Phoenix, Mia, the prosecutor Winston Payne,
But when I think it was around like December 2021, January 2022, the Urn Smashers, which was like our music team, started working out. Yeah, Ari's talking about it. Started working on what we called the 3.69 cut, which was essentially like taking no prisoners, trying to cut down as much as possible, right? Which included doing a lot of streamlining in case one. Taking out a lot of the contradictions, focusing, like, that's why we changed, like, what the contradiction is. A lot of the work on the objection song and, like, the new structure there in terms of, like, what story information is being given in the objection song. That was a lot of Abby and the rest of the Urn Smashers to sort of, like, parse it down as much as possible. And that's one of the things that we kept when we reverted back to some of the older, like, longer stuff. We did have there is one verse in the objection song that we'll come up to that we had cut and then we put back in because we liked it. Dead Mentor in 30 minutes, or no, wasn't it 20 minutes? Dead Mentor in 20 minutes or less, or your money back. That was the motto going into trying to cut down the first Turnabout. Shout out to Eric as the judge. Awesome job.
The defense is ready, sir. I mean, Your Honor. Allow me to summarize our defense against these baseless charges. Our defendant, Mia, Mr. Larry Butts, was simply in the wrong place at the right time.
Keep it together, right?
If I may,
And
Your
of
Honor,
course, shout out to
the
Ray as
prosecution is
Payne.
more than
Absolutely
ready to prove this
brilliant
nervous
job.
rookie is protecting a murderer. I present to the court
I think
record
Turnabout Musical as a
record
whole
of the
took the route of making Payne in the first Turnabout much more of his, like, Trials and Tribulations rookie killer self, just because it's a more fun character and more interesting than just someone who kind of lacks presence, you know? But that also means when he falls hard.
Frank Sawat enters from the prosecution side of the courtroom and makes his way to the stand.
Shout out to Josh as Sawat. Amazing job.
Sir, please state your name and occupation for the record.
This was
and
the
tell us
first
what song.
song we did as Objection.lol, right? Because we put it out as a,
I saw the whole thing.
we put it out
This
as
is it,
a
right?
But Chief,
bonus.
against eyewitness testimony.
Think
If
so.
your clients
Hi, Wendy.
Hi. Some of this is easier to talk through than to try and type it up.
Go for it.
I know it might have been the first one that was released,
Mm-hmm.
but it was definitely not the first song. Well, it might have been Joel's first one. I can't remember if Joel did this one or if he did August Day first. But I think Joel did one of those two as like this is what we're trying to do and this is what we think we can do. I want to say it was August Day.
It's like a proof of concept. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, we can get into it more later. But yeah.
Yeah, we did put out this as a video as one of our stretch goals for the Indiegogo. It was like, ooh, a new demo release with a video component, right? So that's sort of it became a bit of a preview for everyone else about what that would look like. There's one other thought I had. Oh, Frank Sawat, freelancer. And the fact that we changed him selling newspapers to selling magazines is a very small carryover from, I don't know if it was ever actually like much more in the script than it even was, but my thinking was Sawat is a freelancer for Blue Corp, right? Because in this one, Blue Corp is like a news agency, like as part of its mission. And so we were like, hey, it would be fun to just have, you know, Frank Sawat. Obviously, he's this burglar, but he's also like this shitty journalist that writes stuff for the Blue Star, right? This like magazine tabloid, right? So that was the reasoning behind that tiny change. I think Abby did a lot of work on... Was it Abby who did a lot of work on tweaking the lyrics of the Objection song to, like, improve, like, the scansion of it throughout? Yeah. Someone tell me if that's the case. Yes, that was Abby. Yeah. So a lot of these, like, tweaks in the verses in Mia's verses was Abby.
Listen to this testimony's fiction. Examine your court record for the contradiction. It's time for you to take control. The story's clearly phony.
We have one version of the song where we have Sawat's testimony in between the first verse and the first chorus, and instead of having the second verse. Liv added the "I don't have a cell phone" line because I figured that would be more thought of than it was in 2001, and it makes it more sus conveniently. Yes, I agree, and it reminds me of actually a lot of like Richard Wellington for some reason, like his whole deal with the cell phone in The Lost Turnabout.
I peeked inside and I saw a woman lying on the floor, dead. Such a horrifying sight. I couldn't even bring myself to go inside. Her apartment's phone wasn't working, and I don't have a cell phone, so I had to go find a payphone to
like
call
we're
the cops.
relying on, this is something I put in the script, we're relying on like early 2000s technology in this like alternate world, because I just think that's a fun piece of world building that's interesting. Yeah, this verse was cut from the shortest version, but we really like the press until he breaks.
How dare the witness tell a lie when there are lives at stake? Look him in the eye and bang your desk and press him till he breaks.
Hold it! You say you didn't go inside. How did you know the phone wasn't working?
You see, the phone
Now, so
working.
Abby, did you write
I didn't go any further in than the
this
door.
verse,
You're getting closer.
the
Don't let him
crowd
slip it between your
verse?
fingers.
I think you did. But I was like the first one to try to put a concept demo to it. And then I think Ari is the one who did the music arrangement for it. Yeah. Yeah, Ari arranged the harmonies here. This was nice because I think when we put this in, this was really when we started to. I guess it started with What He Deserves, and then putting this in, we started to develop an arc for the crowd across the whole show, right? This is our introduction to the crowd, right? And what they're interested in is, you know, this is a legal system, but also we're mostly just treating this as entertainment, right? There's a bit of a shade there of how it's treated in the live action film, but it's mostly just like a fun time to see people bang and yell at each other. And over the course of the show, they start to think more for themselves and treat this legal system more seriously, I guess. Yeah, Liv is one who first tried making it a choir thing, but we got it to work, yeah. Abby might have also taken a crack at it at one point. I'd have to go back and take a look. I'm trying to think what else here. Or maybe it was... Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, this is also one that Ryan transcribed, and then Kate wrote the piano vocal arrangement on top of. Yep. Liv, then Abby, then Ari. Got it. Yes, that is right. So this change, the 1124, instead of having it be like the Paris thing, this was all Abby and Ernst Masher's like condensing this whole plot thread. You know, 3 guesses as to why it's 1124. If you know anything about funny Turnabout musical numbers. It's because November 24th is the anniversary of the original project, so 11/24 was our shout out to that. Liv also wrote an extended ending to the Objection song here that we ended up not using in this Objection song, but we use at the very end of the show in Bows.
With growing confidence, Phoenix retrieves the Thinker.
Mr. Sawit, it is not possible that you heard a TV show the day of the murder. As Mr. Payne
Because I am number 11/24.
Must have. Yes, I remembered it wrong. You're right. It wasn't a TV show. I heard the time from the murder weapon. That clock.
Clock? The murder weapon was a statue, not a...
I think Josh, as Sawit, literally only has 2 or 3 lines outside of a song, which is really funny. He must have gone through his recording very quickly.
What?
You got this, right, Nick?
Larry,
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a recess to review the evidence. A few minutes should be enough.
Very well. Court is now in recess.
We use the TM Live kind of riffing on the Rookie Killer here.
Rookie killer! Another one about the dust.
Because of course we wanted it in there, but we don't want to do the whole. We don't need to do the whole thing.
Leaving Phoenix and Mia alone in the courtroom.
The idea of turning Maggie into the bailiff came about because I think we had Meekins as the bailiff when we started casting the show. And if anyone was around at the time that we were doing auditions, you might remember that at some point we had Meekins as a role to audition for because he was the bailiff. And then we looked at the script again and we're like, actually, we can just make the bailiff Maggie. We don't need Meekins because otherwise, So we combined their characters in the story, but it's still Maggie Bird, right? It's still her and her bad luck and her friendship and loyalty to Gumshoe.
I've wasted all your time. I can't save Larry. I can't make a
There were
difference.
more fun Meekins scenes later.
What was I thinking?
He puts his head down on
here
the
we go.
defense's bench, knocking over the Thinker.
I think the time is 10:20.
There's Matthew Toronto. I think that was literally... I think did Try... Shink, remind me. I think Try, volunteered or, asked to be the voice of the Thinker. And we were like, yeah, we're not going to say no to that. And he sent over recording with, a bunch of different, takes and ways to go about it. And so we put in a couple of those lines. Yeah, Liv wrote a lot of Phoenix's, anxious dialogue.
Make a difference. Why do you think I chose
Speaking of
you as
Try,
my
I think a lot of
chosen
people might
I
not
saw something
realize
special
that
in you.
this version of Justice for All, we basically didn't have anything to do with. The content of the lyrics itself, this is all Try. He wrote an updated version of Justice for All in 2019 as a anniversary gift for his wife. And so the extended ending, that's all Try. And then it is a new orchestration by Liz. So this orchestration is new, arranged by Liz. But the new lyrics and the new music bits here are Try. And then with a couple other minor details in there. We are still waiting for people to notice in the instrumentation. Let me think. Just this. Yeah, I did put Kate down for additional music. We did cut the beginning of the second verse for time, but the rest of it is Try's 2019 Justice for All. I heard someone.
Yes, if I may,
Yes.
about this song from a video perspective. This song was literally me being like, how much am I allowed to reference Trials and Tribulations? And so I did a couple of them. And Dom did a pass, which he did for all of Act 1 and some parts of Act 2. And then he added one more, when he added some of the stuff that I didn't know how to do, / I have weird tech problems, so Objection Low and I are weird with certain things. But so I initially added in the reference to Spoiler Man, as I sometimes refer to him, but Dom changed it to the silhouette that we see, and stuff like that. So there's a lot of bits. So I think we got up to 3 in this song.
Yep.
But yeah, it was a fun. We just built on top of each other. But yeah, I think MJ was actually the one who suggested silhouetting him, the voice of Maya. So like, people hang out in the video chat, and sometimes we call they're like, yes, we shall do that.
There'll be like an idea, and it's like, what if we did this? And then like suddenly people who just aren't on the video team will swoop in and be like, oh, can we do that?
Yeah,
would be so cool.
it is kind of hilarious. You can tell who lurks in the video chat by who suddenly shows up with an idea or an opinion. It's also hilarious because we are children of gumshoes, and the person who I would say they fits the role of like not a member of the Maya Fey Protection Squad, so technically not our boss, but was probably the closest thing to a boss outside of those people was actually Gav.
Yeah.
Like, he was there all the time. Like, literally from day one, he's like, how does one view these objection roll files? Like, he wanted to just watch everything. So it was hilarious, given that we ended up as cogs.
Right.
That it was Edgeworth watching over us the whole time.
That is
like,
funny.
yep, that's how it works.
Yeah, and Nav has never done that either. Yeah. Yeah, so there was funny spoiler moment there. And then, yeah, there was a fantastic meme that I think Miju made after TAAAM Act 1 having to do with one of the bits coming up here, which is the... let's see if I can get it on the pause. Oh, no, I just missed it. Blink and you'll miss it. Terry falls on the witness stand. Because this is a flashback specifically to
yeah, that was all
Turnabout beginnings.
Yeah, Dom added that. I already had Bratworth and Spoiler Man. Dom added Terry.
I had a thought here also about like Mia's second verse here about fighting for peace and order. Justice for All was kind of considered, I suppose, the main anthem, the main theme of the original Turnabout musical project that gets like reprised a lot. And there was always a balance that you need to sort of strike to see like how many times do you reprise it like too much. And that's part of why I think What Have I Done was originally cut from the show. But what we wanted to do is like see like each time it gets reprised, it's a different part that gets reprised, like up until like the actual reprises toward the end of the show. And then if you listen to the original Turnabout musical overture, you'll recognize this bit that I guess Try had in his head for a long time. This new ending to Justice for All. Awesome job, Lauren, by the way, on that.
To their places. Phoenix flips through his evidence folder. Easily.
Yeah, Ari confirms. That's why What Have I Done was cut.
The court will come to order. Mr. Wright, have you prepared a closing statement?
Yeah, I love it. We'll talk more about that when we get there.
I have, Your Honor. The defense is prepared to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the witness was the true murderer of Miss Cindy Stone.
Ridiculous!
Another thing, a small detail, is that I wanted to make sure that like when they talk about Miss Stone, like Cindy Stone, they don't always say like the woman, the victim. They will say Miss Stone, you know, just the small details to at least give her some semblance of humanity instead of plot device.
I think the time is 10:25.
Abby at some point had an idea version of this scene that like the thinker kept going off like as a dramatic device to break Sawit down.
What?
It was pretty cool.
How do you
Mr. Sawit, you did see Larry Butts yesterday when he knocked on Miss Stone's door because you had already broken into the apartment to do some
freelance burglary. I like that line.
Sawit tears off his toupee in anger and throws it in Phoenix's
You wrote
face.
10:20 and 10:25. So glad it turned out to be 5 minutes. Yeah, Justice for All, that helps.
She just wouldn't stop screaming, so
You hit Cindy Stone with the thinker.
Sawat foams at the mouth and dramatically falls to the ground. The crowd bursts into discussion.
Order! Order! Bailiff, detain the witness.
This exact use of objection. This is badgering the witness. That's straight from ASP because it was really funny.
Pain trails off as the judge glares at him. Sawat is cuffed and taken away by Maggie.
It seems Mr. Sowat will soon face a trial of his own. As for this trial, I find the defendant, Mr. Larry Butts, not guilty.
We did it. Nothing bad will ever happen
The judge
again.
exits. The crowd disperses, chatting among themselves excitedly.
I guess I can just quickly talk about
Head hanging low.
the narration. Most of the narration was recorded, like the stuff that was in scenes was recorded in sequence with the rest of the cast as a table read. I think there might have been one scene where I had to record later, and then all of the songs, like the stuff inside songs, were all recorded independently. There's not really a lot of very interesting narrator lore. Other than there's like a couple songs that
there is, but
oh well, in terms
we're
of
not through them yet.
in terms of recording, I'm sure. Yeah, the video is different, but in terms of what I recorded, there's like a handful of lines that I tweaked later, like when we were working on the Act 2 audio drama that I recorded like months later, and you can't tell, thankfully.
And also there was also a lot of discussion for Red White Ado with your narration, what we keep, what we cut. That was a whole big thing. Red White Ado and narration was a time.
That's definitely worth talking about, yeah, because so I wrote in a lot, because I ended up basically being the one in charge of the stage directions, which meant I ended up also being in charge of which lines the narrator would say, and like how to tweak the stage directions to make it more like an audio drama, right? And I wrote for a number of songs, including stuff like Red, White, and You, a lot of narration tracks to sort of track what was going on without really knowing how much of it would be used, if any. And I think with Act 1, we erred on the side of there aren't really any narration parts in any of the songs except for that one break in Red, White, Ado with Mia and the Thinker. Whereas in Act 2, we
there were two
used
other spots where you're there.
There might be.
I'm trying to remember. I thought there was but it was more on the instrumental. There was instrumental for that section already. And then we're over top of that. I thought.
Right.
I'm trying to remember. I feel like I remember
because
the end of Maya Fey or something like that.
Maybe. Yeah, that was just stuff that was stuff that carried over from the previous scene.
Yeah.
I think it was Act 2 when a lot more of the narration lines got integrated into the audio drama.
Yes.
I hope it doesn't come off as too unbalanced that there isn't a ton in Act 1, but there is them in Act 2. But honestly, I don't mind because it helps clear up what's happening. Because there's a few.
We only have so many sprites. The characters don't always behave.
Exactly.
How do you show Mia opening the Thinker when you've got 3 sprites?
And there's a couple major bits in Act 1 that we'll get to that I'm I would have liked this to become something that was in the script that would like to be clearer in the video. Okay, so this bit with the Make It Right 1 into Reawakening. Make It Right 1 for a long time was called Hold Your Stance. I think was it Liv who wrote it? Did I write it? I can't actually remember. It was pre Urn Smasher time that we came up with dividing Make It Right into the Mia half before Reawakening and then the Maya half post death. Yeah, Liv added this to add to the Wizard and I vibes.
Live long and prosper, my dude.
Live long and prosper, freedom. There's some more of your
when something smells, right?
pop culture references.
That's Larry for you. But I've owed him this favor ever since we were kids. Him and one other friend.
Right? Would you like to join me for dinner?
That's right, yes. Ari and Abby did arrange Make It Right 1 and 2 and worked some Fight Like a Fae into it.
Thanks,
I should bring that up, yeah. I'm going back to this. These lyrics, the final lyrics here basically ended up being Like, it was a bit of a hive mind, but I think we gave credit to Abby for it. Riffing on the original Nick It Right lyrics. And then here we have Reawakening, brackets, Here I Am. We kept both titles. I think Here I Am was Liv's desire to, because that makes sense as a title. But we did the musical theater thing of giving it 2 titles and then putting one in parentheses. We love Reawakening in this house. It's when we basically made it Phoenix's primary individual leitmotif in TAAAM.
From the video side, Reawakening was one of my hardest ones that I drafted, because Phoenix has 0 forward-facing sprites while in his actual attorney's too. So literally, I felt like I gave Dom garbage, and then he gave me back a beautiful version. So it would kind of be like that, where some songs I'm like, oh, I know what I want to do, but the sprites don't exist for me to do that. So here we go. And so yeah, there's a lot of the like flashbacks at 2D abduction song imagery and whatnot. That's all Dom. That was not me. Like Reawakening is kind of one of those, like, one of the Act 1 version of CODs we tag team sometimes, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, awesome. These lines here, these new lines here, the When My Darkest Fears Came True, I believe was Diana, or Diana worked with someone on it. Just like a small bit that replaced the When My Fears Were Verified, I Felt Frankly Terrified. And I really like these new lines a lot. There's a few other minor tweaks throughout Reawakening that I think really help polish it up some more. Yeah, Abby's orchestration for this one is very close to Try's original, and I think it's beautiful. There's an additional Easter egg reference forward to Dawn and a little extra in the end. Very cool. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, in this world, it's tough to excel versus in this field, broaden Phoenix's emotional journey, for sure. And also more set up that, like, this is a world that is not kind to defense attorneys. Yeah. And with her by my side, standing firm as my guide. Thank goodness we came up with a great line for that, because we were struggling. We were like, I guess the original line was as my permanent guide, and I think for some folks that was a little bit too on the nose. So we tried to workshop a few different ones. It was as my mentor and guide at some point. I don't know who ended up coming up with standing firm as my guide, but whoever did, God bless you. Very good. I'm a lawyer after all. This bit here, the maybe I'm a lawyer after all, that was Danny Paparosi. That was his vocal add-on from Turnabout Musical Live. So he gets an additional music credit.
She's dying. Help her.
Shout out to MJ.
I don't know what to do.
Whoa!
Shout out to Dom.
Everyone freeze! You're both suspects of murder.
Who are you?
It was Joel. Good job, Joel.
See?
Awesome job.
We're investigating a little tip we got from the hotel across the street, pal.
Standing firm as my guide. Good job.
Whoa, what's
this we changed basically to be like the way that Joel delivered it on the soundtrack as opposed to the script, because it just, this is what was stuck in our head. We did cut out the speak up bit because you don't really need it.
Case closed, pal. You and I've got a date.
Whenever we need to gumshoe up a line, there's always someone to Joel is always there to give us some gumshoe style line. Ari says, fun fact, I learned we actually got Danny's alt line slightly wrong. Yeah, it's more like it's that the lawyer is actually like higher, right? I mean, it's still good. Like, it still works.
I'm asleep. It's not true.
Anyway, sad moments.
How can you call this justice for all?
half step higher, yeah. I remember writing a bunch of like stage directions about like Maggie making sure that like people can see the thinker was the murder weapon.
Slowly stands up,
you know,
and walks out. Lights fade.
All right, here we go. Keeping the peace. So, this was one of the first ideas that Joel and I had about TAAAM, which was giving Edgeworth a musical introduction pre-Decree. As such an important character, right? So we could build it off of Decree and have it be a thing that like gets built to it. The original version of the scene, which you can hear in the demo on my channel, was Edgeworth and Von Karma. And it was basically Von Karma, you know, it was Edgeworth reporting in on Payne's loss to Von Karma. And Von Karma's like, huh, Payne sucks. But you don't suck. You're good. So go off and do great prosecution things. And Edgeworth is like, you got it, boss. Basically to sort of already build in at that point that there is a higher power at work, right, than Edgeworth. And then I think it was Kate who retooled it so it's instead Payne getting chewed out by Edgeworth. And it's and so saving the Von Karma reveal to the end of Act 1. Which is more dramatic that way, I agree. And also I just really love the dialogue and the way that then it echoes with the dialogue later in Decree. Oh, Abby suggested the change to Payne. Kate is the one who did the execution with all the echoes with the dialogue. And also Kate did this arrangement, did this music based on Joel's version, because Joel was the one who did the music for the original demo, which is awesome. And so, yeah, I think that's basically a lot of the major bits about the scene from the production side. Oh, this is my only, like, main lyric credit. Like, Joel and I shared a lyric credit on this. I think this is the only one I have, like, proper lyric credits instead of additional. Anything else? Lizzie helped work on the piano vocal arrangement. There's a lot of, like, quoted leitmotifs in here for, like, Anything to Win and so on.
I can say that this is one of the few things that Nam actually drafted the original objection law file to. Joel and Nam did not do very much of the drafting. They are more polishing and stuff like that. But Keeping the Peace is one of the ones Nam did. It might have been the first one Nam did, I'm not sure. But that one and then Decree were the two Act 1 stuff that Nam drafted instead of doing a pass for. Well, he also did a pass, but it's slightly different, so.
Awesome.
Okay. Sits at his desk, perusing a file. Winston Payne hesitantly enters.
Mr. Edgeworth, you asked to see me?
That's Prosecutor Edgeworth to you, Winston
I have
Payne.
2 water bottles here.
A title for which you seem to hold no respect. Not even for yourself.
I think
5 cases this quarter, all of them.
the original, like, scene for this,
Killer indeed.
I
Sir,
think
I
I
prepared my
wrote
case
the
as best I could.
first
I was
draft.
ready to...
Save your
Joel
breath.
fixed it up and
I have no
improved
need
it
for excuses.
and turned it into the one that you can
And
hear in
I'm
the
not
demo on
one
my
to
channel.
whom you'll have to explain yourself.
No, please. You're not reporting me to...
And then
him.
Kate went
I
in
must.
and
You're
wrote
aware
this.
of his stance on such matters. I'd hate to be in your place.
Oh yes, the
Mr.
big steppies.
You may
I
go
forgot about the
now.
big steppies. Big steppies is great. So the implication
Guilty
of Von Karma
convictions,
approaching
no
the scene.
matter the cost. That is the role of the prosecutor, keeping the peace.
Whose
in
idea was Big
these
Steppies?
dangerous times is the sacred decree we must
Sure.
heed.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir,
Ah, yes?
I've got the new paperwork for the murder of that lawyer lady, Maya Fey.
Thank you, Detective. Now,
I had to like
back to
draft
work.
it in such a way where it was like
Criminals
Payne exits
out
out
there.
this door, but then
Relentless.
Gumshoe enters from the opposite side door. I was trying to make it so there wasn't some awkward like
Perfection is
pass
the
through the hallway.
life
Abby thinks it was her who came up with Big Steppies, and then Kate and Liz worked together to make the Foley. Yeah. We used it in a lot of demos.
Scene 3.
Oh, Fight Like a Fey. Shout out to MJ. Fight Like a Fey. What a wonderful production history. It went through a lot of different versions. I think I came up with the concept because at some point I was like, we need a Maya solo song to sort of like solidify what her arc is doing. A big thing with like TAAAM from the beginning was like, we gotta make Maya, like we gotta do something more spicy with Maya. And so like a lot of the initial ideas, like, you know, Edgeworth snapping at her in Act 2 and then her having to go off and, you know, talk with Gumshoe, like all this stuff, her coming in to question Edgeworth about DL6, like this is all stuff that we were like, we want to make Maya stronger, a more active, like, and these scenes to be character driven, as opposed to just being like, here we are to investigate because that's the plot. You know, it's like, let's have a reason for a character to go from one scene to the next. So that was always firm in our mind. And we had a number of different ideas about like where to take Maya's arc. I had some thoughts about like maybe there was a plot thread about her trying to investigate what was going on with Misty. There was a lot of different ways that we could take it. We basically, I think, ended up with something that more or less resembles her game story arc, but with like more attention and care given to it and opportunity for her to actually like express how she's feeling in a way that you don't really get in the original game or in some of the other Turnabout musical versions as much. So I came up with the title Fight Like a Fey as like, this could be the hook. And this is the stuff that like could come across in the story. And then I think making sure like this was probably like the best place to put it, right? As our introduction to the character. And then the bulk of the songwriting was, well, it started with Lizzie, who wrote a take, including a bit in the middle that we really gravitated toward, called the head up, back straight motif, which you can hear more or less in its original form in What Have I Done? The ending of What Have I Done was written basically at the time that Lizzie was crafting Fight Like a Fey, so Ari integrated it into that. And so we just really fixated onto that. Abby and Lizzie workshopped a version of Fight Like a Fey for a number of months, and then we also got some assistance in from Triforce Bun, who had offered to help out with one of the songs. And the final version that we have, it takes a few of those like lyric and melody ideas and like maintains the original intent of the song and the scene. Yeah, you can also hear the verse from the original version of Fight Like a Fey at the beginning of the For Being You _ scene, basically from the time that Maya wakes up through when she says, I know you wish I was Mia instead. So if you're curious about that. And it's lovely. I love every version of Fight Like a Fey. Ari says, in early drafts, Maya sang her solo to Phoenix or with him in the room. Then someone suggested it being before he arrives, and following with the idea of Maya getting to be alone on stage for her solo like Phoenix and Edgeworth do. Pay no attention to Maggie. Yeah. Yeah, because the other issue is we already had a song in this scene, like in this situation, which was Make It Right. And so there became a lot of thing like, what do we do with Make It Right? Make It Right also went through a crap ton of versions that myself worked on, and then Abby took the point on that, I think. And we ended up with the version that we have now, where it was like, and at some point it was going to be like they were going to be combined, or like the first part of Make It Right was a direct, immediate reprise of Fight Like a Fey. We were trying to figure out, would it make sense for there to be a Make It Right playoff or a Fight Like a Fey playoff at the end? We went through a lot of different ideas, but I think what we ended up with was the best. Yeah, Abby made progressively shorter and shorter versions of Make It Right too, for sure, absolutely. So within the structure of the show, that's a lot of what we were thinking about Fight Like a Fae. In terms of like the content, like this is basically like the real, like the lyrics, the raw emotional deal. Like this is Lizzie and Abby. Like give them props, you know. Like God bless them. This was such a beloved song in the show now, and it's an original. You know, it's not based on any previous. Anything previous in Turnabout Musical's history, which is really sick.
So, fun fact from the video side of things. Fight Like a Fae is actually where I started. This was the first one I drafted, and I actually ended up kind of doing a Maya track, so I just basically started with Fight Like a Fae and just followed Maya through all her songs before going to other stuff. And so I drafted this. Nom did a pass on it, and then Ruth actually did the initial video timing, and she actually taught me how to do with Fight Like a Fae. And then Ruth is the one who added the extra gut punch during the Maya crying break. It is an official unit of measure amongst the gods. And so that extra picture from a later game, that one was Ruth. But yeah, so Fight Like a Fae is just another one of those. We did a lot with it. So.
And MJ absolutely crushed it. I think, is it true that this was one of the earlier songs in the schedule for Maya? I could be wrong. But like, I recall hearing MJ's recording a Fight Like a Fae kind of early on in the production process and being like, this is gonna break everything. Positive, like this is gonna destroy people. Excerpt from actual notes Abby received from Lizzie. Big sad Maya is big sad in song. Sister dead, mom gone, Grossberg coward, Nick not here yet, lol, hold your horses. Herself in jail. How we vibin'? We're not. Yeah, MJ is absolutely. And again, if you don't know, MJ had never done a musical before this. And, you know, literal Disney princess voice, like absolutely insane. So good. And there's your Maya crying break. Ding, put one on the counter. The running joke was very shortly after we named ourselves the Maya Fey Protection Squad, we became aware of the irony of the Maya Fey Protection Squad makes Maya cry once again. But we're protecting her role in the story and her sense of agency and the ability to express her emotions in a healthy way. I should also mention, if you guys haven't checked out a lot of the, like,
as Maya drops her
like
head
animatics
down,
and animations that fans have made about for TAAAM songs, like including this one or like the Objection song, there's a bunch of others. Go check out that playlist on the TAAAM channel.
Closer to the visitor's chair, not sure how to approach this.
You're Maya?
Who?
We met in Mia's office, briefly.
Oh, you're Mia's partner, Phoenix, right?
I remember this dialogue. We went back and forth about like how much DL6 info do we give at this point, right? Or how much info about like Misty.
Yeah. I live up in the mountains, but Mia
And part of that had to do with how much is that actually motivating her character at this point or not.
She's talked a lot about you, you know.
Really? You came all that way just to
And then when the dossier storyline got put into Act 1, I think I'm the one who added this here. Like,
evidence.
Things like evidence. You never told me anything about that. Where was it?
I don't know. When I arrived at the office, she was already...
She clasps the Magatama around her neck.
Amber Moon in chat, I actually found TAAAM through Vio's Alone animatic. Yeah, it's so good, right?
What is that?
Anyway, I'm so glad that you found TAAAM through
It's a
that.
makatama, a stone used for spirit channeling.
Phoenix stares back at her blankly.
What's fun about being a TAAAM writer is that you get like really silly things that you like your brain grasps onto, and you can just keep it in the show, including this line from Maya.
Yes.
The yes in training. When I read that in the game, for some reason has always stuck in my brain as like this
Maya
feels
smiles
essential
slightly.
for some reason.
All the Fey women are supposed to have a strong connection to the spirit world. Even Mia. Our mother was the master of our technique, the head of our village.
Wow,
Liv is asking, what was the first adaptation to have the list of names
mean
in
you
the
could
Thinker?
channel
Was it
Mia
the
right
anime?
now?
It was the live action. No, so it was
I'm sorry, that was insensitive.
the Gregory Edgeworth DL6 Bullet, I think, is in the Thinker in
I want to channel my
the live
sister,
action film.
but I'm nowhere close to channeling spirits on
And
command
so
like
my thinking about the dossier
be
being in
honest,
there was some
I'm
sort
not
of
sure I'll
like
ever be.
unconscious reworking of that, I think.
I can't
Make It Right
seem to
too.
understand what you're going
I am a
through.
fan of this song. If Make It Right 2 has one fan, it's me.
I miss her too. She always
I'm
knew what to
very
do.
fond of
Sis told me if I was ever in trouble.
this
and
like part of Make It
Be there.
Right. Make It Right was one of those early demos
the
that I grew
attorney
up
could
listening
trust
to.
was her old senior partner,
Specifically
Dr.
the one
Grossberg,
that was
he just refused.
FF3 Girls instrumental.
Let me defend you. I mean,
So,
I
as a
know
gift,
it's
basically to
dirty.
me, the
I can't let you face this alone.
Abby and
I can't
folks
just
like
sit and watch while the one who did
made
this
sure
to
the
Mia
parts
is
that I
still
loved
out
the
there.
most were still in this.
I know you don't
At some
quite
point, I'd
trust
written a
me
version of
yet,
this that had
and I
like
know
the
this may
original
sound trite, but
like
please
Penfilath lyrics in it, and then
I promise
a version that was just like
I'll
original
make
lyrics from
it
me. That was a whole different new first
Mr.
verse
Wright,
from Maya.
the visitation period
Yeah,
is
the
over.
Jailer's
You're
Elegy
needed back in questioning
bit
now, Miss
underneath
Fey.
here from
Thank you,
FF3
Mr.
Girls' original Make It Right
Thank
demo,
you so much.
which I am obsessed with. Ari added that back in
Maya and Maggie exit.
upon prompting from
Phoenix
Abby.
stands
Thank
up
you
from
very
the
much,
chair
you
and opens
guys.
his
It means a
briefcase,
lot to me,
taking out a
genuinely.
report. Edgeworth
This
enters.
scene.
He is perusing what looks to be a copy of
This
the
was, I
report,
think,
followed by Gumshoe.
Joel, remind me if I'm wrong. This was the first real scene that we like, like new scene that we wrote
Maya Fey just
for
signed this paperwork
TAAAM.
assigning me as her defense attorney. I have a right to know what you're asking.
Trying to figure out like basically how do you cut April May? How do you cut the whole first day of Turnabout Sisters? And still keep in like an introduction to Edgeworth, the iconic updated autopsy report, right? And like the importance of that for their character, right? Like this scene really is, I think this is where we started. I'm pretty sure. And it was originally like 4 times longer because we just kept having Edgeworth and Phoenix like say like angsty long monologues at each other about what they believe about truth / pause. I think I still am fond of some of that early stuff. But yes, obviously the scene as we have it now is very streamlined and I think still says everything that we wanted it to say about how they interact with each other for the first time in 15 years without spending a lot of time talking about it. I think the implication and the acting, like that's all there. Yeah. Liv did some script doctoring. Yeah. For sure. Cutting that down. I do remember that. Yeah.
The two share a moment of
And
surprise,
scene, and
quickly
you know, the
masked
scene was
by icy
performed very,
glares.
very well in the table read.
My client.
Aw.
Well.
Thanks, Ari.
That's right. Defense attorney.
Miles Edgeworth.
That's ridiculous. That's a perfect case. Yeah, that was you, Liv.
Well met.
I wish I could say the same. Listen, that receipt with Maya's name written on it in blood.
Wait, I'm just now remembering at one point we had half-jokingly considered changing those lines to, instead of like, well met, I wish I could say the same. It was Edgeworth going, I literally just saw this the other day when I was going back through some old scripts, where it was Edgeworth going, you passed the bar exam? And Phoenix goes, what, like it's hard? I think we decided that was a bit much.
Kind of message from Mia, right?
Obviously. It's rather damning evidence, wouldn't you say?
Shout out to Legally
Phoenix
Blonde.
holds up the report in his hand.
Well, the official
I watched it like
report said
for the
Mia
first time
died
halfway
immediately
through like the
from blunt
TAAAM
force
writing
trauma to the
cycle.
head. She couldn't have written anything, especially not in her own blood.
Ah, I see you're still looking at the autopsy report from last night.
You say that as if there's more than one.
Of course. There was another
How could you
autopsy
cut that?
conducted
Well,
at my request.
I don't know. I think the angst of well met, I wish I could say the same,
The victim died of
I think-
blunt force trauma to the head.
is better with establishing the angst of
The
these
victim
boys.
could have written that message, and so she did.
I know you're joking. Gumshoe clapping with no hands.
I've never lost in court, and I don't.
Yeah,
intend
I
to stop
remember
now.
just going through all the gumshoe spikes, being
Sounds
like,
like
which
something
one
the
looks the
demon
most like
prosecutor would say.
clapping, given that we
Perhaps.
don't have a clapping sprite.
Back to business.
It's a good.
Capcom, why did you do this to us?
I think it works. I think you
Interrogation.
the
I tried my
idea
best.
definitely gets across.
If you're intent on defending the girl, you should know that our investigation uncovered a wiretap placed in the Fey and Co. law offices.
I don't think we ever it's
Testifying
ever
at
like
tomorrow's trial.
explicitly addressed, but I think in TAAAM universe it is still April May who places the tap, but like she gets preemptively fired, so there isn't an
The
issue.
witness is Mr. Red White,
And she would
CEO
also I
of
think be the one to call in from
He was staying
the
across
Gatewater
street from
Hotel.
the Gatewater Hotel and
Um,
witnessed the murder through the
But we just
window.
kind of skip past
I'm
that because
sure
we
you'll
don't
want to
really need
interview
it.
him.
I know it wasn't Maya who did this, Edgeworth.
Also, shout out to this underscore. Okay,
Say it all you like, right?
so we
matter
have
how
this
hard you
underscore, right?
fight.
The begin investigation.
You can't change the past.
Actually, really quick before I talk about that, this last line from Edgeworth, the "say it all you like," right? No matter how many, you can't change the past, right? That's taking a bit from, like the original decree. We had a whole like arc word thread here about like, you can't fight reality even when it burns, and like that kept cropping up a few times. And then I think we tweaked and condensed that out of the show. But I remember that very well as like the big sort of ending line here on Edgeworth. But yeah, Abby, shout out to Abby, because this the begin investigation underscore and then later the red white blues was originally part of a much longer suite of underscore music, which also included a Make It Right playoff at one point. That like segues into the next scene, and like there's this like Blue Corp music, like red white theme music when Phoenix walks in and walks up to Lotta at the secretary's desk. It's really good. It was really cool. Abby is typing.
Phoenix watches Edgeworth exit. Phoenix then takes a moment, steels himself.
Yeah, Blue Corp
and
music
exits
was so
with
good.
resolve.
So there was a playoff here at one point, and then we just
Scene 4. The Blue
decided,
Corp lobby.
we don't need it.
Blue Corp workers walk by, reading papers, typing, and minding their own
Here's a
business.
Lordly Taylor
Phoenix
filling in for
arrives,
the
bringing
extravagant
scenery and
outside
grandeur.
Blue Corp like lobby.
Multiple times. The script has locations that make sense, but the games do not have said location, or
Yeah.
if they do, they only have it for very specific setups. And so us cogs are just like, what do we do?
Yeah, like
We
you can't put People Park from
What do you
Apollo
mean
Justice
we're
in there
outside
when
of our
there's
office? That
when
does
there's a
not
noodle
exist.
stand and like a body, like yeah.
You're like, so that's why you'll see like Vitamin Square as the
Right.
as People's Park and stuff like that. It's not that we don't know the difference, we do. It's just we have very limited options. And at the time, especially for Act 1, we did not have our bolts yet. We did not have Liv and Knob and a few other people just spoiling us with custom stuff. So we didn't have that yet.
Hmm. Right.
So,
And in my head, like the People Park scenario that you see in stuff like August Day and What He Deserves looks more like the original Turnabout musical August Day animatic, right? Where you'll see they're all kind of like outside and there's like the bench and the
Yeah.
water fountain and all of that. Like that's
Yeah.
in my head, that's where that takes place.
it's just we don't have game assets of that, so it was a little harder.
Yeah. So Lotta, I can't remember whose idea it was to make Lotta the secretary. It was an early change, I think. To put Lotta into Act 1. It might have literally been when we were writing the scene and trying to figure out like, let's unify these characters, right, between acts. Shout out to Julie, by the way, Twyfairy, who did Lotta. We had Lotta was a bit more chatty in some other versions,
Phoenix
I think.
walks by the slightly ajar door of Red White's office. He starts to hear a
And then
bit of
here's the
conversation
Red White
inside
Blues,
and listens
which was a
to
part of that
Turnabout
original thing.
unnoticed.
Yeah, the Superman impression bit was Liv, for sure. Shout out to Bryn and Hunter. I mean, truly, like, awesome job at a totally unique take on Red White, and such a iconic, if not definitive, in some respects, interpretation of Grossberg, right, from the ASP show. So this was also our way of saying thank you to everything that Bryn did with ASP and Turnabout Samurai by having him in TAAAM reprise his role. Having Red explicitly threaten him about DL6 here is nice, because we don't have a lot of detail about DL6 in Act 1, but you know, we've peppered it in here. And of course, Grossberg has something to be ashamed of in the original by being involved in, you know, leaking the information about Red White to the press. But in this one, even more so, we don't know yet, but Grossberg is the defense attorney in DL6. And so, you know, all of those sort of like backhanded things that he did in order to get the not guilty for Yogi, including the insanity plea, and then also, you know, using that tactic to try to expose the Misty thing with the police and just sort of publicly shame them, all in that attempt to get that win, is ultimately what's being held over him here.
Next week, sir. Such obedience. I'm so glad we had this chat.
Get out. Red White opens the door to his
At
office,
one point,
practically
I
pushing
think
Marvin Grossberg out. He addresses
we
Lotta
had
in his usual cheerful tone.
like Grossberg was bringing the painting. Like we had messed something up about, because like this scene originally takes place like in Grossberg's office in the original Turnabout musical, and then it was like we messed something up with who was bringing in the painting and where it was going. It was like Red was leaving with the painting, but it was still in Blue Corp. So it's like, where's he going? So we fixed all that around.
You're settling in, Whale.
We thanked Bryn by murdering him. Well, okay. We have thoughts about that, but just know that we killed Grossberg way before ASP even happened. So we'll talk about that later.
Nothing gets past you ace attorneys, does it? Guess you should have paid me better. My cameras ain't gonna buy themselves. And anyhow, a news agency's a better gig.
This was also a deal where it's trying to figure out, like, how do we get across Grossberg as this news agency? How do we get across that Lotta's actually interested in being a photographer and not actually a secretary, without just like
but Phoenix catches up to him.
exposition dumping about her dreams?
Mia trusted you with her sister, but you refused to help. This is odd, isn't it?
I think I ended up writing this scene with Grossberg and Phoenix talking inside Blue Corp about the dossier, and then him trying to keep pulling him further and further away from the
What do you mean?
Mr. White will be right with you,
further away from the door.
He drags Phoenix even
I think this would be really funny on stage. I don't know if my stage directions actually come across like the humor that I think is here. Abby's asking, Lotta, I want song about photography when? Save it for the Justice for All musical, I guess.
Long ago, but I cannot fight him now. I made too many mistakes.
There was no way we weren't going to make a Sense of Fresh Lemons joke here. I don't know whose idea it was to actually put in the beginning of the riff into the track here, but it's nice.
Taps him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his reverie.
Yes, well, perhaps there is a way you might stand a chance. I've heard whispers
Shout out to,
around
I
this
think, what,
office
Lizard Lee, I think, did that original Sense of Fresh Lemons track.
White has blackmailed.
Oh, Abby did it on one of the table reads, and I guess we just kept it.
You have it?
Huh?
So a good detail here is the dossier is full of just people that Red blackmailed, and in some cases drove to suicide. Not drove to suicide in every case, right? So that's why like Grossberg's name is on it.
Enters the office.
Look here. Mia has been building that dossier against White for years. If it were made public now, his whole operation would come crashing down.
At one point, so basically before this, our thought was having Grossberg just like
Suddenly Red bursts through
before
his
the
office
dossier
door, staring
subplot
straight
got
at the
put
two
into here.
attorneys.
Grossberg was basically just
Every
giving
reporter
Phoenix the
shoots
files
at
that he
Oh,
like
Mr.
took out of Red's office before Red got there.
Grossberg bolts for the exit, only offering Phoenix
And it never quite really fit together, I think, because it was always like, why is he willing to steal this and then give it to Phoenix, but then not actually do anything about it? So I think the dossier, like having it be, yeah, Grossberg grabbed it out of Red's drawer. So instead having it be, I thought about like in the original game, right? Red has all of the info that Mia was collecting against him because he wiretapped the phone, so he knew that it was inside the Thinker. So he stole it from the Thinker, killed Mia, and then took it and then presumably got rid of it forever, right? So that never gets seen again. But the fact that he was so willing to kill someone for it means that it would be very important, right? To try to take him down. So we're thinking, okay, in this universe, Mia is smart enough not to tell Maya on the phone where it is, but instead be like, come here and I'll tell you where it is. You know, because there's always the threat of someone listening in on the phone conversation. So Red doesn't actually know that it's in the Thinker, right? No one knows it's in the Thinker except for Mia, which is why it's important that Mia gets channeled in the trial instead of just being there to write down a list of names and tell Phoenix to turn a receipt over, right? So it's like she actually, you know, like on some level, I think it's a bit more narratively satisfying. But all of that, I guess, kind of came together very well.
You, my compatriot.
Phoenix hesitantly.
The idea is that the crowd here, the ensemble, would all be dressed up in like Blue Corp outfits and then like, you know, like be pushing them in, right? Like, so it's kind of like, imagine, remember Lord Farquaad's song in Shrek the Musical is basically how I imagined it. Hi, Jack.
Stand in position behind Red's grotesquely
Yeah, so I did Red, White, and You, and Bruce did the other Red, White songs. But yeah, they would definitely, Red, White, and You was one of those. How do you show a dance breaks with limited character sprites?
Right.
How do you show that these are Blue Corp employees with limited character sprites? How do you, like, there was a lot of just winging it. How do you show Phoenix getting stabbed by the samurai spear when Phoenix never gets stabbed in the game?
Hit on the head, yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, like, there's just no things. And so this was a lot of just playing around and seeing what looked okay and going with it and hoping it translated okay. And then also I remembered a few, like, with the lyrics for like how Hunter kind of like impod or added on flair, there were a few where I'm like, he makes a cat noise and it doesn't really perfectly work to just be like meow, but I also wasn't sure how to spell it, so it just kind of got left. And so I'm like, well, sorry. Like,
yeah,
like, how do you spell that? There's just certain noises where there's definitely that struggle where Act 1 we did not have a list ahead of time made by Ari to like be like, hey, these are some of the differences we already know between the audio and the script. Because a lot of times we were making the objectionable files before we had the audio, let alone the final completed version of the audio. And so there's a lot of the disconnect in that. So
a lot of that then got, I think, got like papered over, like in the final edit, like to make it match. But that also meant that like it was just like cutting a lot of frames out of that objectionable video.
Some of them, and then some of them it was adding frames in to be like, oh, there's now a meow here, and then oopsie, I made Phoenix say meow instead of Red, and so there were, so yes, there's that one joke that I think some people have seen Ruth's video of where we just have Phoenix meowing randomly. That was because of an oopsie I made because I cannot preview an objection law.
Right.
It just on me and doesn't properly do things. I didn't realize until I had it in an iMovie, and then I'm like, whoopsies, gotta go back in to fix this, and then re-export it. And so yeah, there's some fun moments like that are side effects of I couldn't preview properly, and so therefore, you know. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Okay, I'm gonna take literally like a 2-minute. I will be right back. So if anyone wants to cover time for that.
I will. I can ramble about the red shorts that never made it in. So in the script, there's a line about Red having tearaway pants to reveal sparkly red shorts underneath. Unfortunately, we kind of had to cut that because we didn't have objectionable frames for that, and or sprites, and dance break was hard enough trying to figure out that. But yeah, there's also the what we hope future production, and I believe it's still kept in the script, is the tearaway pants to reveal the sparkly red shorts for Red White. So if future productions have the budget to make that happen, please do, because we were very sad to have to let it go. But like, it's just yes, Jack, we would love to have you for those songs. It's fabulous. But yeah, there's definitely been some sacrifices, particularly with Red Wedding You, for limitations of the medium. It's also kind of funny because TAAAM started as a focus on more of a Broadway style show, and ended up its first presentation in a animated format, where the original TAAAM was meant to be a animated thing, and one of its first presentations was a live show. So it's just kind of funny how we come full circles, and kind of done the opposite of what each project's intended medium was. But yes. Yes, Ari agrees with me. But yeah, it's been kind of amusing, and yeah. It's also interesting just from a video perspective. Act 1 and Act 2 were handled very differently for us cogs, and so that's kind of just interesting side note. I don't know how much more rambling. I mean, I could. Oh, look, there's Max. I don't need to ramble. Huzzah!
Hi. Okay. So where are we? Okay. So the Blue Star. This is Blue Corp's tabloid. The idea here, I think it comes across pretty clear, but the idea here is this is the tabloid revealing that the police department used a spirit medium. Yeah. And so like the thing that he's showing Phoenix at the beginning is, you know, foreshadowing everything that we see in the last. Oh, you discussed the sparkly short shorts. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up, like where it shows up, but yeah, we need TAAAM Live. We need those sparkly short shorts. Rip April May cameo. We did. I think Joel wrote that originally. There was like a, oh, I haven't shown you my jingle, and it's like a little, and it's April May saying like, Blue Corp News and Intel. What can Red do for you? Or something like that. Which, if we kept that in, we probably would have just had Ari read that. At least, I think that was, even before Ari was on board, I think we probably would have just asked Ari to record that. I think that's it. Okay.
Headline reads, PDLA puts up spirited case?
And this? Oh, this is the most esteemed part of my collection.
I think Dom made the newspaper that we see here.
I think so too.
I think Dom did a lot of some of the like photoshopped elements, and then the custom art was more Liv and Diana.
Yeah.
That won't be necessary. You've already shown me everything twice, including the new secretary you're so proud of.
I guess people are a big fan of the PDLA puts up spirited case narration line. So this is addressing April May very temporarily. Like, she was there. The old secretary who was caught wiretapping.
Red stops, truly dumbfounded. The worker's eyes start shifting nervously.
Also, the Maya Fey Protection Squad might have killed off Meekins, but we cogs brought him back because we needed people in the ensemble.
Right. In the script.
And particularly, because Dustin Prince had no sprites.
Exactly.
We were like, well, what are we supposed to do for James? Like, which is why, especially in Act 2, James gets changed. But, like, there was kind of, they killed Meekins, but kept Dustin, and then we in the cogs were like, why? But yeah, it was funny.
Yeah. So we got, I mean, it was a great idea here to, like, stage this out by keep cutting back to the Blue Corp workers, right? Who actually have more interesting sprites than just, like, the 3 that Red has.
Excuse you, Red has at least 4.
4. He has more on the stand, so you can't use
Red
those.
is he kept cutting his torso in half.
Right.
So he only has like 2 where you have his full torso, and then there's like the other 2 that are specifically only seen in the courtroom, where he cuts his torso in half, because apparently you do that when you get to a witness stand, you cut yourself in half. A lot of characters also, like Phoenix for example, don't have legs. Yeah. Or they only certain sprites will they have legs, and the rest of their sprites they don't. So that was definitely something Ruth and I constantly moaned about, and was like, "Why are you all cutting yourself in half? Stop it!"
I genuinely think, like, originally it was because, like, hardware limitations on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. It probably was.
But the fact that they haven't drawn out the rest of them for, like, the DS or the HD releases. Yeah.
No. So
but
so that's why sometimes you might notice we like in the second to last scene we had to shrink some of the boys down so you can't see that they don't have legs, and so there may be some height inconsistencies going on that is us trying to hide the fact that people don't have legs.
Right.
There's a lot of little things that are just side effects of the medium.
For sure. A few shout outs. One, the You Are an Almond Delight, that was originally I think an improv line from Amy Garrett from Turnabout Musical Live when she played Red White in that. So shout out. Shout out to Abby, who is doing an amazing job with the arrangement of Red, White, and You. And just Red, White across the board became Abby's project. And so it made it such a fun, jazzy, awesome villain, right? And then also, yeah, like what Abby says on the line, Red, White deals the cards, Penny with the samurai cards. Perfect. No notes.
She had cards. I had to use them.
Brilliant. Good job. All right.
There was one last thing I wanted to know. Did you kill Mia Fey?
Shout out to me and Diana and Julia Heslin, who are the people laughing in the background there. Like the... That was something I'd written in the script that I kind of annoying and wanted to keep, so I had to record that, like, additional voices.
Dossier on all of Blue Corp's illicit activities. If you don't turn yourself in...
Shout out to Justin Briner, who wrote Awakening, because this is his song underneath from the original Red, White, and You. This is that melody. And of course, he was one of the original writers of this song, along with Matt Ferda, aka Plankton, who finished it for the original. Yeah. This plot thread here, hitting him with the samurai spear, it's like being taken off of the wall, basically. If you stuck around from the beginning and you heard the Nightcore version of this song, you'll know I basically wrote all of the dossier stuff in here. I also wrote, I think, these lines, that you're caught in the lion's den, boy, and you brought my holy grail. Did I also do... You must have talked to Grodyberg, the rat just had to squeak.
Where is
that might have been... I don't remember if that was me or not.
The dossier, man!
I think, yeah.
Where is it?
I won't tell you.
So those are some of my lyric credits. Additional lyric credits.
Safe from you.
There was a version that I found the other day where like that I wrote that like where this he doesn't realize that it's not in there until after Phoenix leaves. And then he like rings up and is like, you have to find that dossier. But we just wove it into the scene here.
What?
You got it.
Also, I will say coming up is one of the cut Lana spins.
What do you want?
Dom
Yes.
did not keep my Lana spin in this section. I'm very sad about it. but yeah, I originally had Lana in Edge spinning back and forth to answer the phone. Because I didn't know what else to do with her. And so Red, White, and You, I can see a couple places where I'm like, oh, that's Dom, that's Dom, that's Dom. This is one of those.
Lana Spinnies.
Yes.
Lana Spinnies. Yeah, Liv, you're probably right, Liv. It was probably you who wrote The Rat Just Had to Squeak. The main thing was the original like line ended with like Red White's the king of the jungle, gross face, he's a whale. And we were like, it's probably a fat phobic line. We probably want to change that. So we just totally changed the style of that. And, you know, we refer to Grossberg as the Rat, which is kind of like how he refers to himself in the original script when he's talking about the police went looking for the rat who sold them out, right? This bit, yeah, the reason why Lana's up there in the corner, that's like the thing that's coming to my mind is like when you're on the phone with a character in like Farewell My Turnabout, right? It's just like their profile in the upper corner.
I don't think they even knew that. I'm trying to remember if they showed Gumshoe at all or not.
I think they
or
do
they
in the
just
little,
showed
yeah.
one of the two. But yeah, we tried to use evidence boxes. Dom in particular would go through the work to get what we needed in the evidence boxes. And then he went above and beyond for pasta shop later with using evidence boxes. But we'll get there later.
I'm always reminded of in Bryn's mind, when Red calls Lana here, she's in the middle of stuffing a body into a car trunk.
That doesn't work timeline-wise.
I know, but it's funny. It's just like a completely separate. It's not even the Goodman thing. It's just a completely separate like time that this has happened.
Okay, we'll accept that.
And of course, this has changed from the original line because Maya has not come to trial yet.
Edgeworth has already prepared a watertight case against Maya.
So Maya never actually in TAAAM, Maya never actually goes on trial for murder. Isn't that nice?
The Maya Fey Protection Squad protected her from
True.
Because I can, Mr. Lawyer. I control this city all the way to the top. I am the law. And you? You're nothing.
This is one of those we made the men short because they have no legs. So
Right.
if you notice, like you can see it in certain areas, but yeah.
I know Liv worked a lot on this dialogue here. It's very good.
It's also funny because we mentioned lurkers in the video chat while we were working. I think one of the few times Hunter lurked, I was complaining about how Red keeps cutting his torso in half, and we were like, Hunter, please don't do that. And he's like, noted. It was hilarious.
Yes, Abby, this is you, right? This is you. Dance break. That's all you. The plie, jeté, frappuccino, creme brulee. Brilliant. Mwah.
Who broke into my office? He's the criminal you're looking for.
Detective, please.
Sorry, pal.
It also took, yeah. There was a lot of times when like we were trying to figure out how to make it so it was like, you know, like Red took the evidence, and then Gumshoe's like, you can't take his evidence, but we'll still arrest you. And it was always really kind of awkward. We weren't really sure how to do it. But if no one knows where the evidence is, then that's not an issue. The dossier thing fixed a lot of that weirdness. And of course, the chief prosecutor's orders here comes back around a few times. And it's, you know, all leading up to when Gumshoe goes against the orders and, you know, in Act 2. I think I want a big paper shredding dance portion. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing about that. This is where the sparkly short shorts come off. Or the tearaway pants come off. Yeah, measly speck in a world of giants. We set up the mindset in What Have I Done in the David and Goliath comparison. That's right there. The workers coming in here at the end might have been originally my idea. And then Liv came up with this ending bit, and then I vocalized it. And then Abby rearranged it. And Kate wrote the harmonies. Cool.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
So that whole ending bit there is a big Maya Fey Protection Squad team effort where we all did a different part of it. And the line in the script there is Red going, just come again, right? And Hunter changed that to the very Texas Red, y'all come back now, you hear? That's right, the slower, sexier kick line version, the quote-unquote stripper beat version, right? Yeah, that was also worked on.
Laughs as Gumshoe drags Phoenix out of the office. Blackout. Scene 6. Back in the detention center, Maggie escorts Maya out of her holding cell.
Edgeworth was originally in the scene, and like Phoenix would enter while Maya and Maggie were still there. And there were some really fun pieces of dialogue. There was, I remember a part where like Maya would call him, but Mr. Demon Prosecutor, sir. It's just like, it was very awkward. And then Abby, God bless Abby, wrote this amazing riff where Maya's like, but you're in there because of me. I have to do something. And Phoenix goes, okay, I need you to break me out of here. And Maya, too loudly, a jailbreak? Phoenix is like, yeah, tonight's our only chance. We're going to need a hacksaw, saw, a stepladder, ladder, and a getaway car. Can you drive? No, neither can I. Well, it was worth a shot. And then they get carried away. Great bit. No time, unfortunately, to have it, because to make it so it's Maya and Maggie are on their own, and then we have Phoenix and Edgeworth and Lana later. But yeah, I love that scene. There's some great bits.
Arrested. You're no longer a suspect.
What? But there's no
If you think
way,
Tam is
Mr.
long now, you ain't seen nothing.
In there because of me. I have to do something.
Maya tries to go back towards the cell. Maggie shakes her head sympathetically and pushes Maya gently towards the exit.
Sorry. Chief Prosecutor's orders.
There's another Chief Prosecutor's orders.
The scene shifts to another holding cell, where Phoenix...
Lana wasn't in this scene for a while.
Sky and Edgeworth.
Because it was sort of transitioning from the previous one.
Right.
And then I think it really helped not only to have Lana in it more and to connect it with the dossier, but also to make it so like Edgeworth can't be like as warm-hearted, maybe is not the right word, as nice as he wants to be while she's in the room.
If you hand it over to the department or tell us what you know,
I think Dom cut another one of my Lana spinnies. I think I had her turning from facing her back to Phoenix to facing forward. If I'm not misremembering, I haven't looked at my drafts in forever. But we do shamelessly use Lana spinnies wherever we think we can get away with it.
Sky turns away in annoyance.
Like here, yeah. I'm proud of how the now you're trying to get me to confess to something I didn't do. You've really changed. Like, you know, trial by fire, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a really solid summation of how Phoenix feels about Edgeworth in that moment. And I think that was my edit. When I went back and looked at some of the older scripts, I think that was, or I don't remember. It might have been me. Sometimes there's like, just like scene drafts where it's like Max's take on version 3.0 or something, but there might be a bit in there that I stole from an idea that someone had in the Discord chat earlier that I hadn't been put into a script until that point. The director's cut is 20 minutes of Sassy Phoenix, extra minutes of Sassy Phoenix, pretty much.
Just call me if he decides to talk.
Then exits.
I think we also had discussions about what nameplates to use for certain characters, Lana being one of them.
Right. In the script, she's labeled as Sky, as the single, and that.
I can still try to get you.
I think that was one of those things where I'm conscious, where it's like, I don't want to just refer to like all of the men with their last name and all of the women with their first name. That's kind of weird. And in the show we don't have Emma, so like there's only one Sky.
Think about it.
And
it's definitely one of those things where also like objection law does not default to that. So I think that one's a not change Dom had to make.
Right.
Same thing with Red White. I think there was also potentially I've seen he made some changes in there to get the name to display consistently how we wanted it to, but that was a point of discussion at some point of kind of like, hey, what do you guys intend? Like,
right. Like,
this is what you have in the script, but this is what objection law defaults to because the rise from the ashes.
Right.
Like, what do we actually want?
Like in the game, yeah, because I think because Red White, like the text box in the game is white.
Yes.
And we were like, it's already too confusing that there's a Mr. White and a Mr. Right. So we're just like, let's make it Phoenix and Red. Like, let's distinguish this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then here's What Have I Done? This was a big old team effort. Let me see. So this was an old Turnabout musical cut song that I think was originally Ari. It was like one of Ari's earliest songs. There was a version of it done, then revised and done by FF3 girl, Sarah Toronto. And Joel recorded a demo of it way back in 2008, like April 2008. And I heard it for the first time on the Turnabout Musical original soundtrack live stream in 2015. And I was like, this slaps, because I had seen the title of the song before on like a last.fm page, but I had never heard it because I didn't have access to any of that, to like that demo. And so when I heard it, I'm like, this is actually really sweet. This is a really cool like emotional moment in this part. Because I guess one of the major musical holes of the original Turnabout musical is it goes, you have Red, White, and You, and then the next song is I'll Be There. So the entire Red, White trial sequence has no music associated with it. We were like, I was like, that's something that we can fill in, right? Okay, Ari's saying, yeah, originally What Have I Done was her lyrics and melody, and then FF3 Girl made the instrumental because Ari didn't think she could and begged her to. Aw. Yeah, but anyway, Joel and I were like, this is a really sweet song. So one of the very first things that we did for TAAAM was, let's put What Have I Done back in the show. I was kind of inspired by, in the 1998 revival of Cabaret, they brought back the song I Don't Care Much, which was originally written for, originally written with the rest of the show, but was cut, like, back in the 60s. And then they, like, retooled it and, like, put it in a very, like, interesting moment in the show. And so I was kind of inspired by that. Like, oh, we could do that, basically, with What Have I Done? Like, restore this old cut song in a new way. And I think what cracked the case was when we figured out to make it a distance duet between Phoenix and Maya. And I think it was already that case when Liv came on board. I think Shink and I had already written a draft. And Shink for a while was working on a version of the music, like the instrumental track. That was really good. It was like basically like a little over the first half of it was all was all Joel's music. And it was really good. And then I think Liv added in this opening verse with Phoenix, the price of failure motif, which then comes back in Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth. Yeah, Liv says on her own side of development, she was trying to write something here inspired by What Have I Done? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that all got rolled in. And then when Ari came back on board, we basically went to Ari and was like, this was your song originally, so go ahead and you know, do what you like with it. And so I think it was Ari who then condensed it, because originally we had a whole set that was Phoenix's part and then Maya's part, and then the Justice for All reprise and the ending being Phoenix and Maya singing together. And what Ari did, among many other things, was make it so Phoenix and Maya are singing together the whole way through. so it's a proper distance duet. Like they're both singing that first verse, and then adding in the expanded ending with the bits from like the lyrics and the bits from August Day and Make It Right and Fight Like a Fey, or the Head Up Back Straight motif. So anyway, and it turned out awesome, and I think people really love this song, and I'm so glad that we revived it in such a wonderful way. Liv says Edgeworth's perspective through Act 1, yeah, it was a big point of discussion. The meddling is super obvious, and with the changing defendants, he can't pretend he has a perfect case anymore. Yeah, true. Yeah, the ending was so good. I was like, ah! And then I gotta say, the moment that Kate and I were together in Minneapolis on our Turnabout Samurai trip, when the first mix came back with Ren and MJ performing the song, and Kate and I were literally holding on to each other for dear life, listening to just absolutely how incredible they sounded together. We were completely flabbergasted. Ugh. I still listen to it like over and over again. And yeah, Ari did a lot of like lyric tweaking here with Maya's part in the first half as well. Abby says that was how Lizzie and Abby felt with the Fight Like a Fey recording. Absolutely, for sure.
I was naive to think I'd ever rise to face what the future would bring. I thought that I could change the world, but I couldn't change a thing.
The whole change of world bit, which I put into Red, White, and You, taken from here. And then at one point it was in August Day as well. This line for Maya was a late one because we were still trying, when I originally wrote it, I was still trying to think of it in the light of like the Misty storyline, where she was like actually thinking maybe her mother was a fraud. But like that didn't end up happening. Hi Roof. Yes, Ren and MJ hype. They're so good. And so this was like, I think the last line that we figured out, like what should Maya actually say here? And, we now tied it into the arc phrase or idea of like Faye's running away, right? Which comes in with Fight Like a Fey and so on. So how could I even help? I'm not. And then there's the pause. Sis. And we kept joking. It's like, we gotta make sure that she's not saying, I'm not cis, as in I'm not cisgender. I mean, there would be no problem if she was not cisgender, but that's not what we're trying to get across right in that moment.
The Lily Magatama was another thing that was like, oh, the script says this. How are we going to do that? And then also, for whatever reason, my brain is just like, oh, remember when Joel made this beautiful black spotlight background for us? Yeah, that background that you see all the time that's just black. That's Joel. That's all Joel. And we just shamelessly use it everywhere.
It's good. I mean, it's like that's the whole like idea of ultimately this is a stage production, done as an audio drama, released as an online animation.
Exactly. It's kind of like one of those things where he happened to make it in such a way that it was just perfect for all these other moments. Even though I don't know how much of that he was aware of at the time, because I think he started it for like August Day.
Mm-hmm. Right, but I love the idea. It's literally it's like the blackout on the stage and just the single spotlight, right? Like that's what it is meant to evoke. This was Meekins for a long time until we cut Meekins out and then had to make it Maggie. And like I recorded a track back in like 2019 of me as Meekins going like,
There's no need to yell, sir.
And then that just stayed in the demos for like 3 years. So yeah, so originally, like what Ari said earlier, What Have I Done was cut because there were too many Justice for All reprises through the show. But I like that in this one, it's reprising a part that doesn't get reprised elsewhere.
What have I
And it's not complete, right? Because they haven't reached that point in the journey, which is why they say, I won't forget what you were fighting for. Because it's about living up, it's about like fulfilling Mia's mission, not truly about understanding what you fight for yet, right? So it's a triumphant moment, but it's not a fully complete character, like your story arc is not finished.
I can save the day.
I'm alright, I'm okay was also a newer addition from the updated Fight Like a Fae, because originally it was just like said, I'll fight like a fae.
Yeah, it's also kind of fun from editing point of view, because I was on the Maya track. Basically, any song that had multiple parts that I could, I was staying with Maya. Someone else timed Phoenix. I was timing Maya. Because iMovie just has its limitations as well. But it's just really cool and really fun.
Also, we flipped a couple times, I think, the Phoenix and Maya harmony here. Like, at some point, Phoenix was singing the higher part and Maya was singing the lower part, and at some point it was different. So that got tweaked a little bit toward the end there. Just in performance.
Scene 7. The next morning. Everyone but Edgeworth is in place in the courtroom. Phoenix and Maya talk quietly to each other.
Thanks for coming to help me, Maya.
I don't know much about defending, but you were there for me, Mr. Wright, so I'll be here for you too.
Edgeworth enters, causing them to straighten up. The judge bangs his gavel.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss
Oh,
Maya
another interesting thing. So at some point, I went through the script and I made sure every time that the judge says things like court is now in session or court is adjourned or whatever, like that was all consistent all of the time. Like, it's not like sometimes he says this court is adjourned and sometimes he says court is adjourned, or, you know, like I always made sure that was consistent. And one of the things I did was I added the like honorific at the beginning. So it's always Mr. Larry Butts or Mr. Miles Edgeworth or Miss Maya Fey, right? I don't know why. It probably would make things flow a little bit better if you took those out. So I guess you could. I just made that decision and then it stuck.
Close.
There's a great delivery here by Eric, though, that I paused halfway through. Of the Maya
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, are you electing to defend yourself?
I am.
Then this young lady is...
Maya Fey, Your Honor. Sir, I'm...
She's my co-counsel in this trial, Your Honor.
Yes, co-counsel.
She holds up her hand for a high five. Phoenix
The
reciprocates.
ASP dynamic inspired high five, for sure. This trial went through a lot of changes. We spent a long time trying to figure out lots of different pieces in it. Ultimately, because for a few reasons. One, there aren't that many contradictions you can use. So if you want to make sure that everyone's having a piece in this, like, you know, like at some point it was like Edgeworth pointed out this one contradiction and Maya pointed out this other one and Phoenix literally didn't do anything. At some point it was like Edgeworth was too nice through the whole thing and was like still kind of on the hesitant to like fully believe Red White all the way through. And then we dialed the asshole back up a little bit because he was a little too nice. I do like, or too mean. Well, is that why that bit got cut? So coming up, in a sec, I'll bring up a fun bit that we cut, which was I think one of our favorite bits until we cut it. But yeah, we saved time having Edgeworth and Gumshoe tag team the exposition at the beginning, so it's not like a proper Gumshoe testimony. And then the song went through a few different versions. So we'll get there in a sec. But this was a tough scene to work out all of the moving pieces.
I didn't do it.
It was a time confusion for new audiences thing. I see.
Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement.
Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. Nothing else.
You
is
said the
required.
Von Karma thing. Wow.
Detective.
Gumshoe rushes excitedly to the center of the courtroom, showing off the evidence as
Showing off the
Edgeworth
evidence.
talks,
Allow the Price is Right. I think that's literally a carryover from the stage directions from the animation screenplay. Shout out to them.
From a single blow to
I
the
don't know. All I know is
The
it
murder
was
weapon
one
was a
that it
crude
was like,
miniature
yep,
recreation of
okay.
the
Gumshoe places the thinker on the defense's bench.
Detective Gumshoe was among the first responders on the scene.
We found the deceased and 2 others when we arrived. Maya Fey and the defense attorney, Harry
This
Potts.
part I was like, we need the delivery to be just like it was in ASP because it was really funny. There was at one point the there was at one point the joke that was like, we found 2 people, Maya Fey and the defense attorney, Phoenix wrong, and Phoenix is like, that's right. Oh, thanks, pal. Anyway, we immediately arrested Maya Fey. I kind of miss it. That was you,
In
yeah.
the victim's blood.
The crowd murmurs in confusion.
Of course, our investigation later concluded that the message in blood was written.
The Price is
and
Right. Oh, that was
planted
You
by the
Live.
true
I thought for a
culprit,
second I thought that was
Phoenix Wright, in an attempt to
remember
frame
where-
the poor girl.
I guess so, yeah.
Fortunately, we were able to arrest him once he was
Yeah,
identified.
I'm not obviously I'm not gonna remember everything
Maggie escorts it.
after like 4.5 years of this. There was a bit here that was like, Phoenix is like, but there's no proof I wrote that message. And Gumshoe says, yeah, so who did, pal? And Phoenix is like, it could have been Mia herself. It says that like she lived several minutes after the killing blow. And Edgeworth goes, what are you talking about, right? I have the autopsy report right here that says it was done immediately after she died and says that she died immediately from blunt force trauma. And he's like, what about that second autopsy you commissioned? And Edgeworth's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What possible reason could I have had to commission a second autopsy? So it's just this silly moment of like, after moving the autopsy thing to the investigation day, doing the double reverse autopsy the next day once the evidence no longer matched up. And he's trying to make it match Red's testimony. I think I remember Ari really liked that bit. I don't remember who wrote it. I think that might have been Joel. That was really good though. But again, you don't need it.
Totally blinged out red white to the witness stand.
Please state your name and occupation and tell us what happened.
Red White, CEO of Blue Corp.
But my friends call
And
me
may I
Blanco
say that
Nino.
it's so good to see you again, Your Honor. I trust we're still on for our meeting next
It's
week.
an old line.
Oh, yes, sir.
This is bad.
Now, let's see. I was perusifying my latest children's book, Red White's Excellent
Shout out to ASP
Adventure,
who actually
when
made
I
the cover
glanced
for Red
outside
White's
and
Excellent
saw the
Adventure.
whole grotesque affair take place in the building across the street.
Hold it. What made you look out the window?
That's from the original
Why,
animation
the
screenplay.
cacophony sounds of the shattering glass
Okay, so at
lampstand.
this point,
You
the
must have
whole
knocked
left-right
harmless Maya
contradiction
into it during your
we cut out.
pursuit.
Phoenix bangs his desk, points straight at Red, and yells
Just for
at the top
time.
of his voice.
Objection!
Everyone turns to Phoenix in surprise. He points to a diagram of the
So
office.
he's like,
Look at the floor plans.
yeah,
of
look at the
famed
floor
Cold Law
plans.
offices. Mr. White,
There's no way you
couldn't
could have
seen
seen
light stand from
the light
outside the window.
stand.
The only way
There
you
was
could
also a
have
bit
known
where
it
he's
was there
like,
is if you were
oh,
standing inside the office.
I saw
This
it.
is
It
no
was
time
clearly
for
a light
jokes.
stand. And it's like, no, there's no way you would know that from the broken pieces. Like, we cut that out too, because you don't really need it.
Edgeworth's eyes widen slightly. as
And
the
because
crowd
we only
begins
had
to
the one
shout.
contradiction to point out, we just gave it to Phoenix, because otherwise he doesn't do
Several
anything in the show. If we gave that to Maya, as we did originally.
Mr. White?
Mr. Edgelord.
Won't you call a
Classic red
recess
white
for
line.
me?
Here we go. Red white adieu. Red white adieu. So, we always knew that we wanted a music in the red white trial. When it was just Joel and I, we wrote the Red White and You reprise, which was the Mia's refrain. And like, that was great and we needed that, right? And then we were thinking, this trial would probably go a lot better, a lot more smoothly if we could make a song, right? Like, turn this into a song. And so I think it was mostly Joel and Liv worked together on a Red, White, and You reprise, like, concept that was just doing a lot of tweaks to like the Red, White, and You instrumental with like new lyrics and new parts. Liv actually wrote this really sick like 3-part counterpoint that I remember between Phoenix and Red and Edgeworth. That's really, really cool. And there's another bit that was taken, that was like the second, it was like taken from the Keeping the Peace kind of thing, trying to get him to take the deal, right? All of that baked in, but then it was pretty like loosely held together, because it was always kind of just like a concept where it was like we could come up with an instrumental for this or mess around with it. Abby, when we first gave the the script that we had back when we first sent it to Abby for notes, like way before she joined the main team, had the idea of turning the Samurai Always Wins into the Red White Trial song. And the lyrics were really cool and really good. At the time, I wasn't totally sold on the idea because we only had access to the existing instrumental tracks. And so it was like, I don't know if it would make sense to have the samurai motif be the Red White song, right? Like in isolation, I'm like, I get it. It would be so cool, but we don't have the musical capability to do it yet, right? And then when Abby ended up joining the team, that idea came back to the surface basically, and they worked, and the Ern Smashers worked on Red, White, and You now, which is by removing the samurai motifs and replacing them with other things, and then the Keeping the Peace bit from Liv's Keeping the Peace bit from that original Red, White, and You reprise, which I think we also called like Red, White, and Two, Red, White, and Truth. We tried some different names for it. That still stuck basically in the song. That's the existing part, and then the rest of it got built around Samurai Always Wins. Abby says Abby was inspired to use the samurai music by Liv's reworking of The Way Things Were reprise into what became Nothing to Remain, which is awesome. That's so sick. I did not know that. Okay, let's check out Red, White, Adieu. And I'm so glad this happened, by the way, because like once the music and everything, like I was sold, and it is a hit. So it all worked out for the best. People love Red, White, Adieu.
What? I do believe it's time.
And Hunter obviously did an awesome job. Again, as someone who did not have any prior knowledge of Ace Attorney or Turnabout musical, coming in and basically having to do the Cody rap, right? One more detail. In the original pre-script, like before this, we had Red be the one who had the idea that he went in to do the wiretapping, and then part of giving Edgeworth a bit more of his assholery back is having him, like in the game, be the one to suggest it, and then Red pick up on the idea. What were you going to say, Wendy?
Red, White, Adieu, I want to say is among some of Ruth's early drafts. I know she did a lot of like the really hard songs first, so like Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth and Red, White, Adieu, I think, were some of her first few ones. So because she just loved the song and was so excited about it that she was like, mine.
It's really awesome. I remember Abby asking, like, at what point did you realize what was happening? Like that it was a Samurai Always Wins. And it was it was this line, so away I go off to Faye and Co, because I recognized the tippy tapaphone. I was like, okay, I see. Yes.
I'm to understand that you're an honest businessman. Your story is this.
Ultimately, like in terms of like additional music and lyrics and stuff, like this was a bit of an all hands on deck as far as I'm aware. Like there's lots of little bits that are taken from the contributions from Ari and Kate and Lizzie. Yeah, we wanted to surprise people so bad. Yeah, there was a I thought about one of the stretch goals was releasing like a top secret song to the backers if we reached a certain threshold, and we didn't know whether to do Fight Like a Fae or Red White Adieu. Like that was it was between the two of them basically. And we ended up picking Fight Like a Fae to release early. And so this was a complete surprise for everyone. This bit here that they took out the samurai motif and they replaced it with 600,000 volts. That was Kate, I believe, who did that. Which is so sick, because I don't think it's like super obvious that it's 600,000 volts, but it works so perfectly.
Close and yet so far. How can we bring this murderer down? If Mia were here, she would turn this whole thing around.
I'm sure the judge, the little nudge, says I would never lie.
Oh, no.
And he won't offend my dear old friend, the head cop on a sky.
Seriously?
I know them well, so you can tell you're sorry.
Shout out to Try. Shout out to Samurai Always Wins.
What I say is true. Now you see the power of what a rat can do for you.
Well, Mr. Wright, this testimony is compelling. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
You fought admirably.
Here's the bit. Oh, we're gonna meet our friend.
Mr. Wright!
It's our friend.
Yay!
You want to talk about this one?
Yeah, so side effects of us not knowing that the video was getting released at the same time as the audio drama until like less than a month before. We had to kind of rush putting together Act 1 and polishing it. And so despite the fact that he promised us he wouldn't, Nom stayed up all night putting everything together.
Yep.
And so in order, especially for the songs, in order to get the mouse to even remotely close, because when I do my initial drafts, what you will see is you will see characters belting with their mouths shut, like everywhere. That is all over the place. And so Dom and Joel, our gumshoes, with the fancier editing programs, would fix all of that kind of stuff as well. And so this is one of those side effects of how Dom was fixing things. Somehow this one slipped through the cracks, probably because Dom did not sleep that night. He was up all night putting everything together. There were literally times where we thought he was asleep because he wasn't answering us. And so this is just one of those whoopsie-dipsies. We're humans. And and then we made a meme out of it because what else are you going to do?
Yeah. And I think it's important, like a lot of us, because of like how quick the turnaround was on Dom's thing, like we did not see the full Act 1 video before the premiere, basically. So a lot of those live chat reactions are live, where I'm like, it's me as the PWMP, me as the TAAAM YouTube account being like, yo, this is so cool. That's literally just because I had never seen it up to that point. Kate is saying, Kate replaced the samurai motifs. Lizzie did the original piano vocal transcription and the orchestration. Ari did the opening bit and the ensemble parts. Liv did the keeping the peace section. And also, looking at my script, Danny Paparosi, I think, did, like, was it Danny Paparosi who did the Phoenix Mia harmony? I think. But he's also credited on here. No, that was you. Danny did something. I don't know what Danny did. He did something. Ari will remind us, probably.
You knew your fate, but you
Danny helped out with some ensemble harmony. Okay, cool.
Face the might of the prosecutor. There's more at play here than passion or wit. No acquittal will ever impede my perfection. It's the life I must.
No, I'm not finished yet.
That's right, Phoenix. Never give up.
Mia, Phoenix, it's me. Believe in yourself.
It's just Mia now.
I made this way longer when I introduced the dossier stuff. Or like the to describe what's happening only really worked visually, so I had to put in a ton of stage directions here. And like we said earlier, this is like the only time
Yeah.
really in Act 1 that we ended up putting the stage directions into a song.
So actually, I think I was the one who did the video draft of Red, White, and You, and I want to say at some point, some of these stage direction or red, white line were literally sped up to like 800 something %, like just to fit in timing. And that was before we had the version with Max adding in things, and it was like that weird, like you could tell we didn't know what to do with it. Where we're like, we need it, because otherwise it's a little hard to tell what's going on, but also we don't have time for this.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of back and forth on that. And I have some weird versions of Red, White, and You in on my computer because of that. But this one was definitely one of those chaotic. What do we do? How do we do this? Oh look, new version! Huzzah!
Yeah. Exactly. And in terms of the writing, like, we have to both get across the Maya receipt thing and also now the dossier inside the thinker. So I hope it's not too back and forth, like, going off here. Phoenix is a smart cookie, and he holds up the receipt with Maya facing Mia so he can actually read what's written on the back without Mia having to tell him, flip over the receipts. So he's a bit more of a smart cookie. And then Mia can focus on doing the stuff that only she knows.
Wait a minute. This means...
Mia manages to pop open the bottom of the thinker and pulls out a wadded bunch of papers headed by a list of
And I was like, it has to be a bunch of papers, but the list of names has to be there because Phoenix is also reading some of it. So it's also headed by a list of names.
Who's put by the woman next to Phoenix but can't quite understand why.
You know what to do, right? Let's
I hope it wouldn't come across too clunky on stage, but I think that would work. He had it set to M for Maya, yeah. He should have had it set to W for White.
I'm ready to declare a verdict.
Hold it! Your Honor, I have just one more question to ask a witness. Mr. White, could you read the front of this receipt for me?
I suppose...
There was a part here that was kind of a half carryover from the old Red, White, and You reprise. That was like an objection song riff here that I went back and listened to actually, and I'm like, you know what? This was actually kind of sick. At the time, it was like a bit like musically disconnected from the rest of it, like the Samurai Always Win stuff, but it kind of slaps. It was like, Mr. White, you saw the stand 1 week ago, correct? Yes, I saw it clear as day. What else would you expect? Then it's Mia. The witness is clearly lying. Edgeworth, how would you prove he lied? Then Phoenix, you know what Red can do for me? You can read the other side. It was pretty cool. But I think this is probably a little bit cleaner.
Adam, 1 glass light stand.
Here we got our second half of our Samurai Always Wins.
And the date, Mr. White?
Mr. White. Date of purchase.
Now, remind me, did we actually have, like, a did we have a second Phoenix verse during the final counterpoint? Like, that would go underneath Edgeworth? I think we did have that written at one point, and then cut it for, like, audibility. Yeah, we had the full thing written out. Whew! Yeah.
I do remember I was told specifically the time Red's part, and I just lost Hunter for like the last few lines. I just could not hear the man.
Yeah.
And that was fun being told to time something. But like, where did Hunter go? I know he's here. I've lost Hunter.
Right. We definitely erred on the side of mixing the names much higher in the mix in the last part, because those are the people that paid $100 to hear their name in the show each.
And I love that, but also
yeah,
a hearing impaired person trying to find Hunter in the chaos did not go super well
for sure
at the last few lines. So I'm like, sorry, Dom.
You just kind of and I think it also it does work for dramatic effect at some point where it's the crowd and it's drowning out his rambling. So artistically, I suppose you could say that still kind of works.
All right. Piece of paper. I don't care. Red White's got the demon there who'll do anything to win.
So you can hope that you can try.
I really like Edgeworth's verse here. I like the turn that into save your life, turn from your blind ideals. I think that's really sick. And I mean, the whole red-white verse is awesome. Good job, Abby. And thank you for keeping the gun that fires sharks. So, these names. So the first, okay, so we've got the crowd, and they're singing the part that was in Samurai Always Wins, was like the Will Powers theme, or the Will Powers' verse for the first half. And then they do their own thing in the second half, which was riffing on Trial by Fire / What He Deserves. The names listed out here are, the first 8 are all original Turnabout musical project heads and various like department heads, right? So we have Matthew Toronto. I missed what the second one. Hold on. Why do I have to go back and look at this? I should know this. Where is it? Okay, it was Matthew Toronto, Matt Furda. So Matthew Toronto, Triforce Bun, who was the primary songwriter, like lead songwriter. Matt Furda, Plankton, who was another lead songwriter, and at one point was Edgeworth. Lucila Lasvia, who was the project head for a long time, and the OST Maya Fey, who also contributed to some script editing and music. Sarah Toronto, FF3 girl, one of the other major songwriters, and also the lead script writer. Matt DiCarlo, who I think did work on like some mixing stuff. He was the soundtrack Edgeworth, and was like an admin on the forum. Lizard Lee, who was one of the other script writers and did a little bit of music stuff and was also an admin. Amy Garrett, likewise, an admin who did stuff for the script. And Lizard Lee was Belinda. Amy was originally Payne, but then also played Red, White, and the Bailiff in Turnabout Musical Live. Shawnee Carter, who was an admin who I think was mostly on the like the art side of things, but also did like the kazoo instrumental for the Rookie Killer. And then we have Justin Briner, who was a very old project head, Grossberg, and wrote some songs. And then the rest of the names that we put in here, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The other 8 names are the 8 people who paid $100 for the Red, White, and You tier on the Indiegogo. Which, thank you very much, as always, for helping to pay our cast members a lot more money. And in the public version of the script that we have we replaced those names. Like, you can still use those if you want, but we replaced those names with the 8 members of the Maya Fey Protection Squad. So we've got Joel, me, Liv, Abby, Kate, Ari, Diana, and Lizzie. And you can use those names, or you can use your own, like, inside joke names of your own production team. You guys are, anyone who does that production is given the option. Abby says Ari repeated the Will Powers melody in the crowd has a few times in Act 2, like in Trial by Fire, and it was him, I think is what that is. Yeah, that's really sick. Or, yeah, yep, that's it. You got it.
Aaron Long, Rick Smith, Rebecca Chang, Amanda Tam, Marcus Grossberg.
Shout out to Oops All Grossbergs. That's right. At one point in the script, that the last part of that was just everyone who played Grossberg at some point. When we had the names going through the whole counterpoint. Yeah. That was fun.
Edgeworth snatches the front page.
Because it ends with Marvin Grossberg, right? And this, I hope this comes across well, because we pay it off in the DL6 revealed scene in Act 2, where Edgeworth agrees to let Phoenix defend him. where this is basically the moment where he realizes that, like, Grossberg, who he knows is the defense attorney of DL6, and who he, indirectly blames for, part of the reason why he became a prosecutor is he let, the only one who could have done it go free, right? So this is him, like, from a motivation point of view, this is where Edgeworth shifts in the trial from just being, take the deal, anything to win, to now, like, Red White needs to go to jail.
Red's guilt.
And it's not immediately obvious why that's the motivation in Act 1, because you don't know the whole story yet, but that is the reasoning.
Continue in this state. How's about we call it quits for today?
Why, Mr. White? So you have time to make this evidence disappear? Maybe make me disappear too?
Edgeworth looks up at Phoenix, the judge, the crowd, and Red in turn. He looks lost.
Your Honor, Mr. White's guilt is obvious. Every day he goes free is another day people suffer at his
I'm a little sad we didn't end up finding a place to put. That was objectionable. I tried to fit it in a few times in a few different
I'm afraid
places.
I must honor our request for an extension in this case.
The crowd is outraged at this.
Objection!
Maybe you could throw in the. I was hoping to come up with something while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
The only individuals here who have
I don't know who wrote this. Like someone in the Red White Ado hive mind team figured out this motivation for Edgeworth to end the trial.
Is inclined to agree.
Like the only people who can call a recess are myself and Mr. Wright. I don't know who wrote that, but it was really good. Abby, yay! Just make up courtroom rules. Just make stuff up to get us through.
Your Honor.
And here we have
Prosecution.
Red, White, and You reprise as Joel and I wrote it, or it's revised and improved. But this was our vision for the song, right? Abby tweaked some of these lyrics way back when, and then Diana added the Mia miasma riff.
Did what? Hit Miss Maya with the thinker.
And you guys figured out how to do the guilties with the crowd.
Case closed, Your Honor.
It is. It's so cool. It's so cool. The first time I heard Lauren's delivery of the "did what?" I literally replayed it like 200 times. It was so cool. Shout out to Lauren. Shout out to Hunter. Shout out to Ren.
I see no reason to prolong this trial further. I pronounce the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
The crowd cheers, tossing up confetti, and begins to file out, chatting excitedly. Mia slumps behind.
So we don't have Edgeworth explicitly say unnecessary feelings, because the original Turnabout musical didn't. And I guess this is still kind of, directly descended from that. But it is still the title of this part of the underscore.
Prompting Phoenix to look up and get his attention before he storms out of the courtroom.
Edgeworth.
Edgeworth stops, but does not turn around.
I don't know exactly what happened today, but...
You're right.
He spins around to glare at Phoenix.
I think this was originally... Like, Liv wrote this version of it originally?
These feelings you've burdened me with.
Like, as the dialogue, I mean?
Don't.
Because this is Abby's underscore.
Don't ever show your face to me again.
Edgeworth exits. Maya stays awake.
Yeah, Abby won the longest song title with this. That's the one that we measured the song title box with. Unnecessary feelings / Yo Nick Maya here.
Thanks to you.
I think it's... Oh, thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
He offers a hand.
Yeah, Dom specifically did that. He had to find the longest one, so that way they could all be the same size. And
That's what your friends call you.
there's a lot of details that Dom thought about and took care of. And made the rest of our lives easier.
I think Unnecessary Feelings, Yo Nick and Maya here is literally just a case of like, that was the temp name that we just never bothered to change. And, because for a while there were like some other thoughts where it was like, I'm not sure how much of this underscore is going to make it. And then we were like, okay, this is the one that we're using. What else was I thinking? Oh, the scene where Maya calls Phoenix Nick for the first time. Originally was earlier in the trial when Maya points out the contradiction. The judge would be like, that was a very astute observation, Miss, who are you again? And she's like, Maya Fey. And then that's the moment where she like stands out. She's like, I'm Nick's co-counsel. And I thought that was always a really fun way to have like her like stand out and decide to call him Nick for the first time then. But with the course of cutting out that contradiction and moving the introduction earlier, that just didn't end up happening. Yo Nick, Maya here is a line from the game where she stops calling him Mr. Right. Really? Oh, that's right. Because she's like, Nick, let me try it out. Yo, Nick, Maya here. Aw, I love that. I didn't even realize that. That's so awesome. So it's 2 lines from the game that we don't actually have in the show, but are in the song title. That's sweet.
Later that day, at the Fey
Speaking of sweet things,
it is still a mess from the night of the murder. Phoenix and Maya.
We gotta have Charlie turned back over. I always like this idea because like it's kind of awkward. I always thought it was a little bit awkward in previous Turnabout musical scripts where Maya just like faints and then like Phoenix just has to like carry her into the next scene and then she wakes up and then there's the whole thing. So it's like just have her wake up earlier and then just open on them like cleaning up. I thought that was cute. Did you have a thought, Wendy?
I did. I remember, and it's one of those things when you saw the like live chat, you're like, darn it, I should have gone with this. I remember in my draft for the I'll water Charlie line, having Maya over so you could still see Charlie. Nom moved her back to center. And then when I saw the live chat, love for Charlie, I was like, dang it, I should have just moved her back over.
Potted plant upright.
This was also wrapping up the dossier plot by basically making it so Phoenix is like, well, Mia didn't not tell me this because I was a dumbass. It's because she wanted to keep me safe.
She told me about it because she didn't want to put me in danger.
Yeah. You still risked the death penalty to help me. And sis, I'll always be grateful to you for that.
I like this bit of putting the dossier back on the shelf because that's the one thing in the original game where that's still missing. Like the big part of the shelf is still gone, right? And I think even the original Turnabout musical script draws attention to it when like Maya's cleaning up. She's like, geez, there's just like a whole section missing here. And like nothing comes about with that. So I was like, let's fill that hole, literally.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
And then here we have I'll Be There. I think, honestly, I'll Be There has the record for like the song that changed the least.
In the office?
From the original Turnabout musical, the TAAAM. Like, it is functionally perfect as it was. We changed Since Mia Passed On to When Mia Passed On because one of our super early readers pointed that out as something where it's like, it's only been like a day, so it's maybe like saying Since Mia Passed On feels a little weird. But besides that, like, like the structure of the lyrics, I think are all basically identical. Although the new arrangement and the new key is gorgeously done by Lizzie. Also, the What Couch was stolen from ASP. We always had classic What Lawn. We added the What Couch from ASP because that was a perfect addition. Oh, Abby also edited Someone Who I Could Rely On instead of what was it, Someone That I Could Rely On? Yeah. Yeah.
I remember using Mia ASP's Maya's performance for a lot of my sprite choices for this song, just because I'm like, I could see the body like
before you even heard MJ's take on it, you used Mia Breckenridge Scott's performance as Maya.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, because there's a few moments that I think both Ruth and I kind of pulled from previous version because we didn't have like Ren, MJ, and this version, and so we're making educated guesses based on the script and what they might do, and sometimes we were right, and sometimes we were very wrong. And so there was a lot of fun with that as well.
Apparently Jack says Jack helped Lizzie a bit with changing the key if Lizzie used their chord sheet. Yeah. And this was to best match like MJ and Ren's like range. I think the original probably was a little bit too high.
I'm not gonna sleep here.
But the original I'll Be There also had a few different keys that it was written in and that they pitched. Eating all your food was like
there is one other reason.
one of those things I grabbed onto as a kid, listening to. It was like one of Lucia Lobosvia's old Maya demo where she did that, and I was like, I'm stealing that for the rest of my life. Yeah, I'll Be There. It's got to be the Butts and Reawakening were the ones that didn't change structurally. We reorchestrated them anyway because we'd done every other song. Yeah, exactly.
The truth is, when we passed on, I felt.
At some point, though, we tried to like add me. Do you remember when we tried to add Mia's note into this and made it like a whole letter? Oh, and Huka Gregory Edgeworth, yeah. We literally wrote a whole like Mia letter for them to read out, and like Mia would come on stage and read it. And then I don't know. I guess we just didn't need it. I remember like what was the plot thread that we had that we wrote that for? Because the note that Maya is reading here is the one that she's also seeing in the park in like what have I done? A small little detail.
Make sure you give everything.
That's in the. I think that's more apparent in the stage directions in the script than in the video.
Now just sign right here on the line.
Yeah, tie up the feelings from Fight Like a Fair.
Watch your back. Don't despair, I'm behind you.
If I need a tight one,
or I need a brat, I'll know just where to find you.
This is awesome. I'm so glad that everyone's here to like give all this input, because I remember stuff, but I don't remember that much. Yep, it had "You taught me what it means to fight like a fae," and then the postscript is "Take care of Phoenix for me." At some point, I also wrote in the bit that's like Mia putting her hand on top from Turnabout Musical Live and doing that third riff on the top. That was in the earlier scripts, and then basically after ASP, we added that like in the script. I think the way they did it in ASP, where Maya runs in and gives him a big old hug, we stole that because it's like the best thing to ever happen in existence.
Yeah. I remember like being like, why don't we have more characters hugging sprites? We don't have any. And also, I think it was Michiu or someone in the fan server being like, I'll die if they use this, and I'm sitting here being like, oh, you bet I used it. Like, who do you take me for? Like,
Yeah.
And I couldn't say anything, and I just remember being like, yes, we are here to punch you in the feels. The Maya Fey Protection Squad punch you in the feels, the actor don't punch you in the feels, and we cause are just here to try and help that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Last song of Act 1. We made it. Decree. Oh God, Decree. So, for a long time, we didn't touch Decree, basically. Like, we did a few. We had, at some point, we still had the Make It Right bit at the front. We had the scene of basically, we always had the scene of Von Karma, like, chewing out Edgeworth. But we did it in different ways. The earliest drafts was like explicitly very sort of angry and like biting, and he's insulting him and saying he'll always be. I mean, it's the same thing I guess that what he ends up saying in this is that you'll always be cursed with the blood of your pathetic father. But it was like a lot more angry. He's like, I did believe you would be the finest heir to the Von Karma line, and then we were like. Now it seems you've been nothing more than a colossal waste of my time. I did have that in at some point. And then he was all shaken, and then Gumshoe comes in and is like, hey, are you all right? And he's like, leave me alone, detective. So that became that whole thing. And then Decree, basically, as it was. And then the Urn Smashers got a hold of it, and we really spent a lot of time thinking through, like, decree structure, what we're trying to say with Edgeworth's story arc, and basically we ended up, and like Abby, I think, is the one who wrote the original version of the new Edgeworth Von Karma scene. That's a lot more like restrained and has the letter, the freaking letter. But yeah, we spent a long time with like a billion different variations. And then, to be honest, I'm not sure we ever fully like came to a consensus. I think we kind of just stopped working on it for a bit, and then like the latest one that we tried stuck. But I don't have a problem with that. I think it turned out. I am happy with how it turned out. I'm just especially glad that like people were down for it, because it is a lot of really small changes and structures and stuff, and I was kind of worried about like a little bit about like, is it too different or is it too removed, that like people feel like it's lost like some of its original power in the process. But I have not really heard any complaints about it, so I think it's gone over well, and you know, Gav crushed it as would be expected. There were graphs at one point. That sounds about, yeah. That is exactly, yeah. Graphs of his emotional journey.
I won every case, but now I have been shamed and disgraced.
We have lots of spreadsheets. We have lots of graphs. Abby makes lots of charts. That's how we
have like several just by ourselves. I can't imagine what the rest of you all have.
But yeah, when you look at the credits for this song, it's like lyrics and music by Matthew Toronto, additional lyrics by literally everyone else. I think Lizzie is the only one credited not for anything like additional lyrics. Diana, I actually think, worked on this orchestral arrangement with Kate, and Lizzie and Kate did the piano vocal. There's some additional music in here added in from other motifs and game tracks. And here we have Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Here we have Von Karma. Zach Young. Shout out to Zach Young. So classic moment. We did actually have a conversation, like having to do with like the relationship between Edgeworth and Von Karma, and I won't get into you know, the details, but we wanted to be very intentional about like how we portrayed this relationship, especially because in TAAAM we really lean into the parenthood aspect of it, right? And all of the awful, icky, abusive things that come up as a result. We never intended to show any kind of physical abuse, right, from between Von Karma and Edgeworth. This slap was the result of basically just objection.lol staging. In the script, it's and in the sound effect, it's the stomp of Von Karma's cane standing up.
Yeah, and we originally had the stage direction that makes this clear that this is a cane stomp with the classic Von Karma snap, because that just made the most sense. Like, he would snap and stomp his cane at the same time. But because we ended up cutting those out, one of the things you don't realize is when you know it's supposed to be a cane stomp, you're like, oh wait, we did not realize side effects of that. Yeah. And also, Decree, I think, was the last one potentially. I think Red Wedding Ado and Decree were both taken by Joel because Dom was doing everything else. Mm-hmm. That, you know, it's kind of that when you know it's supposed to be one way and then all of a sudden you take those clarifications out, you're like, oh wait.
Yeah.
So that was a unintended surprise that we had.
Yeah, this was purely accidental. There were some pieces of, I remember it did inspire a few pieces of fan art, which was interesting. But yeah, this is not canon. So don't worry. Von Karma's abusive in other ways, but not this way. But I really love, but yeah, the way Abby like wrote and edited and condensed this scene was like really solid.
Taking you in when no one would, instructing you in the ways of perfection. I believed you would be the finest heir of the Von Karma legacy, but no. It is clear you will always be cursed with the blood of your pathetic, romanticist father. You may go.
You can see a little bit of him sitting back down there.
I said.
Yeah.
You may go.
Yeah, Dom was very intentional about like character heights in this scene, because he drafted this one.
Right.
Even though I've fallen, I can rise again.
Oh, we're getting to the part where Joel went off and had fun. It was great.
Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. This letter was a fun surprise. I think this was like this was a last minute Dom edition.
No, this was Joel.
This was Joel.
Yeah, this was Joel. Joel did Decree, and so Joel made the skinny letter, and it was delightful.
Yay! Throwback to Farewell My Turnabout. That was awesome. Shout out to Joel.
This will not be the end. I'll stoke a new fire.
Jackson, yeah, he mails it. Yeah, he mails it dramatically. That's the stage direction.
If the defendant is clearly guilty,
yeah.
my methods, however extreme.
Jack says this is such a fun song to sing though, and it sounds great up the octave. Right? Yes, Jack, our resident soprano Edgeworth. And then here we have Gumshoe.
Mr. Wright's not here anymore.
Ah, right.
Shout out to Dom. And we did get the Verily I Say Ergo in here.
Did you need something, Detective?
I was like, is this too silly? I don't know. I think Gumshoe just entering and being like, oh yeah, you're talking about Mr. Wright. It's like, no.
It wasn't your fault, sir. Mr. Wright was really innocent after all.
I do like the how can we know that of anyone?
You may go, Detective.
But Mr. Rich,
because he thinks ultimately he's.
All right.
He doesn't know if he's guilty or not. Sad.
Change your mind.
Also, I know Gav said the little that he added in there was inspired by William Hartnell's first Doctor from Doctor Who.
Yeah, Gav added a lot of little noises in that section. I had to keep revising it to accommodate all of Gav's Edgeworth theme all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, we changed Gumshoe's catchphrase to "You can trust me, pal." Yeah. For sure. We don't have a guy you can trust, but like that focus of Gumshoe's arc is absolutely there. And then here's the picture of anime Greg that makes everyone burst into tears.
Ever. Therefore, what was my role?
Also, nice music in the background here, if you are a fan of Investigations 2.
To condemn.
Wasn't someone like, are we gonna get copyright struck for having a still picture of anime Greg?
I feel like I remember that came up at some point.
It's like, I think we're fine. Yeah. I really like how moving this verse here before the last the chorus sounds really cool. Like, and I think it actually tracks better with the structure of the song. And like Edgeworth sort of like he has this like moment, this like ignored epiphany. I'm also very proud of how this line turned out. The original line was, "I sense Wright thinks I am blind. If I peered into his mind, then I'd be the one who's on trial." And we removed it to remove the reference to using like blind as a metaphor in this case. And I think the new line actually is better. but Wright tries to moralize, refusing to recognize that I'm not the one who is on trial. It's so good. Like, no matter, like, even if I'm to do a version of non-TAAAM Turnabout musical, it's like one of those lines that's like replaced the original in my mind. Even though TAAAM is not a replacement of the original. I always want to stress that, but that line I will never. Yeah. And then changing this to Peace and Order, which is Mia's second verse, right? Because the I fight for truth, I fight for justice doesn't get reprised until Justice for All reprised. So reprising different things. And then the ending with the chorus coming in. This was Kate. Kate absolutely served with this. It's like built around the DL6 theme, and it's absolutely incredible. And then shout out to Gav for nailing the high note that I still cannot. Maybe, sort of. I'm almost there. I will get there.
Blackout. During the blackout, we hear a single gunshot.
I don't remember whose idea it was to put the true murder gunshot and splash before the intermission, right? To denote like the 25-minute gap, it said, quote unquote. But I think it was before the Urn Smashers came on board. I can't remember. I have to look through the script again to see when it happened. But yay! Also, this music. I love this music. 25-minute intermission. Okay, so we have been streaming we have been streaming for yeah, the gap was an accident. I don't remember who originally did who originally thought to put the gunshot at the end. It might have been us to try to replace it might have been like a reference to like, because ASP ends Act 1 with the gunshot and then Edgeworth, coming on stage. And then, that's the cliffhanger before the intermission. I think we were trying to pay tribute to that, but part of me feels like it might have come up earlier than that? I'm not sure. Anyway, this credits theme is absolutely amazing. Like, both of them. The turnabout songs into 3/4 is just, it's so lovely, and a lot of them turn out so well. Hi, Kate.
Abby and Liz totally spoiled us with both of them.
For sure. Yeah, Ari, I know. I don't know what you expected. But anyway, we are, for the sake of everyone here, we are going to take an intermission before coming back and streaming and doing the Act 2 watch along. So I think probably the best way to do it is to literally do like a 25-minute intermission, because I know I want to go eat some food, so I can just put up a stream and then say, we'll be back at like 4:30 p.m. maybe, if people will still be around and willing to jump back in for that. That would be great. Okay, awesome. When I move to the BRB screen, I'll like change the text and I'll throw that up. But for now, do we have any other thoughts about Act 1? Ari did the credit sequences for the rolling credits for Acts 1 and 2. Shout out to Ari. TAAAM good. Yeah, I agree. I know, Kate, you just came in and it's like, we're gonna take a break. But it's good to see you, Kate. It was a bloody battle with Premiere. I remember you kept checking, you kept asking us like, is this scroll length okay? And we're like, yeah. Like, I don't think it was ever, maybe you just showed us ones that were already like super good, but like, I don't think the scroll length was ever an issue on this end.
Yeah, I don't think us cards even really saw it, Ari's battle with it. We just knew it showed up. Right. And we were like, sweet. And then I think Nom put it in. Or Joel, one of the two of them. I don't know. The gumshoots do their thing. I just know that eventually Dom did the final version of Act 1 and Joel did that too. So.
Yeah. Roof says red white sprites are the worst. Thankfully, Hunter's amazing performance made up for it. Absolutely.
We have like a tier list, not officially a tier list, but like emotionally, we know who the best and worst characters are to work with from a sprite perspective.
I can talk in more detail about the special thanks and like the people there later if you want. But yeah, okay. So we have reached the end of Act 1. So let me switch this over. And we will be back, and that literally ended perfectly. We're going to take a 25-minute gap! And we will be back at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And come in and do Act 2. So, see you guys then. Oh, one more thing. Abby said, Lizzie and I really had to vamp for the length of the music on the second one. Yeah, long credit sequence. But it turned out great, and I love it. All right. See you in a bit. hello, chat. Welcome. Oh, shoot. Get this all set up. Okay. How we all doing? Woo! Welcome back. I hope you got some food, you got some water. Stood up, stretched around. I refilled my water bottles, thank goodness.
I got my water bottle because I'm like, we're gonna need it for Act 2.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, let's see. Something people don't really know is that I originally tried to write a completely different Act 2 opening number in the summer of 2019. I wrote it out with the lyrics. There was no way it was ever going to come together at that point, right? But it was essentially Turnabout Samurai as a montage song that was also building in some of like the early parts of what Phoenix's and Maya's arcs would be during Act 2. It was pretty cool. It's called Getting Better Every Day. Thanks, Abby. Abby says that she thinks the lyrics were good. That exists somewhere. It didn't go anywhere else. And so instead we decided to make this a version of the show where Samurai just doesn't happen. Right. Okay. So, Act 2. Entr'acte. Yippee! So this is like the overture. This is a banger by Kate. I remember we actually workshopped a few of the motifs and stuff. Kate did like a bunch of different takes on this in a short span of time, and then pretty much nailed it down to what we have here. And then we have this awesome like anime opening sequence courtesy of Joel. After the war went back to New York. That was honestly like nonstop was an inspiration for that song. The one that I wrote. Featuring artwork from our TAAAM cast and crew that they made during production. We got Deja's Edgeworth there. We've got Red, White, and the Big Blue.
Mm-hmm. I think that was David Julie, I want to say.
I think so. This is MJ.
Yes.
Fight Like a Fae.
Which I tried to use MJ's art in other places, but it didn't fit. I would have, if we had more time, might have begged MJ to make an art piece for that scene because I was just like, oh, but alas.
So this part, this is fun. So it's 600,000 volts, and it's Nothing to Remain, but it's specifically the way things were reprised. Because we didn't end up, the final Nothing to Remain didn't end up like using this melody line, like in the singing at least. But it still exists in the entr'acte. Have one lingering thought. This is all Abby. Abby wrote a few different versions of this scene. Background music.
What are you doing? It's been 15 years since that day.
This is the one that stuck.
Just stay calm.
Father! Let go of my father!
You can't.
Shout out to Broadway Man.
I've suffered.
You suffered?
You're killing him!
And SK.
Merry Christmas.
Wait, I gave you inspiration for these? Oh, because of like the stage directions where it's like suggesting that like there's something else going on there on stage with the silhouettes with the elevator.
Miles Edgeworth
Yeah, I
appears
think
on
this
stage
is
with
one of
a dazed
the
expression,
chaos
holding a gun.
chaos
He looks down at it.
moments where I went and played with it, and it turned out super cool. There's a few of them in Act 2. There's actually a lot of them in Act 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ruth told me how you'd stage it live and went with it. Right, no, yeah, because I did have the concept with the like the spotlight like going around the stage, and then on the moment when the music hits and it's like da na 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 na, like is the moment when the spotlight finds Edgeworth with the gun. So I'm glad we managed to basically do that. So good job, Ruth. And then we have
Scene 2. As the
what
morning
he
dawned,
deserves.
the crowd
So, we did have Beautiful Christmas Day in the show for a while. A few different variations of which. Basically, I think up all the way until like summer, fall of 2021, we had a version of Beautiful Christmas Day in the script. I worked on a version. Liv worked on a version. The version that exists from the Holiday Cabaret is basically Abby spearheaded a take on it that used elements of mine and Liv's old versions, and is really cool. And is, you can say is canon if you choose. Yeah, Jack also helped arrange it. I know Tide did like work on the mixing as well. Like that was a big group effort. That was really cool. But What He Deserves came about because this was Abby's original concept, where instead of having Beautiful Christmas Day, it would basically be Trial by Fire would open Act 2, and there was a little pre-section before Trial by Fire got introduced, which is this crowd like reacting to hearing about Edgeworth in the newspaper. And we read that in Abby's notes way back in like April, May 2020. It was like, this is so cool. It was a really cool idea. So we integrated it, and we used that little riff before leading into Beautiful Christmas Day for a while. And then when Ari joined the team, Ari took a crack at What He Deserves and dropped like the coolest banger demo. I gotta say, what really got us, I think, really hyped and fast-tracked a lot of our efforts in creating songs and scenes and stuff during that span of time was when Ari came in and did What He Deserves, and when Kate and then Lizzie added their contributions to Finale Dawn, which Liv had already written, but like there wasn't music for. Basically, when I heard these two demos like together, I'm like, this show is so good already. I was very excited and very, very happy. So those two songs are very close to my heart and bring back good memories of working well with everyone. Anyway, this background is really sick. The morning dawning on People Park.
Yes. This background is one of our lovely spoiled treats from Liv specifically.
Mm-hmm.
The Bolts treat us, and this background is one of them, because we were kind of in this awkward, it's very clearly a different time of day, but we don't have a way to do that because we only have so many frames. Like, we have one version of Vitamin Square, and that is it. And then I just shamelessly threw it in some other places where I felt like it fit, because I loved it so much.
It's really cool, yeah. Anyway, let's watch along. So this
gossiping among each other.
I believe Dom made this newspaper because he threw in the Momentary Express reference in the top right.
He was shameless about wanting his professorly in reference, and so he added it with no shame. And he was like, there's a crossover, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's cool.
But this arrest has concerned citizens.
In Act 2, we basically took a look at our cast and was thinking, like, who are we going to represent as their voices in the, because some of them, like, we could still do the same. But basically, we had James, who was our bass, who we in the script was reading for Dustin Prince, but there are no Dustin Prince sprites. And then we had Valerian, who we added during casting as an additional tenor. And we didn't have... And so, like, that basically, Valerian ended up taking, like, the Meekins, like, was represented by the Meekins voice in Act 1. But with Act 2, especially with these crowd scenes, we ended up shifting their roles. So Valerian ended up playing the bellboy, and James ended up playing Richard Wellington, which we thought the voices fit really well with both of them. And it actually ended up being a really happy accident in the case of the bellboy, because that line, since the first time I saw him, he'd do it, I said, was originally a line that Abby wrote as like a, it's the bellboy, or this could be the bellboy. And then in the script, we gave the line to Old Bag, but we were having Valerian perform it, and so it just kind of fell back into place the way it was meant to be.
Yeah, Dom wanted to expand the ensemble for this song anyways, because it is meant to be a crowd scene.
Right.
And we do have some gaps in our ensemble characters anyways. And so Dom expanded the ensemble, and then I took it later for Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth. But yeah, it's kind of fun. And so therefore, yeah, some people got characters they didn't know they had, like the bellboy, just because it was like, oops. And yeah. My favorite Protection Squad might kill Meekins, but we cogs bring him back. We just keep bringing him back.
The original script has roles for 6 crowd parts with the 6 voice types, so soprano 1, soprano 2, alto, tenor 1, tenor 2 / baritone, and bass. And then we also had a 7th, right? We had an extra tenor. And we also had secondary ensemble and so on. So it wasn't just like the core ensemble members there. But what that meant was we wanted to give, between this and Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth Later, we wanted to give all the core ensemble like at least one moment of like solo singing. So we also, that was also in our head to try to separate that out.
Guilty.
He did it. He's the one.
This one, I think, was the first time Dom did some timing in objection roll, like a significant amount of it. And so he was doing his fastest, and it took so much longer because he was doing that. This and scene 4 just took way longer than we thought it would. But it also made things a lot easier for Ruth and I with timing the videos initially. And then with some changes we made further on in the process for Act 2, Ruth and I started doing those timings in objection roll ourselves. And so, yeah, this is one of the things that I remember being like, oh yeah, we did do this differently here. This is where we started.
I was just shout out to Wendy for giving Angel the justice is served with the food.
That was not me. That was Dom. Dom added Angel in. That was not me. I know you might think it was me because I took songs for 2 of them at some point, but no, Dom edited. I think I did the initial draft if I'm not misremembering. Me or Ruth, most likely. But then Dom changed it a lot, added more characters, including Angel, including Victor Kudo, including the bellboy. Dom added all those people in, so that wasn't me.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I think it's Abby wrote the first half of this basically, and then Liv had the demons misdeeds leave him nowhere to run, and then Ari did the second half.
They're calling it Gordy.
No way.
The crowd's mood turns on a dime. They
I
exit now
love
excitedly talking about this
dinosaurs.
next
Shout out to James.
Gumshoe is left alone as the scene transitions into the detention center.
Won't someone believe in him?
Yeah, sometimes the memes is us listening to this and seeing what we would hear. And we're all just like, yes.
Should we take just a quick second to talk about the additional voices recording? Oh boy, that was... So Ari basically went through Act 1 and Act 2 and labeled out all of the places where there's like a crowd reaction. And we just had like a bunch of people from all over our cast come in and do like the whisper, like the crowd noises, especially like in court, right? And there people hid some funny stuff in there. If you've seen the Act 2 blooper reel, you'll know that MJ hid the the Destiel confession in there. There's like a running joke about like a bingo card, I think, from Kate. Just like lines like this.
Ruth adds like lines about like the IRS and tax evasion constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And they are delightful to listen to on their own, just because it's so wild, the chaos. Some of them, like mine, are really boring. Other hilarious things that all get hidden. But I love dinosaurs is one of those lines that did not get hidden.
Liv recorded some prequel memes. That's awesome. Sorry, MJ. But hey, in my defense, that is a known thing. That is a known thing that happened. Abby says, I tried to sneak. I heard the Gourd Lake monster was smoking weed in there, but I don't think it made the final cut. Shame. Yeah, they did a good job with that. Okay. But he deserves. There were a few different takes on this ending as well, I think. At some point, it was like a guy you can trust themed. This one's like make it right themed.
Mr. Wright, it's an emergency.
I think he like said something different at the end as well.
It's Mr. Edgeworth.
Originally, like there was an ending riff here, and then it just cuts to the next scene.
What do you mean
but
you're already...
in the script process, we just decided to just do a transition like right into the next scene through this song.
We saw the headlines. Of course we were coming.
They hang up their phones and tuck them back in their jackets.
Actually, we were in the middle
Canonically,
of presents.
Maya wanted to steal Samurai figure for Christmas, and Phoenix didn't really know what to look for, so he got her a Jim and Ninja instead.
What are you talking about, pal?
The betrayal.
I mean, she's not upset. She's just kind of like, oh man, that's fine, I
I
guess.
get your point. Look, don't hold your breath.
Okay, who snuck all these jokes into here? I don't remember. The wandering around, wanting you to see him like singing about wanting you to see him like a man. Kate is typing. I should have known. I'm just kidding. It's not always Kate. I do think that one was Joel. I think you're right. Yeah, sometimes we just throw stuff in. Shout out to Queen Creeps.
You weren't answering your calls.
Oh, sorry, Maggie.
The chief is holding a special meeting.
Kate says
with all
that
of our
transition between
investigators.
what he deserves to the
Go
detention
now.
center is one of Kate's
Maggie's
favorite
already
things.
nearly
Awesome.
dragged him out of the room.
Sorry, pals. I'm sure he'll be there soon enough.
Phoenix and Maya are left alone.
We reworked this scene a few times as well, trying to figure out the right balance of like how much do they trust Gumshoe at this point, and like because they're not really friendly, but they kind of get over it a little bit. Earlier drafts, I think, were a lot more hesitant, but then it just kind of got in the way, and we reworked some of this dialogue a few times, but there were some funny bits.
And bright.
Thanks for coming, Maya.
So much for Merry and Bright. That was Liv trying to make sure we kept the Christmas theming in there.
Up against that demon prosecutor, right?
She punches the air a few times.
I think this is just so, and like this is also great because we wanted to make sure that like Phoenix and Maya still had a fun dynamic right before Maya gets all upset at Edgeworth here.
When he catches sight of Phoenix, he starts to turn back around.
Yes,
and leave,
bulletproof.
but he won't open the door.
Bulletproof grass.
Phoenix sits in the visitor's
There was
chair,
some.
and Maya
That was a
makes her
tough
way
one
over
to
much
read
more
to get in the read through.
What do you want, right?
Bulletproof glass.
Come to laugh at the fallen prosecutor.
And then here's Alone.
Very well then.
Good old Alone.
I'm waiting.
So
Just drop the melodrama.
Alone
We don't have so much
was
spare
written
time that we can come come down here.
For the original Turnabout musical project, the lyrics were by Deja, Katie Knox, and Ari did the music.
What is it you have to say?
I'm trying to think where else. We made a lot of really small tweaks to Alone. How do things end up this way is a new line. Maya is a lot more angry and a lot less willing to go along with Edgeworth.
Edgeworth, let me defend you.
What? Nick, why?
Nick, why? Yep.
Being a cowardly man, that is the luck of
Yeah,
this
Liv says the white Christmas
process.
references were integral to Beautiful Christmas Day, and that movie is a family tradition, so they wanted to keep it represented, for sure.
My guard. I guess this is where I fall apart.
I won't let that happen.
I'm trying to think. I feel like I did a decent amount of work on this. He can ask you every day. He didn't even care that we were innocent.
I should be sorry to all those.
This was a lot of this was definitely in place, like the lyric-wise, when it was like Joel and me and Liv.
Edgeworth, this is no time to be uptight.
And then we had some folks help clear up some of this three-part harmony. You want to talk about our little our Maya sidebar here?
Yes. So one of the big discussions that we kept coming up against was how to represent moments like this where there's three parts going on. Maya always ends up being one of them, and and also just like given the focus on kind of preserving Maya's agency and kind of making her more of an active player. One of the things that I definitely pushed for with Dom before we came to this solution was like, we need to keep her at least on equal levels with the other guys, particularly more for 600k, but it also kind of carried over into Alone as well, because more styles and more moments of like, she's exerting herself. She's like, the script makes it clear that Maya is making herself known, wants and wishes, and even if she doesn't get her way, like, she still is like, hello, you know, and that's just very clear in the script. And so trying to find a way to honor that while also acknowledging, like, hey, it's gonna be really busy and confusing trying to fit 3 of these side by side and like all this stuff. And so one of the things that I think Nom started this with, either for Anything to Win or for It's Gotta Be the Butts. He figured out this like font and, you know, using the evidence boxes and stuff like that to convey.
I think Anything to Win was the first one he showed off with it.
Anything to Win, and then I think he also had a second Gotta Be the Butts, like at the same time. Because he knew these, we knew these were coming up. We're like, we're involved, we're here. And so this is one of those things that was definitely a talking point with how do we handle Maya in this moment, while also doing this stuff. And then I remember with timing, I ended up going to Maya Edge because I didn't want time Phoenix. I was like, I am on my Maya. I'm staying on this as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing in Act 2, just in general.
Yeah.
Like, toward the end of, like, the video editing process, you guys were having, like, weekly or bi-weekly check-ins where you were, like, showing off, like, this is the cool new stuff that we're working on. And it would be really cool.
Things moving because things were taking longer than we had hoped, in part because we had to figure out how to do these things, and also some of these things had to be done by Dom pretty much, or maybe Joel's program could have handled doing it, but like it ended up all being in Dom's court for those things. So like we had to be very strategic with where we used them because we didn't want to overload Dom, who was already busy with a gazillion things anyways, and also trying to keep things moving. We did those check-ins to try and give like more immediate deadlines to try and make it easier for a, like, you know, it's not out in the middle of nowhere with no deadline, which was kind of sort of what it was like initially, while also trying to make sure we all take care of ourselves. It was a interesting, chaotic time. trying to figure out what works best for all of us.
Yeah, for sure. I think it ends up looking absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
And you? Convince me.
We worked off of the 2016 version of Alone as the framework here,
Be so damn trite. You know I'm deep into this.
which I believe
There's more on
in Ari's mind is a bit more polished and focused.
There's no more time for you to learn what law's about.
But I've won every case.
Both of them.
Here's where we explicitly say
What
both
an
of them
ace.
went an ace, right? So make
Like
sure we
a
know
rock,
Samurai does not take place in
You
this
have to lose
timeline.
sometime, and I'd rather it wasn't on my account.
Don't you dare talk that way to Nick. He won because he fought
I don't
for
know.
the
I
truth.
can't remember who wrote this
Are you
line, but
afraid
it's
of the
sick.
truth?
Are you afraid of the truth? Silence.
That's what I thought.
Edgeworth, you didn't do it, did you?
One
Maya storms out.
lingering thought fills my mind, burdening me with anxiety.
Edgeworth, did you do
Crime
it?
deserves penance, and I've done all I could. Why bother helping me? This
Oh,
serves
these
the
silly
greater
boys.
good.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Don't ask me
The
to
ending
leave
here
while you wallow
was
in
originally
fear. Can't you
so
believe
okay.
that you don't stand
The
alone?
original counterpoint is 3 parts, right? It's Phoenix and Maya and Edgeworth. And Liv, yeah, I don't believe it, I won't believe it. That was Liv. And Liv wrote like a new 3-part counterpoint to sort of help like bring out, I guess, more of each individual part. And then I tweaked that after Liv wrote it and like recorded the demos and stuff for it. And then I think then once Ari came on board, and again, this is Ari's song, so like the ball rolled back into her court. At some point, the decision was made, we're going to have Maya storm out and have the ending here just be a counterpoint between Phoenix and Edgeworth. I think part of it had to do with, I don't think Phoenix and Edgeworth actually have a duet of just the two of them, apart from like maybe that one part in Tomorrow at Last in the show. So like this felt like a good moment to have. And then so she tweaked Liv and mine counterpoint and improved it and cut it down to these 2 parts, and I think it turns out awesome.
Let me fight.
I think looks like according to we credit Kate and Danny for additional music on this one as well. I think Danny helped out with some of this counterpoint as well.
There's nothing to tell, nothing to say.
Tell me,
There's
just trust
nothing,
me,
just
'cause
leave
you're
me
not
alone. Please, just leave me alone. All right?
Edgeworth pointedly avoids looking at Phoenix as he is escorted back to his holding cell. Phoenix stands, still staring after him. Maya re-enters.
Nick.
Phoenix snaps back to Earth.
Maya.
Nick, look.
This was dialogue that
but I do trust you.
we spent a long time on.
But if we find out he did it, you owe me free burgers for a week.
Try to get just all the
We
right,
already paid for them.
like the right tone across.
Where are we headed?
The exit. Fade to black.
Yeah, the echoing between Nick and Edgy was key, other than having them singing on top of
Criminal
each other.
Affairs Department.
So, Guilty Convictions. I love this song. It's a great song, and it's also hilarious because when you trace this song all the way back to its original lineage, it's a song about a weed-smoking lake monster, and now it's a song about dismantling the criminal justice system. Oh boy. So, Guilty Convictions. Where do you even start? So one of the earliest songs, Joel and I basically, I think of like 4 songs that we've really focused on in those early days. Keeping the Peace, the Red, White, and You reprise, What Have I Done? And then the other one was A Pal You Can Trust. And the original concept was after Maya is, Edgeworth snaps at her and is like, that was a foolish thing you did, getting thrown out of court. Maya sort of runs off. Gumshoe has to go follow her, and they have a heart-to-heart, basically, about what it means to, help out those that they care about, being loyal, like trying to find their place and all that, like finding worth within yourself, right? And we really like the song. There's a demo on my channel for it if you want to hear it. And we kept tweaking it. Abby did some work on it, I think, in some of like those notes that we incorporated a lot of like lyric changes. At some point we had a tap break where Gumshoe makes Maya feel better thanks to the power of musical theater and tap. So we did have, and there's a whole like in that demo, because obviously I didn't write a tap thing, but I was like, tap break, this is the acapella tap break, and there's like a whole like rhythm to it. And then I think pretty shortly after, or pretty shortly once like the rest of the Earn Smashers started coming on board, we kind of looked at things and we're like, if we're going to cut this down, if we're going to find music to go elsewhere, A Pal You Can Trust probably, can go. Especially because Abby had also written stuff like before that scene, like before A Pal You Can Trust, that was really solid on itself and basically served all the same function, and that you didn't need a song for. That would take like all that time. So we ended up taking that song out. But we were like, well, we still want a Gumshoe song. And me, very much, I was always focused on like, for me, like Gumshoe is the fourth protagonist of this musical, right? You have Phoenix, you have Maya, you have Edgeworth. Gumshoe is your fourth protagonist. He's got that full arc from Act 1 through Act 2, and like this is that pivotal moment. I had originally written this as just a dialogue scene, a short interlude dialogue scene where they're saying like, this is going to be our police policy. Gumshoe's like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Why are we, Gumshoe, Edgeworth has helped us in the past. Why are we doing this? And Lana is being mean to him. And, it was all very much heavily inspired by the events of 2020. I'll put it that way. When we were working on the script, and I'm like, well, we gotta have something to say about this, right? Or when we're writing a story in which a central component has to do with the justice system or has to do with this sort of like police aspect, that's something that's worth bringing in, especially since we've already set up this dystopian world of the dark age of the law. Police arrests are continuing to rise, all that stuff, right? So having a scene where that properly is the case and that we can demonstrate that Gumshoe, and to a lesser extent Maggie, can stand up against that and, do the right thing, was very important. So when we cut A Pal You Can Trust, my next concept was to move basically just the very beginning of A Pal You Can Trust, which in case I didn't mention it before, A Pal You Can Trust is a guy you can trust with new lyrics. Like it was the same song with the same instrumental. But like moving just the opening riff through to the end of that first section, the one that was like, so I'm swallowing my pride, this time I'm on your side, now I'm the kind of guy that you can trust. Basically, I moved that whole opening section to the ending of this scene. And then Liv came in and started working on turning the whole scene into a song by giving Lana this opening section, the little like, I consider our work to be the cornerstone of peace and order, security is our trade, all of that. And so we had that first half basically with Lana then, and then we had the back half with the a guy you can trust motif. And Diana was the one who came in and stitched it all together and fleshed it out. And so through a very long, complicated sequence of events over the span of many years, A Pal You Can Trust became Interlude Guilty Convictions. And Abby is the one who did the final arrangement on it. It's very good. And we have Nav, and we have Lana Spinnies, and we have Dom, and we have the police and the ensemble.
True. Yeah, it is. So one thing we learned in Act 1 is that I enjoy timing songs more. Ruth enjoys timing dialogue more. However, so we went into Act 2 with that mindset. I'm doing, she's doing dialogue. Except there were 2 songs Ruth stole from me. Guilty Conviction is one of them. Trial by Fire is the other. And so, which, I mean, Trial by Fire she can have. I didn't want to listen to myself too much. But, but yeah, this is one of those things. Also, this song is one of the reasons why Lana is one of our favorite characters to work with from a objectionable sprite options. It's because she had the wide range. And yeah, so, and then we just shameless minis because why wouldn't we? Lana can move. We're going to let her move.
Those Rise from the Ashes character designs and sprites are so good. I think that's Kazuya Nuri who did the Apollo Justice cast, I think, as well. Did Rise from the Ashes. Super solid. Okay. Let's do it!
Lana Sky is speaking to the police when Maggie and Gumshoe enter.
So this riff on Keeping the Peace, that was Diana. And she's not credited, but I think Diana's wife Julia helped out with a couple of the lines.
Is our trade, but we've been dealt a near
Abby worked on was it you did the did you do the harmonies on this one, Abby?
Now we have a chance to turn this travesty around and save our reputation.
Fleshed out the ensemble.
With this
Awesome.
bust. So if you want their respect, get the verdict they expect, and that's how we'll regain the public's trust.
And yeah, Nav recorded this while having COVID, I think, right? Yeah. Julia recorded the We Will Give No Quarter to regain what we lost. It's so good. And then the what have I done bit here, which I went back and I saw the other day. Diana tried to fit in some lines from an old Turnabout cut song, Swallow Your Pride, into that section, which is wild.
Your job, detective, is to follow orders. The prosecution expects a perfect case, and we will provide nothing less. Am I understood? Take note, detective. If you want to keep your
I love the staging of, looking at it and Maggie is still not saying anything.
Then get out there and do your damn job.
Spinnies.
Dick, you should probably listen to the chief.
Yes, we love playing Count the Spinnies. Because we do a lot of them in the song.
To make a difference. What we're doing, what we've been doing, it ain't right. I consider myself
And we got
to be a real
Gumshoe's big damn hero moment.
The kind of guy who won't back down from
And
a
yeah,
fight.
it was them who restored a guy you can trust instead of a pal you can trust, which we only had a pal you can trust to separate it from the original song. But since this was going to be a new song anyway, returning it back to a guy you can trust just felt right. I really love how, like, the expanded melody and stuff for this back part especially turned out. It's so cool.
And I'll face the consequences if
Shout out to Dom.
Right? Every time I came across Dom's stuff, it's like, oh, you can't help smiling. It's just delightful.
What are you going to do?
If I'm ever in the theater and someone is performing TAAAM, I'm going to start cheering and clapping as soon as Gumshoe sings that line.
Then follows after him.
Think about that every time.
Scene 4.
Oh, this scene. So this was also one of the earlier. I went back and looked at some of the oldest scripts. This scene went through a lot of variations. It was always they were going to meet Larry here and have Trial by Fire happen here. And then the next scene would be they would go to the boat shop. And I had a bunch of, like, convoluted ways that, like, that would make sense that that's the next place that they'd go to. This was originally that big old samurai balloon. That was, like... Because I tried to write in the whole, like, Gordy subplot into the fact that, like, it was Larry's burst balloon. And tried to squeeze it in there somewhere. And so that remained a samurai balloon for a long time. And then at some point we just kind of realized, well, why would this just like be here, right? Like, we had all this stuff about Maya recognizing the Steel Samurai and then Phoenix not getting it, but like when we thought about it, we're like, if we're not going to do the Gordy subplot, it would make more sense to have it be like an inflated Steel Samurai balloon, like not one that's bursting on the shore. And then we were like, well, that might actually be really hard to put on stage, so we changed it to like a wood plank, like a samurai painted on a stand-up cutout of like wood, because like one, that would be easy to stage, and two, we could have Phoenix call it a piece of plywood. So that's why we have the cutout of the Steel Samurai done gorgeously by Liv, who drew that. So awesome, and it looks so seamless. Like if you would have no idea. Also seamless in this scene, Polly. Look at Polly back there.
Yep.
What's Polly doing there? It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I wrote a lot of we wrote a lot of versions of this scene, but I think this is the best one because not only is it the most concise, but it's also the most fun.
Phoenix and Maya enter.
Because we moved
snack stand,
Pasta Shop to before
Samurai Dogs.
Trial by Fire.
Is a parrot, Polly. Next to the stand is a large wooden cutout of the Steel Samurai, hand cut and drawn with questionable technique. The shore otherwise seems peaceful and tranquil.
Wow, this lake is beautiful. I should come here to train sometime.
I guess the scene of
I think I wrote this line. The scene of a murder would be a good place to channel spirits.
How's your training been going?
I'm pretty sure I wrote it. I'm pretty proud of it.
You know,
If it was me. Having Larry and the caretaker interact was truly inspired. Yeah.
And gasps with delight.
Nick, look! It's the Steel
I don't know
Samurai!
if that came first or if the idea of Pasta Shop the way things were came first. Also, I love MJ's delivery of the Steel Samurai there. Like every exclamation point is represented in her delivery.
Plywood is supposed to be. Who in the world would use this to advertise their food stand?
Oh, come on, man! Leave that alone!
Of course.
Larry enters, fending off the boat.
Larry and caretaker came first. All right, cool.
From messing with the
I think that is true because I think at some point we did have.
Angel gets here.
So we have Angel here, Angel Star, right? That's a Turnabout musical live that's started there. Pasta Shop, originally we were just going to do the super cut down version of Pasta Shop from Turnabout musical live. We even had Ed Garrett, the original caretaker, to record the mandolin part that like someone could like play along with like on a vocal track. And he recorded a demo for us like way back when. So that was really, really cool of him. So he's in the special thanks for that. But then we got this retool idea for Pasta Shop the way things were, which I think started as a joke ? I think Abby and Ari and Kate I think know this story better than I do about how that came to be. Yeah, started as a joke, and then was like, wait, this kind of bangs though. If we do, because I mean at this point, because Liv's idea of making the caretaker's lament the way things were reprised had been in place for years by that point, and so I guess turning Pasta Shop into the way things were proper makes sense. And Abby says it was mostly written around the what lawn, the you kids get off my lawn, what junk, what kids, what lawn. It was just too perfect to pass up. Yeah.
What's going on here?
Shout out to Koala and shout out to Broadway Man. They are so good.
The caretaker stumbles.
I also love the subtle like caretaker like jumping in front of Larry there as he moves gradually closer.
We try to use these spikes well. I think that was
It's good.
definitely was not me.
Nonsense.
But yeah, and then Nam went off with the poly stripes for this song.
Mhm.
It was a lot of fun, and also it was a little tricky to edit because Nam wanted cuts in certain places so he could do fancy effects later, and so trying to get that timing right was hard.
Mhm.
But it turned out gorgeous. So
It's so good. Shout out to Ren for having the exact same delivery for What Lawn. So good. And this is Abby's lyrics and then Ari doing the music. And for those of you not in the know, The Way Things Were was a Turnabout Samurai song from the original project, just like The Samurai Always Wins was.
Okay, wow. Hold on. Larry, please focus up.
The pre-song scene was written by you at least partially.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have the slightest clue what happened here last
The barging in there is great.
Okay, Larry, did you...
Phoenix stops the caretaker in his tracks, who chokes from ending the song so abruptly.
Sir, listen, I really need to talk with my
Who animated Polly coming up here?
Something catches Polly's attention.
that was Nam.
Oh, look at this. Ah, that's
Beautiful.
so cool.
That was Tom put time in, and it's gorgeous.
And disappearing from the background too. Oh, so sick.
Nam pays attention to those little details and tries to make them all perfect.
hard to deal with someone
What
so
an obnoxious
erratic.
character. Must be hard to see someone so erratic. I know, right?
Look, Larry, did you say you were
That's
here
an old
last night?
Turnabout musical live line that snuck in at the last
So you
sec.
know about the murder, right?
And that's one of those lines where I was like, I don't know if Koala says this yet. How much like self-awareness am I allowed to have with Larry?
Uh-huh.
Is he aware or is he clueless? I have no clue. I do not have Koala's interpretation in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Edward
But I definitely, that was one moment where I was debating, where I was like, oh, I could take it this way, and it was funny, but I don't know if that matches.
Mm-hmm.
So.
He wanted to defend
Atticus has been Miles' middle name since I think the original screenplay.
Nick, is that why?
And here we go! Trial by fire!
You, Larry.
Hi, Roof.
You're the two that inspired me to become a defense attorney in the first place. Huh?
Oh.
Really?
Oh, Roof! Hello!
Darkest enemy.
All right, you wanna tell us the story?
Alright, so the video for this song, I think I ended up making 4 completely different versions in the end.
You're
Because
so
we
strong.
realized pretty early into making the video that the game only gives you 4 still images
Yep.
for that entire scene, and it's a 3.5-minute song.
Have fun, Ruth. That was basically our response when Ruth was like, I'm gonna try stuff with Trial by Fire. We're like, have fun! Little did we know.
My solution was just, like, dangle keys in front of a baby's face, make it move and make colors change, and then maybe it won't be boring to look at.
I think you succeeded.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it
we also,
took so long.
yeah, we also had like at least one, if not a couple meetings about Trial by Fire because I think you experimented with some stuff that we liked and we kept, but like the original placement, like Ari and I both missed like the yeah that I say at the beginning because of where it was placed, and so like some of it was like small tweaks like that where Ruth was on the right path, and then other things were bigger tweaks because it's a hard song to figure out what to do with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it got tweaked a lot. Dom helped out a bunch as well.
I think my main reason for wanting to put Trial by Fire back into the show was twofold. One was it wasn't in Turnabout Musical Live or an ASP. So this would be like the first time it would be written into an intended for stage script. The second is given the emphasis on the pathos of the characters, right, and the emphasis, especially that the Phoenix and Edgeworth relationship has in the show, having that come across in a song form than just in dialogue, especially when the song existed, was like, sure, why not, right? So there were Originally, it wasn't like tweaked that much, but over time, I think the version that ends up in the show is the one that Abby did a lot of work on the lyrics, and Ari, because originally, again, Ari was the one who did the final instrumental for the Turnabout musical soundtrack version, was able to come in and fill in with the music and instrumental this time around. And I think it turned out great.
Ever.
In all aspects.
A single accusation was all that it took. In the blink of an eye, I went from
There was a lot of discussion about the difference of text font and style to denote like the spooky voices versus the like, I guess main character voices, you could say. It's for your tea, Gray.
Guilty, he's lying, Your Honor, he's trying to pin the blame on some other you.
We have a whole child ensemble to fill this song, as well as cameo appearances from Joel's kids. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's delightful. I love that we have that. It brings me joy.
I turned to that boy and tried to admit.
Shout out to the whole child ensemble. You guys absolutely rocked. And this was actually one of the first songs to like be finished like to be recorded and mixed.
Yeah, each child ensemble was like week 2, and then I think Ruth had like her lines like week 3 or something like that. Like very early on, we children were in and out.
Shout out to SK as young Edgy.
Your Honor, if I may, in rights defense. Well, did you take my money?
No, I didn't.
And in case we didn't say it already, shout out to Ruth for young Phoenix.
Decisive evidence. You should all be ashamed of yourselves.
I remember it so clearly, even after all these years.
This was really inspired. The way the zoom out just to see how they're watching it in the present is so good.
Without proof is where justice dies.
The jury of kids exchange looks.
But it was him. Thief? Yeah, he did it. He's the one. We don't need proof. Crimes can't be undone.
I was always a fan of this song
I didn't
as
do it.
Listening to demo growing up.
Oh, shut up.
And it's tied.
If he says he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. Did you even stop to
Yeah,
think
it's
about
funny.
how
Tided also hit it in
Give it a rest.
as well.
Yes, famed professional voice actor Tamara Fritz, aka Tide, our friend,
So the teacher replaced the money herself.
coming in to get the one line as Larry.
really did that for you? It doesn't sound anything.
We had a convo about whether we could reference a jury in universe. Yeah, I think it worked out, right? Because the jury was removed from the courtroom, so people know what a jury is. Oh, there was a whole extended part here in Ari's original ending, where it was like, in times of desperation, you both were something to believe in. So what was it that turned our friend from defense to demon? I don't know the answer, and frankly, I don't care. The friend who once stood up for me is still in there. So I'll believe in him, because it's the least that he deserves. I really liked that. It was really cool. But yeah, the shorter one is tighter for sure. I love the giant Edgeworth head here to match the giant Phoenix head at the end of Decree.
I think that's one of the things I remember Dom having too much fun with, is the idea of using those at different moments.
Leave it to me to save the day, am I right?
Who ended up doing this ringtone? I don't remember, but we made a bunch of different options for it.
What? Wait, baby, don't be like that.
Larry walks off stage. Phoenix rolls his eyes.
When something smells.
Abby clipped it from the piano vocals. Lizzie did the sound fonts. Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. And then you guys also tried one that was the butt styling. That's so good. You also did ones that were like there were some that was the different parts of It's Gotta Be the Butts, and then didn't you also try one that was the Trials and Tribulations Larry theme? I think so.
Really decided to become a defense attorney because of that? Because of him? Weren't you like 9?
It's the most alone I've ever felt. No one should have to go through that. Ever.
Yeah.
He moved away a few months
It was just the TNT theme section of It's Gotta Be the
When I
Butts.
heard he'd
Right.
become a
That's right.
prosecutor, I was shocked, and I thought, well, he'd have to face me if I were a defense attorney.
Maya stares at him with a mixture of
Is this line? Is this a Kate line? This feels like a Kate line.
My
academic advisor gave me the same look.
They laugh at the absurdity of it all.
You've done a lot for him. It's sweet. And I can see why
It's
you
so
loved him
sweet.
so
It's
much.
really
But,
awesome.
Nick, people change.
There's our The Room pop culture reference for Larry.
Come on. We've got to keep it
Shout out to Greg Sestero, who like knows Dom and is like friends with Dom, and so like knows about Tam and this reference.
I know, Dom's just like, can I send this one screenshot to him? And we're just like, wait, what?
And Patrick Doyle, that's true. And
Yes.
Dom just knows people. Dom just
Yeah,
knows
Dom-
Patrick
he's
Doyle.
like, oh, by the way.
He sent
And we're all
Tam.
just like, wait, what?
He sent Tam Act 1 to Patrick Doyle. And like Patrick Doyle got back with an email. This was like the first like 2 or 3 days this was like the first like 1 or 2 days that Tam Act 1 was out. And it was like, what? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Good old I don't think scanning a person is going to help you much, detective. I don't know.
I'm not supposed to be sharing this stuff.
We worked on this dialogue quite a bit, I remember.
Gumshoe glances around, then passes a file folder.
Act 2 was a lot more complex and a lot harder to get the dialogue just right than in Act 1.
You're
That's
not
for
going
sure.
to get in trouble for sharing this with us, are you?
Rip Meekins, right. Yeah, this would have been... They would have gone into the boat shop and Meekins would have been there to, like, burst in and yell at Yogi to wake him up to drag him away.
A lot of heart and the boat shop caretaker?
There were some
That
fun
old guy's a
Meekins
witness?
scenes in there.
A lot of heart?
Maya hands Phoenix the report and he begins leafing through it.
But why is he just the boat shop caretaker? Shouldn't the police...
This was also something, we moved the fingerprint conversation here. It was either going to be here or in that last trial before the Polly testimony. And then we decided, this was one of the last things we figured out where to put.
Don't know any more than you.
Phoenix reads off the page.
Around midnight last night, the victim was shot point blank in the heart and died instantly. The body has been identified as...
Phoenix stops and steps back in shock.
Nick, are you alright?
Maya, it's Marvin Grossberg.
What?
Say the line, Robin. So this... Okay. So, I think a lot of people can sort of figure out from the show, from what we have in the show, why we made this change. This came about, I think it was literally like May 2020. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm taking credit for it. I think it was my idea. Or I was thinking about like, I was thinking about generally the idea of combining the characters of Robert Hammond and Marvin Grossberg. And at some point there was the thought about like, what if we had Hammond show up in Act 1 and he was just kind of like this like sleazeball, and like that would give us an opportunity to write Hammond as a character. But we ended up deciding ultimately we got to make it Grossberg, because Grossberg is so much more memorable of a character, right? Than Robert Hammond. And this was well before we watched ASPTM and fell in love with Bryn Tanner's version of Grossberg. But of course, this was top secret. While all this was happening, yeah, Abby says he was dead when I got here. Yeah, this was a thing. I think it's one of the pieces that I know that Ari told us was like, this was one of the things where we're like, Tam is so cool. I know that's something Dom picked up on our, because we spoiled this at the end of the like that first announcement video for TAAAM, like when we formally announced what it was. We spoiled this plot twist at the end, but thankfully, I guess, not enough people watched it that they realized that that was going to happen. So that ended up working out. I know Diana was really eager on it because that was the thing that sold Diana on TAAAM. Let me think. What else? What else about Grossberg's death? During this line here, where Maya's next line is...
Grossberg? How?
What? Mr.
Why?
Grossberg? How? Why? I knew I needed Maya's next line to be, what? Because I needed her to represent every Ace Attorney fan in the audience hearing that for the first time and going, what? But yeah, it's just, it works really well. And yeah, rest in peace, the scent of fresh lemons. It means we couldn't do fresh lemons because it doesn't work as well if you only did it once. Yes. And I think a big reason, just in terms of the structure of how Act 2 works, is why we were always going to take out those Grossberg scenes anyway, because, you know, I say this with love and respect and everything, but in the old Turnabout musical scripts, it was, we need a piece of information. Let's go to Mr. Grossberg's office, and he'll exposit stuff to us for 2 minutes after singing a funny song, and it's that 3 times. It's like you can deliver this exposition in a lot less clunky way, or a lot, you know. I think ASBTM absolutely sold like all of it, right? And so in hindsight, having to reveal that we did this to Grossberg after ASBTM made it hurt a lot more than it would have before. And we kept this a secret from everyone until like the 3.69 table read. We even set people a false Act 2 script to pre-read where we switched out the names of Grossberg and Hammond, and then we were like, wait, we did, like, right before we recorded, we're like, we just did some quick, like, typo cleanup, so here's the script that we're going to be using. And then we got to the part, and it's Robin Carlyle, who is in our child ensemble and who plays Phoenix Wright in Turnabout Musical Virtual Edition, reading for Phoenix, and Queen Creep's reading for Maya. And we get to this scene, and we're just on edge. And we hear from the other end, as the page scrolls, Robin goes, what the fuck did you all do? and it is dramatically revealed to all in the call that Marvin Grossberg is no more. It was a wonderful moment. Anyway, we have underscore here. This was one of the things, like this whole extended dialogue diary entry that Grossberg has here with the underscore, with the elegy for the days of my youth. We cut this out of, at some point we cut this out of the show, or not in its entirety. We cut it way down. But then we put it back in for this production because, one, we wanted to do that thing where we wanted to show off all of our music regardless. And then the other is that we had Bryn as Grossberg, and there was no way that we weren't going to take advantage of Bryn Grossberg whenever we could. True. Abby, Bryn, who was on that call when we revealed that in that table read, who was voicing the judge for that one, did the Grossberg voice as the judge for the rest of the show out of protest. It's very good.
You two know him?
He was Mia Fey's mentor. But what does he have to do with Edgeworth?
They found his diary.
As Maya reads, Grossberg appears in a spotlight apart from the others on stage and recites his diary entry.
Visually, this is another one of Ruth, I believe, just going crazy and making super really cool visuals go with it.
Right. Diana made this diary entry, I think for the announcement video? Maybe before it? I think Elegy, I think Abby did as a joke. I think at first, and then we're like, you know what, this kind of works. We'll just, you know, we'll have it underscore the sad, because it's a sad rearrangement of the scent of fresh lemons.
Even still, never be forgiven.
The spotlight fades.
I remember I sent Max a version of this underscore before I joined the team, and he sent a GIF that said, "But why?"
Sis might know. I gotta channel my sister.
She shoves the
I hope it came across as like, "But why?" Pause.
Well,
Positive.
channeled her when it was
Like,
really important, and she knows more about Mr. Grossberg
was it
than
like a
anyone.
why?
I
Genuinely,
just
why
need
did you
to
do
focus.
this?
Here we go.
Phoenix backs up and gestures for Gumshoe to do the same. Maya performs a ritual with her Magatama and
I
concentrates.
think, is she getting
With
better
no
reception on her channel yet? Is a Joel
Is she
line.
getting better reception on a channel yet?
I think he expanded this scene at some
we
point.
need to talk to
or,
Mr. Edgeworth now.
Worked
Maya.
at it.
Maya rushes off stage with Phoenix in pursuit.
Wait, you guys! There's more case info!
He exits after them. Blackout.
And then
Scene
here comes Maya with the chair. Okay, so internally we refer to this scene as Maya with the chair, because it's numerous meanings. One is that Maya sits down in this chair across from Edgeworth. Second, it's like Maya coming in for like angry emotional damage, like a pro wrestler coming in with the folding chair. This was one of the early things that like Joel and I knew we wanted was Maya is the proactive questioner in this scene. And for a while it was like Phoenix was there too, but then at some point, first of all, this scene as a whole probably changed the most out of any individual scene in terms of the number of drafts we did, in terms of how much attention we gave to it, in terms of all the different ways to get everything across. Because you have so much exposition you need to get across. You have so many character moments that you need to get just right. At one point, Liv did a concept for a song that was Edgeworth recounting the details of DL6 as like a Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth, like a prelude to that, which we loosely called Reminiscence, although we probably would have called it something else because that's a different Turnabout musical cut song that was called Reminiscence. Timing wise, this is the longest section of the show without a song. Exactly. Yeah, that was in our mind as well. So there were so many things that we needed to get right, and I am so happy with how it turned out. I think I don't think I would change a single thing. And leading up until the anything to win at the end, and I don't remember who it was who managed to fit in the Maya Edgeworth for Great Justice, but it was one of the Ernest Masher folks, and I read it and I was like, this is it. This is perfect. Actually, maybe it was Kate. I don't remember, but it was like one of the. I read it and I'm like, it's very easy to, or it can be difficult not to fall into the temptation of, going too far into the fan service sort of part of it to say like, they're both samurai fans, but have that not really contribute much to
know about the DL6 incident?
the arc of the scene, if that makes sense. But this was literally brilliant, perfect, everything that it needed to be.
And he told the police who killed him.
This was also the scene where we decided this is where we were going to give the exposition about Misty,
Now she's gone.
like in full detail. But we are not going to give information about the details of the DL6 case itself, like the elevator, the earthquake, all of that. Like, it was just going to be based on Edgeworth saying, I saw my father shot in front of me, and then everything that happened in the trial afterward. Because all of that DL6 case info will come later when it's needed. So trying to figure out where to place each piece of exposition as it relates to DL6 was very important.
There's a flick.
No, it is canon. Yeah, Edgeworth being a Steel Samurai fan is canon. But, like, I mean, like...
A great justice.
They would never... Like, this would not be how Edgeworth and Maya bond in the game, Like...
Edgeworth's smile drops.
But it's done in such a way that, like, it is
Thought I
pitch
was
perfect,
the only
right?
one who had suffered.
And Abby says the whole idea of
Miss
making it
Fey,
the Steel
Phoenix
Samurai
suddenly
was
enters
Kate's
the
idea,
gumshoe
and then
hotel.
Abby executed
Maya,
it. Well
there
done.
you are.
Edgeworth puts his defenses back up.
Ah, right.
We found just the
Glad
right
you've
time to
returned.
get
It seems I require
Gumshoe
your
and
assistance after all.
Phoenix back into the scene in order for them to know all the information they
Did you
need to
sit
know,
down?
but not
Edgeworth
dilute
exchanges a meaningful look.
the emotional moment with
It would
Maya
not be
and
fair for me
Edgeworth.
to keep my secrets any longer. I'll tell you about DL6. It was a hugely public murder case 15 years ago. Everyone was certain that the defendant was guilty, and yet defense attorney Marvin Grossberg won the case by exposing some of the investigation methods used by the police.
Exposing.
You know,
Do
I'm
you mean
reminded of.
Grossberg was the one that
Oh
told
yeah,
the
this
press
bit.
about Mom?
Mr. Grossberg was the one that told the press
Told
about
Red
Mom.
White.
At some point in previous drafts, we had them spend a lot longer on that and be like, why? And like actually try to come up with like a reason like why that could also be the case, and then also Mia would be okay with having Grossberg be her boss / mentor. And like we kind of I don't think it's fudged that badly. But I think you say everything you need to say. I don't think it's totally unaddressed.
The scandal of the decade, launching Blue Corp into a news media empire.
So this is, I imagine, this is a scene that required a lot of
Even the village.
a lot of
drove her away.
turtles.
It seems
You know it. If there is Edgeworth, there is most likely turtles. I give this man so many turtles. And I mean, it's kind of funny because for Euro, I play Kay Faraday. So I just literally have the mental picture of Kay Faraday just handing turtles to Edgeworth. He holds them until he's buried in them.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few times where Edgeworth gets the money, but it is either during certain trauma recalling scenes on occasion. He tries to get through that very quickly. And August Day is also one of the few times I remember giving Edgeworth money. The rest of the time, the man is constant turtles. Phoenix and Maya are a nice split of both. Red was constant bunnies all over the place. So like a lot of characters you can kind of tell, and they're all, it's kind of cool how consistent they are between dialogue and songs, given that like the songs, their tempo is dictated, but it's still consistent. Like I don't know how much the Earth Masters knew, but they did that.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the cool things to see from the video side of, you know, they may not have been entirely planned, but you can see consistent patterns with how characters talk translate into the songs as well as in the script.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I wanted to. I remember trying to get the motivation right on this line. It took a long time to do. Do you mind quickly explaining what you mean by turtles and bunnies?
Okay, so Ruth and I, we did our editing with video timing entirely in iMovie. We committed some crimes in iMovie later. But when you slow down and speed up a clip, it would, iMovie kind of puts either a turtle or a bunny on that clip so that you know, like, oh, I messed with the speed of this thing. The other option was like a hand for a freeze frame, which is not nearly as fun to talk about, but those also exist. And so for me in particular, with song timing, mine would focus particularly on like the text box and leave the mouth flaps to Joel and Nom. And so with the text box, I would be focusing on timing that and lining that up. And so the turtles and bunnies just show up all over the place in iMovie. And I did that, particularly more in Act 2, we changed how we did things. So I did more of that timing in objection mode. But Ruth and I continued the same language. You would actually see like Dom and stuff use the same language, even though I don't think it shows up in his video editor when you adjust the clip in that way. And so then, yeah, it was one of those moments how people were watching us and they didn't understand it. It was very confusing, and it was delightful when after Act 1, Gab was like, "So I was," in Act 1, but I didn't see any of the turtles and bunnies. So, like, where are they? What's happening? And I was wondering the same thing. And then we're just like, oh, yeah, it's in Ivory. That's where they live.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah. You don't have to say anything. Who wrote?
Yeah, I think
who
we
wrote
dropped
that?
the, like, Edgeworth and the turtle and Red White with a bunny meme into the fan server with no context. That was us silly about our turtles and bunnies. And then I think Marta added, like, oh, it should be roast bird with a quail for quality, like, without knowing the context. And it was delightful. And I think I remember you also being Max.
Yeah,
and
I
you're like,
was.
I have access to the source, and I still don't know what's going on.
I'm like,
And it's
I've been lurking in the video production chat for a while, and I figured that by this point I would have picked up what they're talking about, but I still do not know.
It's okay. We hide our secrets very well, and we just are silly with them, and so it brought us joy. So we kept going with it.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we don't remember who wrote "You Don't Have to Say Anything," but for some reason I feel like it's a Kate line. I don't know why. I associate that with Kate in my head.
Good thing you came around.
And then here we go. Anything to win. Oh boy. Anything to win.
Edgeworth?
I think this was my problem, child
Big step.
of the song.
Spotlight.
Hi, Jack.
Suddenly,
And hi, Zach.
I'm in charge of every trial. I'm always in full control.
So, shout out to Sarah Toronto, FF3 Girl, for writing a banger of a villain song that we could pepper this leitmotif everywhere in the show. Let's see. This, like, the lyrics and music, like basic like melody and stuff of this song did not really change. There is the key change at the end. There is new Latin written by our great friend Logan Mello, and brand new ensemble arrangements, which, come on in, Jack.
I am on my phone.
Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Tell us about Anything to Win.
This is the song that broke me. Pause. I was so scared to sing this one, like legitimately.
Jack is our soprano one, our Penny Nichols, by the way.
Hi, everybody. It doesn't sound like I'm a soprano because I'm running on very little sleep this week, so we're pitching our voice way down. But yes, so this is every other song. And shout out, of course, as I always like to say, to my good friend Alex. She helped me record all of TAAAM, and she's wonderful, and we love Alex. But I would go over to her place basically every week because the ensemble had, I want to say, 12 or 11 weeks of recording. I think it turned into 12 for me because I had car problems.
Second only to Phoenix, I think. Phoenix had one extra.
Yeah, Phoenix had one extra week.
Ren had one extra week.
And every time I would go, I was like, okay, I'm ready. We're going to go. And it's going to be so much fun. And we're doing this. And then it's like, I'll do like a little quick warm up beforehand. But like Anything to Win, I think I legitimately warmed up for like an hour for this one. I was so frightened. It's intense. It's a really, really wonderful line. So again, shout out to the Urn Smashers for making it happen.
I think is it Abby? Abby, I see, is the one who's credited for additional music here. So I think that's Abby being.
I love Abby. And this is not the highest note in the show. That comes later, but I do love how it's Jack and Zach competing for the highest versus lowest note in all of them.
Featuring Dave as tenor friend.
Yes, Dave. I love singing with Dave, so I I was so happy to be able to do it in this, and I was really happy that we got to sing together for a cabaret as well, like Dave, my best friend. So, and then the last little thing is, and hopefully Diana will indulge me at some point with it, because obviously we're all busy, so no pressure or anything like that. But I did record an additional take of this song.
The forbidden cut.
Oh my god.
The forbidden cut, which was basically like it ends on the fifth of the chord, which is a B flat 5. And I was thinking, what if I went to the tonic instead? And I went to Ari and I said, could I do an E flat 6? Could I try an E flat 6? And Ari was like, I mean, you can. That doesn't guarantee that we'll use it, but you can. And I did. So.
It's like, I can't legally stop you.
And they didn't end up using it, which is fine. But maybe one day, maybe as a little Christmas gift, wink, wink, Diana, I'll get the E flat 6 cut. But again, I'm totally kidding there. But yeah, so anyway, it's a really great song. Go Earn Smashers, we love you.
We love you, Jack. Hey. And we've got the showcase here of our sidebar friends.
Yep, Nom added that in. I mostly was dealing with Manfred for timing. There is a moment in here that Dom indulged me, because I had one of those, oh, this feels like it should be a speech bubble. And I know the speech bubble of this word exists in the canon of the game.
Right.
Can we pretty please add that in? And Dom was like, sure. And I think the one I found, he ended up not quite using that one. He kind of edited and made it.
Right.
But it was delightful. And also Dom took, this song was originally not as exciting visually, because I was working with an objectional, and then Dom comes in, makes silhouettes and all these other cool things, and beautifies it up. And so it's real. This was one of those songs that it was fun to back and forth, because I send Dom one thing, he gives me back something completely different, and then I send it back to him for additional timing. And it's kind of one of those fun ones where you can see all of us dabbling in it again.
Right. One other thought I remember about Anything to Win is, so this section in the middle here, right, where we have this little exposition break and the ensemble's vocalizing, it was like, we got to get this in somewhere, right? And the traditional place to put this is before the song starts. And then, I don't know whose idea it was to put it actually in the middle, but it just works. There's just enough time to do that. If you cut out that original verse that was like, perhaps some didn't do it, innocent they may have been, but my cases are all perfect and I'll do anything to win. The thing is, though, once we did that, the word anything to win never got, the phrase anything to win never got sung in the song. And I pointed that out. Oh, Liv did that. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. And so then I was like, hey, we don't actually say anything to win in this song. Can we restore the originally written ending to Anything to Win from like way back in 2007, 2008, whenever it was originally written? So it ends with the Anything to Win motif, like as it was originally intended. The I'll do anything to win, right? So that got restored. I don't know, at least there were a couple comments about like, I missed it's decided I will win, which is stronger, but you know, I was like solidifying that motif to me was more important.
Was the one who took me in. The only vacation in his 40-year career was spent formalizing the adoption.
Jack says, fun fact, I think Diana fixed them accidentally mispronouncing the Latin in Justicia during the death game.
I bring these pitiful lawyers tears to tears. In prosecution, I have no peers.
Also, I think Anything to Win was probably the hardest one for me this time when we got small. It took me a long time to figure out it was 65. Which is funny because other songs are more all over the place, but were easier for me to figure out. But I don't know why. But yeah, I now have a weird sense how fast things. There's my silence.
There's your silence. Yeah, I think it was a good job. I guess what Dom did the recolor on it, right? To make it resemble a trilogy word bubble instead of a Dual Destinies word bubble.
Yeah,
very good.
And so it was one of those moments where I'm like, can we make it happen? So he did.
It's really cool.
Meaningful pause before speaking.
I'm so sorry. Do you have an opening statement?
Of course was Zach added that.
One of my own, but I cannot be impeded by such.
Abby says Diana fixed a lot of things with devious mixing magic. I can verify that. That is 100% true. As someone who was always like sending like notes with the quality check, like I saw that firsthand. Stuff that you won't even notice otherwise. Shout out to Diana. Also, shout out to Ari for recording every single ensemble part in the show for the guide tracks. And
Sorry, I unmuted again.
and doing like click tracks or helping to provide click tracks and like
conductor
tracks.
Yeah. Oh my god. Absolutely.
Along with Ari was glorious.
And it was. I've never had a better conductor than Ari. Honestly, it's so great. And for like Beautiful Christmas Day when we did that stuff, I was like, okay, maybe I can record these conducting tracks to help people out, and I just couldn't do it. And so I went to Ari. I'm like, I'm so sorry. You are so good at this, and I can't do this. Can you please do these conducting tracks? And she's just absolutely wonderful.
Shout out to Ari. Ari, you're so wonderful. And you not only did you do all that and run the spreadsheet, but also just like kept the production running on like every front. God bless her.
Will shortly be revealed in his deadly crime and sin. For my case,
I think his crime and deadly sin versus deadly crime and sin has changed a few times. But then here's the note.
Woo! You know, a visit from Mia would be really nice right about now.
I'm trying. I've been trying.
Distinguished members of the court, just after midnight on December 25th, Miles
One of the early decisions that we made that we stuck to was 2 days, right? Trials last no more than 2 days. So
have an opening statement.
bringing Turnabout Goodbyes into 2 days required needing to do the Lada testimony and the Yogi testimony and Larry all on the same day. So trying to figure out a way to make it so like that split could happen. Like you could do all of that at once, you know, as opposed to having to wait a day.
The ballistic markings from the bullet extracted from
That's the whole thing.
match the pistol found at the scene.
What are ballistic markings?
They're like
Every dialogue scene like this that just seems kind of straightforward has been through a bajillion different micro edits. I promise.
Phoenix and Maya freeze like kids caught whispering during class.
Over the span of like 3.5 years.
From the defendant's right hand.
The crowd bursts into chatter. Phoenix in disbelief rounds on Edgeworth.
Hey, did you know that your prints were on the gun?
We've established that.
Your prints were on the gun. I was
This
in
is
a
from
daze.
TM Live and absolutely needed to keep it.
I shall have order in my court.
With a stomp of Von Karma's cane, the crowd instantly falls silent.
Also, the reason why we use the cane so much is Michael Turner in Albino Scroll Productions' version of Turnabout Musical, who absolutely
Yes, sir.
like
crowd started
completely reinvented Manfred von Karma
The boat shop
in an
Well-
incredible way.
Well, it's interesting because Manfred's investigation sprites do have the cane.
Yeah.
So like we do see him in game, but yeah, sadly the trilogy Von Karma did not know about his cane and let us see it so that we can avoid awkward snapping.
Yes. It's
So
it's just
kind of funny.
yeah.
So the snap and the cane stomp kind of go together because visually we didn't have a way to get around.
Exactly, yeah. And in, like Abby is saying, originally some of the cane slams were snaps in the script, you know, like ching. But that doesn't work on stage the same way that a cane stomp does, which Michael so wonderfully showcased for us in ASP. So that's we very much leaned into that for the purposes of the stage production. This bit about the camera, like her setting up the camera in court and then it going off with the stamp on the cane, I think that was my idea that I'm very proud of. A way to get across that exposition that like this is how the camera functions without having to explain. It sets off for every loud noise because Gordy makes a loud noise. Like the more you thought about, like the more we tried to deconstruct it, the less sense it made at all. So turning it into like this stage picture so that the audience intuitively understands how the camera works just felt so much better than trying to explain it in dialogue and then just realizing it didn't actually make any sense anymore.
No, you were Red White's secretary.
At the mention of Red's name, the crowd starts murmuring suspiciously.
So occasionally some
Order.
Von Karma
throw
bangs
in
his
some
cane,
red
setting off the
white
camera
references
flash,
in there
causing
to make sure that the
Lotta shuts
storylines
her
are all united. You know,
Nah,
obviously
I
we
left
have
all
Lotta
that
reprising
secretary business behind me months ago.
her
Now I
appearance
spend
from
my
Act
time
1.
with my trusty camera and microphone here. It's set to go off for any loud, sharp noise, so I can snap up that lake monster everyone's talking about.
Often this Discord chat is just Ari and Jack talking about how great each other are to each other.
At the moment of each gunshot. As you can see,
I mean, that was literally the behind the scenes of the entire casting.
Pretty much,
Was
yeah.
it-
Crowd murmurs more. This time, the judge
Listen.
bangs the gavel to silence.
Order.
Am I wrong?
Court accepts
Are you gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong?
Frankly, I'm quite convinced of the defendant's guilt.
Hold it! I demand to cross-examine the witness. We have yet to hear her testimony in her own
Okay,
words.
here we go.
tired.
A lot of things. A lot of things.
Y'all need to loosen up. You're so tense and serious.
So a lot of things is funny because
Y'all need to learn some manners too.
yeah, first of all, shout out to Julie. A lot of things is a song that Turnabout musical oldies remember very well how difficult it was to piece together. Ari is truly the star of the show there in terms of getting a lot of things like working as well as it does. And so shout out to Ari. And so we just continued to tamper with it for a number of ways. I know Joel and I did some additional work on some of the lyrics to change around stuff. And there's a new opening sequence here because we wanted to replace a former contribution to the song. And so we had, so Ari came in to build sort of new motifs into a lot of things based on Lotta's theme from the game, which is really sick.
It ain't polite to talk like that to a young lady.
Witness, don't say anything
Julie's great.
trivial or unrelated
Alto
to
writes.
this case. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I think this song is when Dom finally told me about some things I really an objectionable that finally made Lotta's timing work, and it was glorious because. And I don't know why, but like Julie's version just like was hitting a spot on my brain that I was just working on it for so long while I would say I was like I just want to listen to Julie. That is what I'm in the mood for.
Mm-hmm. So good. There were some different lines there at some point, but then we changed them back because we didn't need to actually change them.
Witness, your saying you saw the murder take place?
Sure did. Y'all listen good now. I heard 2 dang gunshots that night. When I heard the first shot, I looked out at that boat. Then there was another flash and someone fell into the water.
Hold it!
This is in
Lotta,
reverse.
you gotta be lying. It couldn't have been that way, y'all. If you reckon it was
Ren's
past
delivery on
midnight,
y'all is iconic.
that means it was Christmas Day.
Objection. Irrelevant. The defense is out of hand. The witness merely misspoke the date. Her testimony still stands.
It's good. It's really good. And that was
Okay.
yeah,
Let's see.
like that, making that central motif, like that Von Karma central motif. That was Ari, I think.
Asking if you saw them.
You know, at least making that such like a standard part of the song all the way through.
When you heard the second shot?
Sure, I guess I was.
Were you or were you not?
Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear. Judge.
I had to cut out all the bits about. You claimed there was a contradiction because he never did.
Penalize any other outburst by holding you in contempt of court.
Nick!
This court hereby finds the defendant.
Hold it!
Who was that?
It
Maya.
was me.
This is a great part too.
What are you?
Lotta, your testimony's real strange. Is it possible to see anyone in that range? You're being unclear about what you saw. How do you account for this flaw? Did you even see Edgeworth at all?
Objection.
And MJ does so well. Oh, this part broke me when I first heard it.
I swear, I saw Edgeworth.
Very well.
Right there, the way that they layer Von Karma and Lotta, in like basically every previous version, like, you know, like Lotta is saying something very important, right? Like, I saw him, I saw Edgeworth, but like you don't, like it's still Von Karma's voice is still kind of overriding it, so the audience doesn't immediately get it. But when I got the mix back from Diana on this song and I listened to it and I heard literally the line ends, like Zach's line ends right before you hear Julie just say, I saw Edgeworth. Just completely in isolation. I heard that and it was like, yes! I was so pumped. I was so happy.
I remember timing it being like, well, I mean, I could do this part of Lotta's line very easily. And
Yeah.
the beginning part, I don't know what's happening there. Someone else figured that out.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I think
yes.
Ruth drafted a lot of things. So this is one of Ruth started and then I took over later.
Mm-hmm.
Bailiff, please remove Mr. Wright from the courtroom.
No, wait! Please, it was me who spoke out. Nick didn't do anything.
Very well. Bailiff, remove Miss Fey from the courtroom.
I guess you don't really properly need that line from the judge. That was a carryover from when we originally had a bailiff line there.
In sight. Sight! Of course! Your Honor, please. Did you hear
But it's
what
fine,
Miss
it fills
Fey
out some
said?
of the time.
She said she clearly saw Mr.
It was
Edgeworth.
me who spoke
This
out.
wasn't in her testimony
Yes.
before. This means she has a new testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her
The first time I
again.
heard of this part of the song in the original Lot of Things, absolutely, like, it got me so hyped.
The
I was like, this is so
already
sick.
paid the price. Say one more word, you'll get the same. Judge, continue with your verdict.
I'm sorry, but I cannot.
What?
Mr. Wright is correct. The defense may cross-examine the witness once more. This is still a court of law, Mr. Von Karma.
Listen well, Mr. Wright. I will not tolerate further badgering of my witness.
Miss Hart,
I
could you
sneezed.
please repeat your testimony?
The man on the boat was Edgeworth. His photo is my proof. I saw him clear as day, and I swear I'm telling the truth.
You claim this is significant? Then
I
enlighten
think
us.
I wrote that line, maybe?
Saw what I saw.
That's it?
I heard what I heard.
There's nothing I can
I
see.
may say
Hold on.
I definitely said it needed to change.
I mean
It's right in front of
every
me.
word.
Objection! Gotcha, Miss Hart. These photos
The
show
post
the
lot
lake
of things
incredibly foggy
dialogue is
that
another one of those
night, and
things
you
that
were
just
camping
changed a
quite
billion
distance away from the
times.
shore. And yet, you're positive you could identify Edgeworth or anyone in that boat.
You calling me a liar?
Well, if the boot fits.
Oh, you're cruising for a boot to the head, Spiky.
Miss Hart!
At one point, we did have, are you calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther. But then we were like, you know what? we probably should not have any kind of even indirect affiliation with Drake Bell. So let's do the boot to the head one instead. Thanks, Liv. I think that was you, right?
Saul Edgeworth, why haven't you mentioned the other man in the boat, Marvin Grossberg, your other former boss?
Yes, exactly. So this is something that we changed. So in the way that like the game works, the extra photo she gives is the enlargement, right? The famous Von Karma line. You wanted the enlargement, you got the enlargement. Yeah, and Toy Story 2 as well. But we removed the left-hand, right-hand contradiction. Just from the course of that. So instead we thought it would make a lot more sense if we just went right to, look, my camera also printed out something 25 minutes before the murder. Isn't that wild? But that didn't happen originally. Yeah, there was a whole courtroom lobby scene in between the two. She showed up and was like, oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I messed everything up. Here's some photos to make it up to you. And it was like, it was back when we were still lining a lot. Yes, that is right. That's the original place where we had the hair joke, where Lotta's like, hey, Mr. Lawyer. What? No, the one with the funky hair. that is originally where we had it. That is true, Abby. But this instead, we decided not to use any of the contradictions from the game, but we made up our own contradiction based on stuff that we changed. So here the contradiction is, if you could recognize Edgeworth, why didn't you recognize Grossberg? I can't remember who came up with this. Like, we had, like, other ones in there, too. Like this was, like, the last contradiction in a long sequence. And then we were like, we don't need any of the others. We could just use this one. I don't remember who wrote it, but it was really good.
Brody Bird kicked the bucket?
The courtroom is silent. Von Karma massages his temples and Phoenix grins. Lotta realizes her mistake.
I don't think anyone can remember it.
All right. I guess.
Does that mean it was me?
Really
It might have been.
Edgeworth for sure.
I don't remember how many I've written
honest,
stuff for this scene so many times.
Exciting being a real life witness. But wait,
Hmm.
I can make it up to y'all. I got something else to show you.
No, you don't. The prosecution has nothing more to present this time.
Prosecution nothing more to
Well,
present.
I
Well,
do.
I do.
I've got it in the photo. Don't look like much. But it'll be
So
important,
good.
I reckon.
Before Von Karma can stop her, Lotta shows her photo. It's the same shot of the lake as her previous two photos, only without the boat.
It's just a plain picture.
Remember we talked a lot about, like, how should we describe this? How should we have the judge say it? Should we say blank picture of the lake? Plain picture of the lake?
You see why I tried to stop
Remember
her?
there's discussion, like, what? How do we write that?
But if there's nothing in the photo, what caused the camera to trigger it all?
Yeah, Liv, I think you did. Yeah, you definitely did. Because, like, this part, yeah, the judge sends her away without Von Karma even asking it.
I want to see Baron Von Fancy Pants get his what first.
She gestures toward Von Karma.
Baron Von Fancy
Lotta
Pants
falls
is a
silent,
popular,
holds up her camera gear, and gives a motivational
popular
thumbs
line.
up.
I feel like that was
Frustrated
like
Phoenix.
that feels like a
Manages
Joel line to me.
Well, if there's no one else for us to hear from, I see no reason to prolong this
It might have been
trial.
Liv.
But that's not true. There's one more witness that we have yet to hear from. The boat shop caretaker.
Prosecutor Von Karma.
This caretaker is unfit to testify. He suffered a traumatic brain injury some years back and has lost, among other things, his long-term memory.
How was 2 days ago?
Right, that's right. Yeah, it definitely was. It was one of us.
However,
It was one of the
defense
Bucksketeers.
insists
As
on wasting this court's time, I am,
it was Joel, Liv, or I. I think it was Liv.
Very well. This court will take a brief recess to allow the prosecution.
Now that you brought up the Musketeers, the reason why the bolts are called bolts was because Liv started doing things, and then Ruth gave the name of Musketeer Unlimited Potential or something like that, like, or Limitless Potential, and so, or something along those lines, and so that's how we came up with bolts and cogs and bolts go together thematically. It worked very well. We just added people who were not Musketeers to that group anyways.
Mm-hmm. There was a line here that we cut where it was Phoenix. It was like, Edgeworth, next time you commit a murder, don't stop to take a souvenir photograph.
You enter the courtroom together, unnoticed.
This was
by
like when we were like, oh, we gotta
Days like today, I really wish Mia were here.
give Maya a reason, or like just
Phoenix spots her and puts
Phoenix
on a bit
being
of forced
insensitive.
Maya.
Maya's like, oh, I really should be Mia.
Well,
Butts
we didn't
Butts
lose.
tier of limitless
Turns the
talent.
smile meaningfully to Edgeworth.
That was okay.
Edgeworth? He discreetly motions toward Maya.
So this is one of the very first
Yes.
things that we had in TAAM.
That was an irresponsible
Was
and
Edgeworth
foolish thing you did, Miss Fey. An
telling
assistant
off
is of no
Maya.
use if they're kicked out of court.
Maya steels her face and flees the scene, as Phoenix and Gumshoe look on, completely stunned. Edgeworth, on a
And
roll,
her
doesn't
running
notice
away.
Maya's exit.
Not to mention the danger to your future.
Edgeworth.
A false accusation can be explained away, but how do you expect to find a job with a second arrest on your file? You simply...
Edgeworth!
Edgeworth belatedly turns around, seeing Maya is gone.
Wait, pal. No one's paid your bill yet.
I thought you were an eloquent
You an
speaker.
eloquent speaker.
I didn't...
He quickly takes out an elegant checkbook and writes a check, handing it to Gumshoe.
Here. This should cover her bail.
You got it, sir.
Yeah.
I'll get it to the detention
Gumshoe
center
going
right
off.
away. And I'll
Don't
go
worry.
find her pals.
I'll get my
Don't
tap
you
shoes on the
worry.
way.
Very well, Detective. Please tell her...
That would have been
I
fun,
know
though.
what to say. You can trust me, pal.
Gumshoe takes off quickly in the direction Maya left. Edgeworth sits back in the defender's
Okay,
chair.
so I
seemingly
know. So
distracted.
this score transition into the next scene. So the Fight Like a Fae reprise was originally
everything
after the Larry Butts trial scene. Like we didn't catch up with them until then.
Everything I remember.
And it was like they would go directly from Gumshoe would find Maya doing her trademark Maya crying break at Gourd Lake, and then they would go into the boat shop right away and into that next scene. For reasons that I
Park outside.
don't remember the exact reasons. I think it was just we just figured it. We wanted something. Was it because you wrote? It wasn't because you. It happened before you wrote. It was him, right, Ari? But that ended up working out well when you cut back to court and it's the Yogi trial, or Yogi testimony. But yeah, this was originally after Memory of a Murder, and so the original written version of this was Memory of a Murder / Fight Like a Fae reprise, or as we belovedly called it, Mom Flaffer, spelled. And this was this is the point where our acronyms got a little too out of hand. Mom Flaffer, Manfred von Karma's non-binary grandchild. I don't remember the other lore around them, but we made this whole joke. But it doesn't work anymore because Fight Like a Fae reprise got moved to before all of that. But anyway, let's do another Maya crying break. So Fight Like a Fae reprise was written before Fight Like a Fae was finished. It was another case of we had the original Fight Like a Fae that Lizzie and Abby wrote, and then I think Ari wrote this ? Or no, Ari did the demo. I remembered that. Did Abby write it? Abby, remind me. The original Fight Like a Fae. Yeah, you had one based on the original, then you rewrote it based on the new one. Okay, so it was Abby who wrote Fight Like a Fae, the original Fight Like a Fae reprise. And then I think exactly, yeah. I think that was the last, this was the last TAAM song to be written, finalized written, right? Because it took a long time to rewrite it based on the new Fight Like a Fae. But the head up back straight motif is still in here and everything. So it's just the back half of the
Maya is
the
performing her
reprise is
channeling
different.
ritual.
Yeah, you did the demo. That's why I associated it with you, Ari, because it was
dejectedly with a
you
sigh,
did the demo for
then
the
tries
original.
again after a moment, holding the Magatama close to her heart.
Head up, back straight, while you're staring down your fate. Stand your ground, don't back
I remember this one we struggled with what sprites do we use, because
Mhm.
it's a lot harder to get, with the options available, to get one that's like a clearly Maya is trying to pretend she's confident but she's really not. And so I think it was Ari's idea to do like during certain bits we flip to these sprites, and I don't know, I remember there was some discussion, definitely influenced how we ended up solidifying this scene visually.
Yeah.
Just I didn't have that balance of like, how do we show
Maya
she's
sits
trying to
crying.
push through and not working, and then a Maya crying break.
Yeah.
And yep.
I remember that, and I think like the acting choices for the sprites that were used is like really solid. I think it comes across exactly the way that it's intended. Let's see. Ari says it was about moving Yogi's testimony from day 2 back to its original location. Day 2 was losing momentum because it was Yogi. That's right. We did move the Yogi testimony because yeah, at one point we did have it, so it was like a lot of things, the whole lot of testimony, a lot of leaves, and then Von Karma refuses to bring Yogi in. He's like, he's not fit to testify. There's nothing else. Declare your verdict. Guilty, butts. And then the last trial day starts with Yogi's testimony. Then they bring in Polly, and then Yogi confesses. I forgot that did happen. That we did have a version that was that. But instead, Ari wrote my favorite song in the show, and everything got fixed. MJ says she hadn't heard "Fight Like a Fey" reprise when she recorded the next track, the "Someone You Can Trust" _ with Dom. Yeah, the upcoming dialogue was a big group effort. Yeah, it was, Liv, and at some point I think I probably did a little bit of it. Abby, I think, has got a lot of like the major beats here. And the score is "Someone You Can Trust." So this is the underscore. So Lizzie did this. And, it starts here with the heartbroken Maya motif from the game, and then it sort of transitions into essentially it becomes a soft underscore of "A Guy You Can Trust," and this is where the original "A Pal You Can Trust" would have been, but instead we just have dialogue and underscore. And it is a lovely scene. Shout out to MJ and Dom. They did such a good job.
They did, and in fact, this is like the one scene that Nom drafted an objection roll for Act 2, because he was like, "Mine. This is mine now. Thank you."
And we did.
So
this was another one that we put out as a video beforehand as well.
yes, it was, and I think it's just one of those scenes that just really emotionally tied to Dom and resonated with him, that he was like, "Mine. I'm claiming this one for me."
Get out and leave me alone. What he's trying to say is, I'm feeling really down and could use some extra support.
He sits next to Maya.
And when he says, you're irresponsible and foolish, what he means to say is, thanks for sticking your neck out for me, pal.
Good to know I'm
very sweet.
appreciated, even though I have no clue what
Yeah,
I'm doing.
Ruth does bring up that she had to redraft this. It was, I think there was some things that Nom wanted to change, and something or other about how it would have been difficult for either of us to do it. But Ruth did keep it very similar, just because what Nom had was so great to begin with, that we're like, why mess
Guess
with
we
it?
should go back and wait for Nick.
I remember this line. Thank you, detective. I guess we should go back and wait for Nick. I think we found like a plot hole or something. Like there was, because this scene was originally set on Gourd Lake, and then we moved it to the park when we moved where the scene took place in the show. And so at this point it was like, I can't even remember what the original line was here, but it was like something that didn't make sense. Knowing that like it was still in court, it was like, I guess we should go and look for Nick. And it was like, you know where he is. He's in court. Like, so we had to. I think we asked MJ for a retake on this one, or I don't know, or did we catch it before we did the recording? I don't remember. No, I don't think we did catch it. I think we did have to get a retake for it. I do remember that. But it's just like a lot of small things where it's like you see like, oh, this used to be somewhere else. Yeah. So we have to actually fix it.
Well, I mean, we're not too far from the lake.
So we had to decide to change it. We're not too far from the lake. It's like the original line was like, we're already here at the lake, and the caretaker's called in, so let's, you know.
Why don't you and I go
That was the last line you recorded for
every
the show,
suspicious
technically.
looking
Aww.
nook and cranny of that boat shop?
Maya returns a mischievous smile, and the two head off towards the boat.
Okay, time for the best song in the show. Ari wrote this in what, like a day? Like a few hours. It was so cool. I love this song. This song's completely sold me on the Pasta Shop trilogy angle, and like, it used to be longer. It used to be like, there would be a line with Von Karma where he's like, "You saw the man outside the stand 2 nights ago, correct? Yes, sir, I saw that man, up to no good, I expect." Then testify. And then there's that whole opening part where he's testifying about like, it's basically exactly the same testimony that is in like the game and in the earlier scripts. And then we could just cut it down where we don't even need that, right? We could just go straight to Phoenix being like, "You said you saw this, right?" It's like, yeah. Just the advantage of being able to cut back to court on media res did so many wonders for this. For just straightening out all of our issues with the Yogi testimony, you know.
Said you saw someone bringing a boat back from the
And
lake.
also the entire back half is just insane. Like oh, it's so good. When the way things were reprise bit kicks in, I like got chills up and down my spine hearing it for the first time. It was so cool.
And you are certain it was the defendant?
If I remember correctly, Broadway and Hand songs, like the tempo of them, or at least in terms of like what directional speed the text should be going, changes like every line, but somehow was not painful to figure out what each of those lines should be. It was really weird, but really fun to just listen to it over and over and over again and get the lines timed.
Mm-hmm. And I love that because that line hits just as hard in the original game. And I'm so glad that we have a moment that represents that so well. It's like, you know, the...
Mr.
It was him, Keith. That Edgeworth boy.
I am impressed by the lucidity of your testimony.
Of course, we have to backfill a little bit of info here about the, you know, the memory loss and so on, so that Von Karma is willing to accept it.
Objection! I will not have my witness be needlessly slandered. In a court of law, evidence is everything, and you, Mr. Wright.
In a court of law, evidence is everything. Another one of those lines that like needs to be that way.
Turns up nothing.
No.
Judge, I demand you give your verdict. Now.
Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately to be held pending
Oh
his
man,
sentence.
what a bummer. What a downer
Court is
ending
adjourned.
for the show.
But just as the judge lifts his gavel to adjourn the court,
Objection! Wait!
Larry bursts out of the crowd and runs
Shout
to the
out
witness stand,
to
tripping and stumbling.
Koala.
No! I have to testify!
Larry?
What
are
an
you
incredible
doing?
performance.
Your Honor, dismiss this man. You have already declared...
But I was there! I was at the lake that night, just like that guy! And hearing him testify, I realized I heard the gunshot! You're done
This is one of my
questioning
favorite live lines.
I'm here!
I'm here. Completely questionable.
This has never happened before.
So good.
I'm not sure what the proper procedures are to follow.
There are no proper procedures. The trial has ended.
Insanely good line.
These are lives we are dealing with. To ignore any evidence would be a horrible distortion of justice.
There is a tense beat as the judge considers this.
I agree.
So it's got to be the butts. Structurally, it is the same like as the original. We have lots of little differences. This is one of the ones that we really like. In every department, kind of pulled out all the stops for.
Palmer plans out his trials to the last detail.
Oh boy, the video.
There's no way he could have planned for
everything,
this.
you know.
He's worried.
Because I mean, you got it. If there's any song you got to go all out for, it's got to be the butts.
There's a reason why I was thrilled that Ruth took charge of this song, because we needed the queen of memes to handle It's Gotta Be the Butts.
Colossal waste of time. Sorry, I just needed to say that. Colossal waste of time. He said it. He said the thing. I think didn't someone make the meme that someone literally, as soon as It's Gotta Be the Butts was like it was done recording, someone went into Zach's like file and picked out the line and did the say the line, Bart. This is a colossal waste of time. Yay! Yeah, it was Ruth. Good job.
It's like she is the queen of memes. They're the reason why she's in charge of this one. And I did the timing of it before Ruth went back in to do the green screen. And one of the funny things is this is such a high energy song. Larry is turtling his way through this. I had to slow it down.
Wow.
Yeah, it is weird. It was one of those gut instincts where my brain was like, see, I feel like he's slow. I feel like he's turtling. And I didn't want to change all the lines to 40 and find out I was wrong, but I did it anyways, and it was right, and it was very satisfying. But yeah, he is turtling his way through the song, and the queen is just ruling, and it is amazing.
Shout out to Abby's arrangement here. So good. So good. And I think there's some bits that did what was it Kate that put some of the other bits in there? Yeah, we do have Jingle Bells.
I demand he be dismissed and ideally drawn and quartered.
Hold it, Larry. There is one thing that sounds
Did
out of
Lizzie
place
just
in
join the
testimony.
call?
And what's that, Nick?
Hello.
Well, you say you heard a gunshot.
Gave it a great
Earlier, Miss
time.
Lotta Hart testified, and I quote, "Y'all listen good now."
The other thing was this, so this Lotta moment was Ruth, that Dom wanted to keep. And then, one of the things was some of the gunshots in the original soundtrack for TAAAM's organization. There, you can really hear the like snare drum gunshots.
Yeah.
During Twice versus Thrice. And when I first heard the new orchestrations for TAAAM, I thought they were going on at first because they were so far back. It's like I have to shame to hear them. And so I was like, hey, can we like highlight this somehow? I don't know how, but like, can someone make a moment of it? And so Dom did eventually turn it into a bigger moment. Just so that way those gunshots, snare drums don't get completely lost due to changes in the orchestration.
Right.
Because they are different and it is cool. But yeah, that's another thing.
I love all of the I believe these are all like royalty free like green screen background stuff. Yeah, exactly. Copyright free stock footage. It really adds to the vibe of the song. Not only because it's like extra special, but because it's also like kind of cheap looking, which is like exactly the point.
Hardly any noise, so I listened in awe.
I absolutely
of her
love
really
it.
Sexy voice. It was pure and demure, yet mature and so refined. I can't get
Or like this is the kind of stuff that like Larry would use.
Yeah.
And if Larry was a YouTuber, this would be what would be going on the green screen. And then is Abby, was it you who put in the like the new Edgeworth stuff into the song? Because obviously we don't have Maya here.
There's just one thing I should know. When you
At one point, it was just the one line that Edgeworth replaced Maya in.
Exactly did she say on that show?
But yeah, Abby wrote the "to be more succinct."
I remember. She said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas."
Well, Mr. Wright, anything to add?
It's almost Christmas.
As compelling as your argument is, I demand that the witness end this pointless charade. Now!
Oh, very well. Mr. Larry Butts, you are now...
In the background here is, well, earlier was, I almost said April May's testimony. A revealing testimony. And Beautiful Christmas Day.
Is incompetent.
And frankly, quite a dope.
I know his shaky testimony's not a myth. Guys, and though we all
Sidebar, we have evidence box, we have special text, we have other stuff.
Read it all out.
It's so extra. I love it.
We even created a picture of the lake.
You did, yeah. You guys, that picture does not exist otherwise. You guys made that. That's so. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Why, you're absolutely right. No objections, Mr. Von Karma. Very well then.
Question is, what happened in this 25-minute gap?
Indeed, we must look into this matter further. Mr. Butts.
Also, just one of a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are the color text. Not only just like the sidebar ones, but the ones in the files. A lot of those were things Dom added in to highlight like the game. I did not put them in when I was doing it. And then we get to Liv.
The hats.
And Nav.
The Liv hat, and then the Nav animation.
Yes.
The one bit of the video that was
stolen from your TAAAM Live.
Yes. And there's like the one bit that's like not made in Objection, that has like no actual resources from Objection.lol in it, but was designed to look like it.
Yeah, we could manipulate his height.
Oh.
But...
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Liv.
Yeah.
Hi. I feel like I need to talk about the hat a bit.
Go for it.
So I was partially inspired by Larry's high silk hat from VeggieTales.
Hell yeah.
It's similar energy, but then also I wanted to be able to represent the Signal Samurai from the anime, since this song, especially now that this song had all three of them in it. Felt like it was a good representation of their dynamic. And then also, I was learning a lot about, I was getting to use my my art school stuff, learning about it. But a funny story, though, about when I was doing these art assets is I was getting into Trombone Champ mods and accidentally gave my laptop a virus that I had to take my laptop into ThinkGeek. Not ThinkGeek, that's a different thing, Geek Squad. And so I wasn't able to work on the assets for a good week or two, I think, because of the virus I got from Trombone Champ mods, like Megalovania or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I was stressed about that, but our deadlines ended up getting pushed back anyway, so it all worked out. But I was a little surprised by how much everyone loves the hat, but I love it too, and especially when it stays. That's just so funny. I love that.
It's so
anyway,
good. And you get a good look at it, and it's not cut off at the top of the frame here.
Right?
Ruth and I are like, how much can we shamelessly show off Liv's art? And we just kept sprinkling it in everywhere that we could.
Yes. Here in this frame, we also see. So I think it was Ruth added in the clips of me from Turnabout Musical Live with the hat and cane, and the dab here from Ryan from ASPTM, and also managed to layer in the background in negative form the Adeja's It's Gotta Be the Butts storyboard from like 2008, which is one of the most popular Turnabout musical videos still to this day. And I think it got a lot of people into the show to begin with. So it's a loving tribute to the whole history of the show in this song. And then here we have Nav's artificial objection.lol. See, if you look carefully, you can see the font and the style is all different, but like it is very much like blink and you'll miss it, right? And we got the throw here.
Yeah, I think I did make Larry jump upwards to a certain degree. Like, I did raise him up in the objection law, but Nav made him bounce and actually more seamlessly do that. And it was super cool, and we were all very excited about it.
This is really awesome. And now you can see the full hat there on the on the defense bench. It just stays there for the rest of the trial, I think.
It was giving me so much joy just seeing the whole like hat. Just keep talking about the hat for the whole scene. Yeah, it really was genius. It's one of those things that I feel like couldn't really be pulled off like in many other mediums, so it wouldn't have the same effect. It would just look like a prop was just left on the floor or something.
Right.
But with the way it works here, it's cool.
Absolutely. Roof says the hat co-counsel was a midnight Roof decision. That's awesome.
Larry's testimony cannot be denied. There were 25 minutes between the first gunshot and the murder witnessed by Miss Hart. More than enough time for the real killer to dispose of the body and stage a crime scene.
So, you've invented a real killer. How utterly desperate.
Mr.
I remember this
who
part,
this real killer be?
like not only the writing process, but also the process of getting the
Bookshop caretaker.
I like worked with Ari, I think, to try to get the timing on the crowd here
Once they were out
just
on the
right.
lake, the caretaker fired the gun twice. One to create a witness, and one for the murder itself. Finally,
The way that the visual aids were done through really the whole show, but especially I think in this scene, is just so smart. I've thought about like how hard it would be to pull it off on like a stage setting. Like they can't really as easily get those pictures or anything.
Right.
But it's just so well placed, and I'm really impressed.
Maggie exits to fetch the witness.
While we are waiting, I have some questions for the defendant. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard the testimony?
This line coming up here from Phoenix used to be not digging that tone, but okay. Which was the Kate line. And then someone came up with, "Do you have to sound so surprised?" As saying the same thing, but
Your Honor,
in a
the witness, he's
slightly more Ace Attorney style dialogue, I
says
guess.
that the lake says he's not at the boat shop either.
Poor Maggie.
Mr. Von Karma.
We don't really address much of Maggie's bad luck in TAAAM, but you can argue this is a bad luck moment.
Good.
I was very much inspired by the way that Nate played the search warrant in Turnabout Musical Live, where like just immediately as soon as it's like he's gone, he immediately has it taken out and started writing it and has already handed it off to Gumshoe by like the end of the sentence. A warrant has already been issued. Like, I thought that was so funny, but I also thought it would be so interesting if I can't remember. I think this might have been my idea. But this was another early idea where figuring out Von Karma's handwriting from the YY letter, deriving that from his just really quick like handwriting on the search warrant. It's like his own hubris and thinking that like he can control the situation is what ends up giving him away to the defense. I thought that was like a really cool way to, you know, get across the handwriting thing without needing to go to Grossberg. So that the idea of that search warrant has stuck in my head.
Is this around where in the show the dominant hand of the caretaker would have been mentioned, or was that like later?
That would have been in the time that we still had the left and right hand contradiction. There was something where I was like, the caretaker used his left hand to play the mandolin, but like how would Phoenix really have properly noticed that to know that like the caretaker is left-handed? This has to be the caretaker shooting in this picture. Like I think that ended up being a bit of a stretch, right?
Yeah, in other detective stories that would work well, but like even like on like Murder She Wrote or something, I feel like that's something they could get away with, but
Phoenix is not that observant.
Exactly, it doesn't fit his level of observation. No shade to Phoenix, it's just it's a superhuman level of observation.
Yeah, I also at some point had it where when Meekins comes to get the caretaker, like he would like pick him up from the ground because the caretaker falls asleep at the end of Pasta Shop, and like his left arm is really weak, and like that would be something that would be drawn attention to because of like the kickback from the gun. But again, that's just like that's not nearly as like that's not really satisfying. And so just getting rid of that contradiction altogether and just going straight for the Grossberg angle and just going about it in other ways just saves a lot of trouble. Yes, shout out to Ari coming up with the idea for the visuals for Memory of a Murder. So the way that it's envisioned, like for the stage, is that when Edgeworth says a memory of a murder, instant blackout, and we don't know like what the rest of that conversation is. But we didn't want to have like a minute long of blackout on a video. So Ari came up with this idea of having them continue their dialogue in mime. Like you don't hear what they're saying, but you see Phoenix react negatively, right? Or, which was really, it's a really effective move.
And I think the reason why Roof and I sometimes refer to crimes in iMovie is because I think this scene was one that when Roof turned it in, she's like, I had committed crime. And so we jokingly refer to that when we do things in iMovie that maybe we couldn't do an objection roll, but we're kind of like on the fancier side for us. So
Abby pointed out, the lip flaps that they used for this dialogue is the dialogue from TM Live, like the scene where he's talking about like for years I hadn't dreamed of my father's murder and so on.
Of a crime.
Oh, at least in Ari's test, and then Roof tweaked it, changed it.
Of a murder.
Yeah, it is really cool. Oh no, is this where we find out that what did you have them say, Roof?
You're dealing with the queen of memes.
Oh,
what do you think she did?
I don't know.
My guess would be unnecessary feelings.
Is it It's not that one blooper, is it? No, I don't think so. Okay, I need to take another quick 2 minutes, so BRB.
Is this a part where I need to ramble again? So yes, Roof and I did some silly shenanigans. Ooh, that would be interesting if you still had the file and could tell us what you did. We probably do, actually, Roof. If you look in the folder, we might actually have it. Wouldn't put it past us. We have so many files in there. But yeah, there are moments like Memory of Murder. We got silly with what we were doing because they make sense as the scene transition on stage, but when you're not on a stage, you're like, now what do we... So yeah, there's some moments like that, which will be fun to see any future productions of TAAAM Live just because we will get to see how they handle it. Some of the choices that we made differently because of the and you know and how they choose to do their sets and transitions and all that stuff. Yes, there's a lot of scene transition stuff that's a little weird because you don't need it when you're working with objection law. So that too, we did a lot of more timing in objection law. We did a lot more green screen stuff. We did a lot more fancy sidebars. Just really fun. It just took longer than we hoped. But there's Max. He's back. Yay!
Woohoo!
Scene 9, the boat shop. Outside, Maya knocks on the front door. No reply. She tries the door, and it's unlocked. She and Gumshoe enter. It is empty and sparse, save for Polly on her perch. Gumshoe scans everything in sight with the metal detector.
Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Anybody here?
Maya rushes to Polly.
2 Pollys.
Oh, you poor
Hey Max, you might be muted because we can't hear you anymore.
Oh no, that's
There
right.
we
I am
go.
muted.
You're back.
Sorry, you are correct.
We heard woo, and then you went silent.
What were you saying?
I was just saying. I think this was the scene. I remember the scene very well because Ari did the Foley on it. Ari did the Foley across the board on the sound effects and stuff. I think at least in like the Act 2 mixing, and like the sound effects in this scene are so good. I remember getting this back and being like, "Oh, this is so sick." Also, it's awesome that we're finally getting into the boat shop. I wrote so many boat shop scenes that we could cut and combine into other stuff, and this one turned out really well.
Yep.
Yeah, and really quick, Memory of a Murder was the first underscore or a version of the first underscore Abby ever wrote, right? It was originally intended it for like the one lingering thought scene. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Might have gone. I hope he remembered to water his parrot.
Suddenly, Gumshoe's metal detector beeps.
So in the original script, this
Grab
came
it
right
and underneath
after.
a cloth on a small side table. Gumshoe pulls it off. It's a high-tech safe
Someone you can trust
in clear
/
contrast to its
pal you can trust.
Aha! This must be where he keeps his secret pasta recipes.
Maya fiddles with the safe without success.
They didn't, teach you how to code break in detective school by chance.
We did have a line here once that was like,
That parrot over there has a better chance of opening this than I do.
Hey, Polly, what's
"Oh
the
yeah, Maya Fey, a safecracker right here, baby."
Maya and Gumshoe throw each other a
Line.
look.
I love them.
It works.
They have a very specific style. I feel like
Mhm.
those
Phoenix bursts through the
funny
door,
ones. Yeah.
startling them.
Yeah.
Gumshoe? Maya, are you all
The
right?
timing on this is so
Maya
cool.
walks over to Phoenix. Gumshoe lets them have their
One of
moment
the
and
things
looks
I
thoroughly
remember was
through
the
the safe.
scene as being like, where do I put Polly? Because we have
Maya,
Polly in the
Edgeworth
background, but
wasn't
she
trying to
also
hurt
has
your
a
feelings,
spray,
it's just
and like,
Mhm.
good with people.
do we try and hide the one in the
noticed.
background?
Why'd you come
Like,
here, though? Shouldn't you be investigating?
that was
I
the
am.
dilemma I
This
remember having with
caretaker is
this.
suspect.
I think there was one point where like Diana had put on like a to-do list, like get a version of the scene without Polly in the background, and then it was like, no, it's okay. Polly can like bilocate.
Yeah, we just accept Polly is powerful and go with
She
it.
opens
Yep.
the envelope, pulling out a letter. She hands the envelope to Phoenix, who
Meticulous.
reads the front as Maya
Shout out to
reads on.
MJ.
It's addressed
Oh, and I had to be like,
why?
he's reading the front of the envelope, she's reading the letter. I had to be like so specific about why this dialogue makes sense. It's addressed to YY.
Revenge on
Yenix Yite, of course.
Grossberg and Miles Edgeworth?
What?
This is your last chance.
Yeah, he's a,
Now is the
yeah,
time to
another
do
favorite
revenge on the
character
two men
alongside
who
Gnome
ruined your
Flapper.
life.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a list of instructions.
How to
kill Mr. Grossberg and frame Mr. Edgeworth for it.
Phoenix reads over Maya's shoulder.
This is the part Phoenix reads it and then is like, "This is what I laid out in court today." It was during it was during one of the table reads. I think it was the first one with the full Maya Fey Protection Squad, where Ari was like, "Can we give Maya a line where she's like, wait, you figured this out?" Because it was kind of like, yeah, she kind of doesn't comment on that. So I was like, yeah, that is very true. At some point in the structure of the show, I was thinking this would be a Maya Gumshoe exclusive scene still, and they meet up with Phoenix at the records room, because he would be at the records room trying to find DL6 stuff because Edgeworth just told him about the nightmare, so he wants to try to find stuff to go against it. And then I think it just became too much of an issue of trying to catch Phoenix up to speed, so we brought him in. Yeah, Nick, did you kill him? Yeah, exactly.
So that's it. This why guy is the real killer, pal. This is just what we need to save Mr. Edgeworth.
But it's not enough. We have to prove that the
So the ending here with Polly saying, "Don't forget DL6" with no one on screen. This was directly inspired by ASP. And actually what's funny is when I was like watching back ASP or like thinking back on it, Ari and I spent a while like before the show trying to figure out from the scene list like how they cut the show down and where they put the exposition and stuff, because like this had been stuff that we had been working on, right, on the TM Live script and the TAAAM script for so long, so we were trying to figure it out. And this is actually something that I think is technically a plot hole in ASPTM, where they never hear Polly say, "Don't forget DL6," but then they try to ask her in court to say it, right? And I was like, huh. So they don't even know. So in that scene, they don't even know that Polly does it. And then somehow, some way, that ended up like, we can use this. We can make it so Polly says, "Don't forget DL6" in court, and it's a surprise to everyone. I don't remember when that got decided to be put in there, in the light of the different versions of Nothing to Remain. But I do remember that being like why that happened. And then this bit where Polly faces front before fading to black.
Blackout. Scene 10. Outside the records room.
Polly has
Criminal Affairs Department.
Polly has
Gumshoe
one
looks
sprite,
around
but she
stealthily,
uses it
then
so
ushers
well.
Phoenix and Maya by quietly.
Just go.
Now remember,
Boom.
the records room ain't open for civilians. You gotta lay low.
He swipes the door with his ID card.
And then, yeah, the thinking was... Sorry, go for it, Liv.
Gotcha. Go find the evidence you need, pals.
Office in the office. For people who haven't played Ace Attorney, I just wonder what they think about the fact that there's just all this cowboy stuff in the office.
Yeah, you just kind of gotta go with it.
I mean, at one point we did have Jake Marshall in August Day, but then he got cut. He didn't feel like he fit. But there was a draft Joel did with Jake Marshall in there, so we're not completely unreasonable.
Yeah, the thinking for this scene is like basically on stage it would just be like a door, and then on the other side of the door is the records room. So it's somewhere in a hallway in Criminal Affairs, basically, is where I imagine. And the idea is Gumshoe is standing guard, right? But when Maggie goes to take him away, that means that Von Karma can get through and escape, right? Without that having to be the case. So that'll make sense. Also, yes, as Ruth says, shout out to Ghost Trick Phantom Detective in this scene in particular when the lights go out.
Gumshoe, we're really grateful.
I'm glad we did manage to get one in. Go, investigate, learn.
Ushers them into the records room, and with a last
for Mr.
Edgeworth,
he slams the door shut.
Why don't you have as much energy as
Who did the low light version of this? Yeah, Ruth did. Awesome.
And then we took it and we used it all over the place in this scene and in 7,000 volts because why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
As a way to kind of highlight what's going on.
Maggie and other police officers run by. She spots Gumshoe.
I want a compilation of all the times that Maggie
They found the caretaker. Let's bring him in.
forcefully says, "Dick!"
police exit as lights shift back to Phoenix and Maya. She opens a drawer.
So good. I'm trying to like poke. I'm trying to like look back there and see if I can pick it out.
Nick, it's empty.
Yeah, like you have to have it in a dark,
It's
spooky
here
room.
with Maya not in the way.
Yeah.
Big empty
And so this is
Little
where,
in the way.
yeah, this is where we decided to put the.
There you go.
There it is. If anyone's a fan of Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, I won't say what is back there, but there's something back there. On the shelf, in the middle of that shelf. Hee hee hoo hoo, as we say in the industry. Yeah, so this is where we were like, we're going to move the main DL6 exposition to here. Like, everything that we need to know that Edgeworth is not going to talk about in his testimony in Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth.
Data, case summary.
Exposition in a dark, spooky room, which is pretty nice.
Why? That's him.
Phoenix
Tone-wise,
for Maya
yeah.
as he reads on.
DL6, December 28th, 2001. The district courthouse. An earthquake
Yes, you can
knocked
understand the
over
reference now,
and
MJ.
People were trapped in an elevator. Attorney Gregory Edgeworth, his son Miles, and bailiff Yanni Yogi. Grossberg argued that Yogi suffered temporary insanity due to brain damage from the lack of oxygen, so he couldn't be held liable for killing Gregory. Yogi's fiancée at the time left him soon after the incident.
And we changed this thing with Polly Jenkins just because, like, it's not strictly necessary.
Why would he want revenge?
Maybe he blames
Part of why we changed the thing with the dossier as well is just,
Studying the letter intently.
just using it for drama.
Phoenix
It's
searches
just
for something in his briefcase.
Yeah.
not.
There's better ways to go about it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
He
just,
finds what he was looking for, scrutinizes it for a moment, and passes
And then
it.
finally, I'm so glad that we got this to work. The letter and the search warrant. Oh, it's so good.
Wow. This is the exact same handwriting.
Shout out to Mary Poppins.
Practically perfect.
Maya and Phoenix exchange the same wide-eyed expression as they realize.
Big steppies.
What are you doing here?
I remember we had to do like different versions of this
letter.
for like the soundtrack and the audio drama,
Wasn't it?
like with certain
You
sounds and
instructed
stuff.
Yanni Yogi to commit murder.
So this is 600,000 volts, originally written by Matt Furta, aka Plankton. I think it was my idea to like speed up some of these later like verses. And then we have some additional lyrics here from Joel and Kate and Liv and I. I don't remember exactly who did what right off the top of my head.
He reaches for the letter, but Phoenix pulls away.
And Ari is the one who did the TAAAM version of this, and we also changed the key to better suit Zach and MJ and Ren's voices. And I think it sounds so cool to have a classic Turnabout musical song in the style of another classic Turnabout musical composer. I just think that's so cool.
Let you stand here, so render that letter to me.
and not the time signature, did that change too? Or what happened exactly where, you know, like there's not really as much time after each line, basically?
Yeah, we basically cut out like a few measures of rests or extended like lines between each of these sections. So it goes from section to section faster, but the time signature itself isn't any different. Yes, I sang these in the library. Yeah, I did these like, I was just like sitting at like my library like graduate reference assistant job, like doing like very quiet singing into my like phone microphone. It sounded really bad.
Out of all the TM songs to sing in public, you probably chose like one of the worst ones for someone who does not know you to be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I
was like, this trial is
feeling
ending now. Your life's depending. And this whole sequence here with moving the whole Gregory Edgeworth exposition into Von Karma's villain monologue, it just made sense, you know? Like, he's essentially saying the same thing, just without the more detailed exposition in the original song. So you might as well just be specific.
Yeah, this song, I remember we had discussions about how much use of the taser there should be.
Right.
But the problem was Manfred has 3 front-facing sprites, and one of those is taser. So I
Yeah.
remember Ari at one. We should save that for later, and I'm like, no, they openly talk about it at the very beginning. So we just kind of cycle through them.
Mm-hmm. And there's also talk about like how much of like the zap, like the flash, we should have for,
how much
for
flash
visual sensitivity.
We went with the large ones, and I also flipped the background between the light and the darker version that Ruth did.
Right.
With the flashes as well, just because I thought it would be fun, and also kind of highlight, as another option if we did not do the full objectionable flashes. But yeah, it was definitely. This one just had a lot of discussion, just because there are so many elements between the trio. You have, just like how do you work with limited sprites with a character who's a lot more expressive than that, and then also not wanting to trigger anyone who has photosensitivity issues.
Exactly. And then we did keep the 3-part harmony here. And we have some change lines, like Phoenix becomes Oh Nick. We have, and you from the courtroom I'll purge becomes and you will get what you deserve. And then we combined Phoenix and Maya's line here just to make it more audibly, like, understandable.
Maya leaps and then we teleport Maya because she can.
Drop a small plastic bag without him noticing.
Idiot girl, what do you think you're doing?
Maya collapses.
Maya! Maya!
Where were we? If you'll excuse me, I'll leave with this missive. I won't abuse thee long as you're submissive.
There's a demo of this that's Kate is Von Karma, me as Phoenix, and Ari as Maya that I listened to. Like I listened to that counterpoint over and over and over again because I really liked how it sounded.
It's just a delightful counterpoint, no matter who you have. I'm like, yes, please, I will sit here and time this forever. I will time all 3 parts.
Phoenix.
And then be like, sorry, Red, I did not fully do Phoenix. Save that for
Also,
the
shout out to Ren's painful noises.
But then turns back around.
Yes, those were another thing where how do you spell these things, people? I think Ari gave me some spellings or something, but there were definitely times where I'm like, how do I spell this?
That last narration line that I just said, the he turns to leave, then turns back around, stuns him into unconsciousness, and exits, lights dim. This was one of the ones that I recorded like months and months later, because this is once we got back the 600,000 volts like final cut. Like it didn't, like the original stage directions didn't match like the way that Diana had mixed it together. Like not in a bad way, but like in a way that like that mix sounded really good, but it was just different. So we so I wrote and recorded a different narration line to put in there for the audio drama. Yes, so this upcoming scene is great. For being you, this underscore. I can't remember. It was like the first time I heard 600,000 volts into For Being You, into I'll Be There Reprise, into the end of Tomorrow at Last. It's just one stretch of like, I don't even know how many minutes, like 12 minutes of music or something like that. Yeah, this scene is really Ari's baby. Yeah, For Being You. The dialogue is wonderful, and then this is
Time passes. Lights up as Phoenix finally stirs.
This is Abby's
Remembers what happened, and with
underscore.
little regard for his own injuries,
Using
immediately reaches
this
over
whole
to Maya.
beginning part from
Maya.
like reawakening.
Maya, are you okay?
To sort of
Maya, please get up. Open your eyes.
trigger that emotional response.
Maya.
And then we have this part, which is from the original
Did he take it?
Fight Like a Fae.
Well, yes, but that doesn't matter now. I'm just glad you're okay.
We had I mean, there's still a bit of it, but it was based on the reprise of I'll Be There that was in a lot of things in the original.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't listen.
But I think it works a lot better like this, definitely.
It's okay. No, Nick, it's not okay.
But I can say that because I was the one who was doing the reprise previously. Yeah. But yeah, there's so much. Yeah, just the emotion is palpable, and this is the culmination of us really wanting to let Maya actually express her emotions. Like, compare this to what's in the game. You don't get nearly as much actual like talking through the feelings, which was really important to us, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is us at our most Maya Fey Protecting Squad moment. Like, at some point there was a version of the I'll Be There reprise that was like basically just this scene. I did like a little like a cappella demo of it that was just like a fuller I'll Be There reprise of just Sad Maya, but like it was not sufficient for many reasons. And basically the only thing that got kept from that is the I'll Be There reprise from a lot of things being moved to the end of this scene / the beginning of Tomorrow at Last to like give Maya that real emotional boost, you know. Yeah, she expresses her emotions. Yeah, she's like, I wish I hadn't spoken up. And Nick's like, don't say that. Wait, what's that on the ground?
Scene Abby mentioned Ari. I think at one point in time, to help speed up production, this scene got assigned to me to do additional timing on it. And my brain can't do the dialogue over and over and over and over. And so I think I ended up pushing this one back to Ari, being like, can you please take this? My hand is not holding. I am not able to get through this in the same way I can get through the songs. And so I think Ari helped with timing. Also, Ruth mentioned that letting Ari have some of the sprite acting choices. And also, when Ruth was drafting the scene, she put in some silly bands in the evidence boxes in order to try and not make it quite so sad while getting through it initially. Because we do all sorts of silly things behind.
And here, of course, we've got
sorry I made you feel that way.
I'll Be There.
I do miss Mia. A lot. But I am so glad you're here.
What a love
I wouldn't have gotten this far without you.
Yeah, this
We
was
wouldn't
Phoenix.
have lost
This was a
today
Phoenix audition
if you
line.
hadn't confronted Lotta. I freeze sometimes. I panic, but you're always pushing ahead.
Shout out to Ren.
You're amazing.
Yeah, the tender
Nick.
reads
Thank you, Maya.
is everything.
I should have said it sooner. Thank you for being here. For being you.
You know, I wish Mia were here too.
Phoenix doesn't have the most expressive of sprites,
believe
but Ren more than makes up for
He
it.
really doesn't. Ren is carrying this Phoenix through. Ruth and I have despaired so many times over.
Phoenix
We're just like, there's nothing. Phoenix has no sprites for this.
What's this?
Thank you, guys.
Nothing. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense in a way because all of these scenes you're seeing through his point of view, so they didn't bother to give him the same level of like expression that
You just need like neutral expression. I'm doing well in court. I'm not doing
I'm
well in court.
Right.
Exactly.
I do feel like he also just didn't, arguably, he's a bit of a blank slate character at points. He has a lot, he has personality, most especially in like his inner monologue, but he's a player insert character, and I
Right.
think that was something that we had to really figure out, was how to define him as his own person to be the lead of a musical, like for the I really looking at the I wants and the
Exactly.
playing, emphasizing the anxious energy that's there, and yeah, it's interesting, but I love how it turned out.
Absolutely. And I do really appreciate like how this like how seamless the I'll Be There reprise into Tomorrow at Last turned out. Tomorrow at Last, I mean, whoo boy, Ari. I mean, this was already one of Ari's magnum opuses from the original.
To Edgeworth sitting alone.
And then just to go off, Ari wrote at least 4 or 5 different versions of Tomorrow at Last for TAAAM. I basically gave us a bunch of different options in terms of length. There's like a super short version, there's a short version, a medium version, a long version, and then we settled on a version that was somewhere in between the medium and the long.
Right, I was just going to say that we didn't even pick one of the options.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We just liked too much of it. And this opening riff here, replacing the original opening riff that Ari did for Tomorrow at Last with a variation of Diana and Kemi's opening riff from their version of Tomorrow's Trial from like 2009. Which the first time I heard when Ari dropped it, and I heard it, and I'm like, I'm sure she knew 100% the impact that it would have on me. I think the way she talked about it was she was like, she went back and listened to it, or she thought about it, and she's like, actually, Diana and Kemi's version is stronger. So she knew that for the TAAAM Tomorrow at Last, she would use it.
I will say Tomorrow at Last is, of course, some of my favorite screenshots from the video channel of other people just chiming in. So, like, one of them, specifically for I'll Be There because I was having a little bit of frustration getting that timing right. I just had to keep giving Phoenix so many turtles. And then Gab just chimed in one day with like, in darkest times I sing like wild. And then Matt, you did a similar thing with a later section of just like,
yeah, it was just
I paid some attention to what's going on. That's not entirely relevant. Okay, continue on.
Pretty much.
It's cool.
I think that line that this line that Edgeworth has, that the it's out of my hands, I'm telling you right, you don't understand. I think that was one change that I had made that stuck after Ari got a hold of the song again, which is nice. Yeah, the part that Wendy's talking about is there's a shot coming up that's like Von Karma and like Wendy Oldbag and Penny Nichols all standing in a row in front of the police station, and I captioned it with impact font like, "Damn, bro, you got the whole squad laughing."
But specifically only half of it with Penny, because you took like my screenshot when I was like, "Hey, am I setting this up right?"
Right.
It was hilarious.
It was even the final line. Yeah. Now I know that there's like a hidden secret somewhere here, somewhere in this scene. So I need to like think about it.
Everyone exits.
You'll find out what that is later when a later Turnabout tabletop
Gumshoe,
adjacent video
Lana,
comes out.
Larry, and the police join the crowd in the gallery.
I also shoved in that 3-color Vitamin wear because I wanted to.
It's so cool.
I couldn't help myself. I'm like, Max is talking about the morning. Let me show the morning.
Mm-hmm. Not here anymore. It's in scene... this is scene 11. Isn't it?
I don't think, based on what I'm trying to think of, I'm like, I don't think it's in Tomorrow at Last because I'm not the planter of secrets as much as Ruth is.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Oh, I mean, well, Tomorrow at Last is still in scene 11, but it's a different part in scene 11. Yeah. This line is written, the Lana Maggie line here is written as the police. So that would be a part of the crowd that would reprise their police role from Guilty Convictions here coming in to join Lana and Maggie. But in this audio production, they turned it into a Lana Maggie duet, which is really cool. Spinny!
We lost Mike, so...
We've done all we can do. We've all got your back, Nick. Now it's all up to you.
This was the whole thing, trying to figure out, like, where we should put people, like, like, are they in the courtroom yet? Are they not? Are they in the lobby? Like, what's going on? You guys were doing a great job at this.
Yeah, there were a lot of discussion. There was a lot of how do we handle the overlapping ensemble and main characters. Who do I focus on? Because everyone's overlapping each other. Who do I follow? Because I couldn't, with the overlaps, I can't do that in my movie, and so we had to do that, and then just also the timing between back and forth, and there was a lot of things going on with this one.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to shout out to It's Far From Over and You're Far From Alone. Shout out to the ensemble going hard. Shout out to Penn Falath who wrote the ensemble part.
Back in session for the trial
like the lyrics.
Mr. Miles Hedgeworth.
Gavel, gavel,
The
gavel.
prosecution
Yes, I did say that in a demo once.
And the defense.
At the end of Tomorrow at Last, it was just me going, gavel, gavel, gavel.
Last night, the police were able to find the witness they carelessly misplaced. It seems our detective is so worthless he failed to tell the witness he had to stay.
Timing those gavels was a pain because objection law does not give you much freedom in that area.
Demand the witness take the stand and state his name for the court.
Objection. Need I remind you, this witness cannot remember his name. While his short-term memory is intact, his long-term memory
is also intact.
There was a point when we were
Honor,
trying to
he
cut down the
remembers
show
everything
when we
about
were
his
like,
past, and he has a motive for this murder.
do
As
we
Phoenix
need
points at the caretaker sitting in the
do we
crowd,
need
the rest
the
of the crowd
poly cross-examination? And we were like, technically no, but there's absolutely no way in hell that we are gonna cut this. It's an essential part of the narrative of the first game.
The murder in the courthouse elevator. But how
It's
can you
like
be
doing an
so
adaptation of the first game and not having Edgeworth in it. It's like a core part of the
defense
story.
has no evidence, no one to testify. He might as well cross-examine the
Iconic
witness's
line,
parrot for comment.
like you look at like Etsy stores or whatever, and let the parrot take the stand is like almost always there if they or any stuff.
Yeah.
Even more than like
Tell me
the
you're
Edgeworth
not.
lines that we didn't use.
The defense would like to take Mr. Von Karma up on his proposal.
What proposal?
The defense requests to cross-examine the witness's parrot.
The crowd goes into an incredulous frenzy. The judge bangs his gavel to no avail.
You can't do
Say the
that.
line.
This is a
You
mockery
can't
of the
do
judicial
that.
system.
What are you gonna
This
do?
is a
Cut my pay?
judicial
Absolutely.
system.
Order. I said order.
Oh yeah, Kate's line. Oh, you'll accept his proposal.
But if you are really that foolhardy, be my guest.
Phoenix confidently points.
Let the parrot take the stand.
Just
parrot
wake
take
me
the
up when
stand.
this catastrophe is over.
Set to the tune of "Let
Bailiff,
the Bodies Hit the Floor."
Bring in the bird.
Maggie exits.
Nick, what are you thinking?
It's all right, Maya. You'll see.
Maggie enters with Polly and sets her on the witness stand. The caretaker sits and watches.
He's doing
that's quite
literally
the
every
bird.
job
Does
in
it
the
have a
entire
name?
like
Polly
justice
doesn't
system,
respond, but looks around.
and probably
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
She
or, like
pecks the
any
stand.
of the,
Mr.
Yep.
Wright,
by
this
extension of
witness
us
is
not
ignoring
having
me.
Meekins and just
will the
having the
witness
limited
please
amount of
testify?
characters or whatever,
No
it
response.
just ended up to where that
Maya, she
became
talked
like
to you.
just
Can
a
you get her to
character
answer?
thing for her, I guess, is that she's
okay.
just way overworked.
Polly,
Yep.
Polly.
And it became,
What's
and
your
you know,
name?
it's something for the actor who plays Maggie to do, like to keep doing stuff on stage.
Witness's name is
Unfortunately,
Polly.
she doesn't have as many lines as she used
Yes, I
to
believe she
in earlier
established
drafts,
that.
but like, you know, she's active.
Defense has one more question for the witness, Your
And we
Honor.
gave this to Maya, so
Maya?
she's actually, you know,
Polly,
we're having her
what's
take the
the
initiative
safe
on this.
combination?
So it's not just like we're using Maya as a conduit to talk to the bird.
Your
She
Honor,
also
here
has
is your
ideas.
proof that the caretaker is Yanni Yogi. I submit to the court record the DL6
We
case
did
file.
have.
He hands the file to Maggie.
We
who
had
hands it to
thought
her.
about
Yanni Yogi had a fiancé
doing
who
the
left him when he was
iconic,
arrested for the
amazing
DL6 incident, which
Von
occurred on
Karma
December
lines of, you
28th,
know, my granddaughter has a yippee
12/28.
dog named
Her
Phoenix,
name
and
was
I set my
Polly
ATM
Jenkins.
card number to
He named the clearing
0001
after
because
her,
I'm
the
number
safe
one.
combination to the date of DL6.
But we just gotta keep moving.
It's
we
quite
gotta
impressive.
get through Yogi as soon as we can.
Indeed.
So
Mr.
here we
Wright,
have
it appears
nothing to
lack
remain.
definitive evidence to link this man to the DL6 case.
Do you want to talk at all about it, Liv? This was your baby to start with, right?
There's gotta be something else we
Yeah.
can use.
So my original, I just for some reason I really had it in my mind that I wanted to adapt the way things were reprised into the show. And back before Ghostberg was killed, I had the idea of him doing it and like showing remorse that way. But then also, I think it was Joel or Max, someone, I don't think I was the original one who had the idea to like reprise Pasta Shop. But
yeah,
I think we combined. I think it was maybe my idea to be like, hey, I had this idea, y'all had this idea, let's combine it. And then I did a bunch more. Most of my lyrics didn't end up in it, which is fine. I think it worked out really well, but and it just, the performance is absolutely incredible. And, but I kind of had the idea of it having a bit of like a Lonely Room vibe from Oklahoma. I think that sort of vibe definitely gets across somewhat. That was, yeah, I feel like overall in this scene, we just kind of decided that like Von Karma probably is not trying to object as much. Like that's kind of the excuse that we gave ourselves to line this scene, is that like he's trying to move it along basically. Just why he didn't coach the parrot and why he wouldn't be doing his classic lines like you were saying.
I mean, theoretically, there's also no reason, like narrative reason for Von Karma to know that Polly can say these things. It's just like, it's almost like, it's played for comedy, the fact that Von Karma is so like comically evil and is so in control that he somehow knew that this parrot could say things and then coached it to not do it. So like it doesn't feel like anything's missing when he doesn't,
Like that's part of why, other than just time, I feel like that's part of why we moved the fingerprints thing as well.
True. Yeah.
It's like that's one of those things that's also so absurd. Like if you've seen RT Games playthroughs, it's like I burned it at the chemical factory is like a running gag that he started, just because that just hit so hard of the absurdity of like the James Bond level villainy that Von Karma.
Yeah.
So I feel, yeah, we toned down some of that, like a part of that for time, part of that just, I think, to keep it a little more focused on like what Von Karma was going for. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it worked out with all of that in combination with, like, you know, getting in all the Yogi lament exposition stuff. I think yeah. So I'm taking a look at the credits here. So Abby and Joel also contributed to the lyrics, and Ari did the music.
I forgot I did. Well, I guess it was based on the one from TAAAM Live, but I did adapt that monologue, I guess.
That's right.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yes.
I did. I don't know if I shortened it or just. I mean, I think it was longer at one point because I think I had like music in, like lyrics in between parts of the monologue. But
you did. And it was just it was parts of the different pieces of the way things were reprised.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's.
Yeah.
I love the fact that this is when it comes out. Don't forget DL6, and that's just the moment where Yogi decides enough is enough. Like there's nothing, he can't hide it anymore, and he's just, you know, it's just adding insult to injury. I was always insistent that Yanni Yogi name himself.
All those years ago in that elevator.
That I felt
I was
very.
innocent, I swear.
I still feel very like that's a very important aspect of his character in the show for me, because I, you know, as someone who is now, you know, performing Yogi in Turnabout Musical Virtual Edition, it really helps inform a lot of what I think about the character and what's important for him. And I love here that we got to finally get when the dialogue from One Lingering Thought gets reprised there, that we get to see specifically who says which line, like in the captions.
Yes, Ari actually made that flashback that layer, and then I was trying to move something somewhere, and that's where I found iMovie's picture in a picture button, and so then I committed crimes in iMovie to do flashback, working with Ari, because there are two gunshots, but they're close enough together that I cannot really hear where's one, where's two. So timing the like red flash it's supposed to be kind of more in line with the second one, but I'm sorry, I've been learning a lot about what I can and can't hear through editing. So it's just kind of interesting. And then yeah, Broadway's man tempo is all over the place, but it's somehow easy to find. But yeah, this is the same Roof drafted, I timed, and I tweaked some of the sprites, I remember. But then Ari came up with like the flashback idea, and then I was like, so like this?
There is nothing
and
like
so
stunned
went
silence
from there.
until the judge says,
Abby's saying, sorry, what's up?
Maggie
I was just saying, with what you were
Silence
saying
continues
about
as they
like informing the character and stuff, I think another part of it is just that
Well,
Yogi,
Judge, what do you wait
I feel like runs the risk
Render your
of
verdict.
being kind of
Very well.
forgettable.
This
Just
court finds the defendant,
like because
Mr.
I feel like
Miles
his
Hedgeworth, not
story wasn't.
guilty.
He shouldn't be.
Maya
I think
Gumshoe
he's a
and
really
Larry shout
interesting
for joy.
character. But just
Crowd cheers. Phoenix is relieved.
I think
Edgeworth stands
narratively
up,
it feels
grasping
maybe
himself
just because
tightly.
you're waiting for
is all.
Edgeworth to get to
Court is
the
adjourned.
you know,
Just
to
as
do
the
his
judge
thing.
raises his gavel,
But I think that is kind of I think that's kind of part of what makes it interesting is that he's like sort of tossed aside by the narrative, but at the same time he's so crucial. I don't know. A lot of what I was trying to do with it was really just exploring the way that he was kind of exploited and then left behind, you know.
Right.
And it was another one of those times where just the justice system and even just showing the not just the prosecutors being bad. You know, you have a bad
Exactly.
defense attorney here as well that you want to, that it's not just like you're not just having one side that you need to like fix. It's the whole thing that like, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff
Oh yeah,
there.
you're exactly right for sure. Abby notes that the one lingering thought dialogue at the beginning of the act is supposed to be distorted, so you can't tell who's who. Like when that's playing just sort of like live over the speakers in the theater, right? It's all distorted. You're not supposed to be able to tell really who's saying what. And then it's more cleaned up in the Nothing to Remain, so that you can actually tell like what's being said. And Rufus saying every scene from this point on was worked on by most of the cogs together, so that's a very joyful thing.
Objection!
Everyone is shocked, except for a grinning Von Karma. Maggie rushes back in as Edgeworth races to the
Yeah, we
center.
weren't able to distort it well for the audio production, or else we would have. Yeah, thank you,
your
Lizzie.
judgment. I am not innocent at all.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing?
Johnny Yogi killed Marvin Grossberg and framed me for revenge. But revenge for what?
Objection! The verdict has already been passed.
Objection! I recall a fool raising
Speaking
objection
of
yesterday after a
Ari,
verdict had been
Ari's
passed.
magnum opuses.
Indeed. It is our duty to hear every witness out. Mr. Edgeworth, go ahead.
I think
Mr. Wright won't stop you.
Yes.
It's kind of a funny comparison, but
Edgeworth
like
takes the witness stand.
the way that
Phoenix straightens, looking through his files.
the way that
Feared this might
the game
Yogi wanted
music
revenge
is
on the two
used
men
here
who ruined
kind
his
of reminds me of how the
Marvin
SpongeBob
Grossberg,
musical
who
waits
convinced
until
him
like
to plead
near the
insanity.
end to use
And
music from
I have just realized
the show with Best
me.
Day Ever. You have the fans who are
I didn't
just
want
like
to believe it, but
they know the music
Johnny
and they
Yogi
kind
was
of are
not
like
the killer in
seeing if it's
DL6,
happening, and then
everything
right at the
becomes
climax, you know, near the end,
clear.
it's like it ramps up, and
The
I feel like
murderer,
I've seen those reactions
the
in
real
like comics
criminal
and
of the
stuff
DL6
where
Right.
we're like, I was wondering when like
was
corners
me.
would be used, and then it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
So it seems like that restraint really made an impact, and I love that.
For sure. I think it really works. And here we get Desi and Ron get their solos in this song.
Your Honor, I confess to the murder of Gregory
And like some of the lines are given to like different folks, or there's just like a couple really minor tweaks, but otherwise this is pretty much Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth as written by Ari in 2016 for Turnabout Musical Live. This is its first studio recording, and the ensemble has been expanded and in a few cases rearranged from SAB to SATB.
Your Honors.
Which is very cool.
Trial. Right here, right now.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing with all the sprites and stuff for Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth. This is actually when we were like, okay, we're not doing Nom passage. Ruth and I are gonna try to do as much of what Nom was doing as we can, with a little help from Ari. This is where I started. I started with Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth because I figured it's the longest song. It's gonna take us a while to get through it.
Mm-hmm.
And it did, but not. I think it was shorter than some of the others. Actually, it was not as painful as I expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was also mixed together a little bit more early in the process, because this is one of the ones that we put out early for the backers. So we had this song fully edited like much before a lot of the rest of Act 2 even.
Killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth, in this very courthouse. Testify about this man.
Yeah, and as Abby's saying, so this part here with Desi and Ron, we added the crowd shushing them to make it clear that the gallery as a whole is interested in following the story, right? And trying to pick up and follow the case as it's being presented. So this is sort of the culmination of the crowd's arc. Also, the first time I saw that, like the Greg animation used there, and then the Von Karma going into the prison. So good.
Yeah, I love investigations. It is no surprise. And I was just like, let me just shamelessly grab Gregory and pull him in here because I know these sprites. sprites exist, and it also helps change up visually what's going on. So it was very satisfying to see you react so strongly. I was like, thank you.
I was like, yes, Greg.
I know, and everyone else didn't comment on it. It was funny. I remember. Like, yeah.
It just fits in so perfectly.
Gun and I threw it at the bailiff. I heard a single gunshot and a terrible scream.
I remember Gav talking about
That's all I can
in
remember.
one of the table talks about
wasn't even sure
he
of that
intentionally tried to alter like the delivery of this different to other previous performances to make it so he's basically on the verge of like he's weak and sort of on the verge of breaking down most of it instead of the sort of stoic like
yes, there's nothing else.
Passive or whatchamacallit, like dissociating almost is another way that you can play it. But I think it definitely pays off. It sounds really good.
This photograph of the crime scene shows two
That was
bullet holes.
during this,
One in the
right?
heart of
So
Gregory Edgeworth,
that or
another
was
in the elevator
not during this part. I don't know.
Where did
That
the
helped,
second
I
bullet
think,
hole come
honestly, with just the way that the feeling that Edgeworth gives off in Act 2 is just
right.
A lot more. Yeah, it's just
The first shot, fired accidentally by the young
And,
Miles Edgeworth, struck the elevator door.
I know Danny
At
has
this
talked
point, Miles
before
fell
about he
unconscious.
really likes
Therefore, the second
he really
shot,
likes
the
performing
shot that
these
killed
like
Gregory Edgeworth, must have been
dialogue
fired by
bits
someone
here,
else.
and obviously there's lots of game motifs being used here in these little spans. But he's like these little monologues in between the verses felt like musical verses in themselves, and I fully agree with that.
Objection! I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand.
So here we've got the
let me call
overture
your attention
version
once
of
more to that little
Anything to
case
Win.
file you love so much. Right there, on the very first page. What does it say?
No other evidence was found at the scene.
Precisely. No second bullet was found anywhere near that elevator.
But the bullet hole
could
Yeah,
have
it's a great
Yeah.
song, Amber.
at any time.
Go for it.
What?
One of the things that like I didn't realize until we had issues in other places is that technically the color of the like background and gallery is slightly different than it is normally when we do these scenes where we have the gallery and the ensemble members going because of how we had to do it. Basically needed Dom to give us like a specific background and then set up the sprites, but like the background Dom gives us is slightly different, like saturation or something. And so it's kind of funny, and then later I'm like, oh, there's a little problem there, and these colors don't line up. So it's weird, the little details that sometimes you find in when you compare things directly.
For sure. Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, like I said, there's a few small line differences. This is one of them, where I was like, we wanted to tie this back to what Mia is saying in the first trial, which in some case you could argue helps set off Phoenix's next line from the price of failure. You know, reminiscing about his first time in the courtroom. Feels as though I've been here before. Right.
On the day I first entered the courtroom hall. I should be saying so many things, but my mind.
We also tweaked the Maya Mia bit at the end, where we make it so Maya is basically finishing the thought instead of Mia finishing the thought. Almost like an idea, almost being like half channeled through her. That's at least the way that I think about it.
Ghosty Mia.
Mm-hmm.
Diana made Ghosty Mia for us.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think people are going to be able to like discuss and really interpret like how much Mia was actually being channeled and how much it was, other than the obvious time when it actually was, how much she was more there metaphorically.
Right.
Like if this were a novel, the book club would be having a field day with moments like that.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I wanted Ghosty Mia, was because it was specifically not Maya channeling Mia, but otherwise, and unlike Justice for All Reprise, where the whole song is like that, this is one or two lines. And so they're I can get away with like one spray.
Exactly. And the original game sort of does that with those moments where like Mia will just flash and on a black screen and you'll see like dialogue where it's supposed to be like Mia's voice in Phoenix's head, but it's ambiguous about how much Mia is actually there.
Phoenix, Maya, and Edgeworth stare at Von Karma.
Now Edgeworth is in on the realization here because he's the one who told them about the vacation.
I hope you brought enough for the rest of
I was worried that for a sec that if the defense has secrets, I hope you brought enough for the rest of the courtroom. It came from a completely different spot in the original Turnabout musical, and I was worried it was going to be too comedic for this dramatic situation. But I think it works.
Mr. Wright, I hope you realize that your accusation is incredibly serious.
Not to mention foolish.
It all adds up. Mr. Von Karma was in the courthouse that day, and the only one there with a motive.
We spent a long time working on the dialogue for this part of the scene as well, trying to get across everything smoothly and quickly, but without losing a lot of the
Really believed
substance.
that Yogi had killed him.
Or that I had. Was Father...
I like having the moment here of
You were walking by the elevator when
exactly.
chance you were struck.
I love having the moment of
But Mr. Von
Edgeworth
Karma has never been admitted
thinking
to a hospital.
if this was
Why leave
real,
such a
was my dad
wound
trying to
unattended?
protect me?
He must
You
have
know,
been struck
like
in a
it just
non-vital
feels.
area. He recovered by himself
It's so good.
during the only vacation of his career.
And the original script has some like very long lines here for some reason where it's like
Have I?
After all,
you were struck by the path of the bullet from the gun thrown by the young Miles Edgeworth. And we were just like, you were struck by the bullet shot by Miles Edgeworth. Or you can condense these lines.
What did you do?
You
know.
Prove anything. The DL6 evidence
Suppose was a bit
Isn't that right?
excessive.
Phoenix proudly.
I mean, it's in in certain contexts, I'm sure it sounds great, but when you're trying to really,
plastic bag.
well, for one thing, that would be really hard to remember if you were trying to do it in a live setting.
But
and then if you're trying to cut down, there's really the filler words almost, I guess, like you're saying.
Yeah.
It's simple.
You really want to,
markings on the bullet inside you are the
and
same
that's
as
just
on
the
bullet
energy,
from
the
my
flow of
father's
the
heart.
scene. I feel like you want to get things across as quickly as possible so you can,
Right. It's like
not lose steam.
how much do you keep it for flow? How much do you just X out all those words? So like for example, like this line, we went back and forth. If the ballistic markings on the bullet inside you are the same as on the bullet from my father's heart. This is a shorter line than it was originally, but at some point we also tried to think, like, could we do, if the ballistic markings on the bullet inside you are the same as in my father's heart, or something like that, where, like, it wasn't, like, it kind of doesn't really match, but it's shorter and it was snappier, and so we kind of found a compromise line here. That's a good example.
With the gun at the crime scene. You should know that, sir.
The crowd begins murmuring angrily at Von
I
Karma.
think of it was you with the gun at the crime scene that Miles Edgeworth was just playing Clue.
Exactly. Yeah. That's absolutely the vibe of the line. You can trust me, pal. Woo! Gumshoe's getting the culmination of his hero moment in his arc.
Of course, the metal detector will tell us if Von Karma has the
This was
bullet
important
inside
because
him.
like ASP did it so like Maya's the one who does it, which is great because it gives Maya that moment. But like since we have Gumshoe as our fourth protagonist, I was like, we got to keep it so it's Gumshoe who does it.
Gumshoe sweeps the metal detector over Von Karma's right shoulder.
Maya has other stuff going for her this time around.
Not so worthless now.
Yeah, this is one of our oopsie moments that didn't get through because you can't objectional kind of fight and also the color contrast very no
As Von Karma screams with
an objectional kind of fights where you can't have Gumshoe talking and this background, and it's like, why
Right.
objectionable?
I've heard it
Let me have the gallery.
in my nightmare, in the
And
elevator,
Gumshoe.
15 years ago.
Yeah.
This whole time, after all these years, it was you.
And then I'm not sure whose idea it was to just lean really into the really like shitty father angle here. It might have been mine.
Everything you are is because of me.
But we've
This
definitely
is how
tweaked
you
the language on
behave,
it a
dear
lot,
father.
and we tweaked the Edgeworth's response a lot to get across like all of our intention of like, you know, he's saying objection, defense attorney
not
style to
my
his face,
father.
and that's directly inspired from the
killed
live action
my
film.
father.
You're not my
And as a
father,
prosecutor,
right? And as a prosecutor, as Miles
Edgeworth,
Edgeworth, I condemn you, right? So it's still using it's the whole investigations 2 thing of like, you know, it's his journey is not to become a defense attorney, right? His journey is to fight for justice as a prosecutor, like, and taking that, you know, not trying to erase his past and return to an earlier self that was just inspired by his father, but one that takes his whole life experiences with him. And also one who is very much, at the same time, his father's son. So as Miles Edgeworth, right? Not as Von Karma.
With his own identity, basically.
Right. So
that he's finally figured out. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's you know, all of the meaning packed into just a few short sentences, right? That you have to spend a long time hashing out.
Von Karma pushes Edgeworth to the ground, raising his
This
cane
is one
to
of those
strike.
things that we're like, well, we don't have strikes for this, so
It is
you
implied
just
that I am
have to
pushing
begin.
you.
Jump into action.
Yeah.
They pull out pistols and approach Von Karma from both
And then we
sides.
have Gumshoe.
Gumshoe takes his cane.
Taking his cane and cuffing him.
Well, Your Honor, that sounded like a confession to me.
Yes, I must agree.
And then we've got
This case is
Justice
completely
for All
clear.
reprise. Or as Richie calls it, the greatest song ever written.
No. No! This courtroom
The
is
Matthew Toronto special. Not so fast, you fart! Matthew Toronto special. This is Lizzie's orchestral arrangement with additional content, ensemble bits by Kate. Which is absolutely just so good. And then this is the option down from Zach.
Mia enters, invisible to all but Phoenix.
Try was really cooking when he said Mia Von Karma duet.
Right? It's so powerful.
I think Von Karma's projecting a little bit, if you say.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of unclear, but.
And we changed some opponents are dishonest with anything to win, which to match Justice for All 2019. And then the first time I heard Ren hit this high note, the breath was literally knocked out of me. Shout out to Ren. Shout out to Lauren.
They're so good. It was actually kind of funny because Sanford was like the most cooperative with timing in this song, which is hilarious to think about.
Just really quick before we get into the awesome Kate amazing ensemble moments, at some point so there's the part where Mia and Phoenix rhyme Asian like 7 times, and at one point I had it split, so it was forever since the world's creation, mankind has sought its liberation, which I think I tried to make like humankind, but it's like the scansion never worked. So we compromised and just changed his liberation to its liberation. That was, I think, still Mia's line. And then, so throughout this litigation, as we pursue purification, that was Edgeworth. No matter what the situation, we will fulfill our obligation was Maya. And then it was like Gumshoe and the crowd for the law's own consecration for the better of the nation. And then it was Phoenix, Mia, Maya, Edgeworth, maybe also Gumshoe, hitting "For the future of all we fight," and I thought that was a good way to sort of break it up so it doesn't feel like they're just rhyming Asian 7 times. But at a certain point, we decided actually, since they all do have those like moments in Dawn, focusing this specifically on Phoenix and Mia and having it be that like this is their culmination right together. So focusing it on the two of them, I think, was ultimately the right choice. And instead, I think the ensemble does all the work to really like make it not feel as repetitive as it could. This is the part where my hands start flapping. I can't even hear it, right? Because, but it's so good.
We know what they sound like because they are powerhouses and we listen to them a million times.
Exactly. This is where the gallery goes,
It's really fun to try. You're like, how many lines did I do? Okay, that's the right number.
And then take it to the fridge, Jack. Oof. I think that's the highest note in the show. The B5. Mm-hmm.
The courtroom and Mia fade away. Fade to blackout.
And scene 11 is finally done. Shout out to Liv.
Scene 12.
Take a look at
Later
this.
At the Wright & Co. law office.
Awesome.
Liz spoiled us.
The Christmas themed Wright & Co. law offices.
Yes.
The Christmas tree Charlie is everything to me. Thank you for making that a reality.
It was one of those things that I think the timing of it was Liv was like, oh, I'm willing to do stuff. And I think I had just recently worked on this that I was like, I need my Christmas.
Okay, now.
And Liv delivered.
I had written that into The Beautiful Christmas Day, or maybe it was from Turnabout Musical Live, but I like made sure to keep it. And then we cut Beautiful Christmas Day, and then we never returned to the Wright & Co. law offices until this last scene. So this was the only shot to get Charlie, to get Christmas tree Charlie into it. And also, didn't you also, I forget, did you also make the edit of it like on, like, because we originally just had like the nighttime one, and then we also had the daylight one, or am I mixing that up?
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So like last minute, you made a daytime one as well.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm brushing my teeth.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one of those things where there's a line about like, oh, they turn on the lights, and it was bothering me that background didn't change when they turn on the light.
Yeah,
and so luckily Liv was able to do whatever she did. But yeah.
Yep, 50 minutes before the deadline.
Hey, can you do this?
10 seconds before the cutoff. Amazing. Oh man.
Lights as Edgeworth removes his blindfold. The others pop out. They all rush to give Edgeworth balloons, cake, etc. while
Shout out to Kate for the piano underscore in the scene.
This level of socialization and outpouring of love. Larry gives him a bum rush hug.
My buddy Edgy. I told
Kate was like, I have a vision. I think she wrote it to one of the
just like you.
Congrats, and you're not guilty.
She wrote it to one of the
Hey, Mr.
scratch
Lawyer.
tracks that we did.
Yes?
I mean, no, the one with the funky hair.
A beat
And
as
it ended up
Edgeworth
working
and
out really
Phoenix
well.
look
There's
at
the
each
hair
other.
joke.
Lot of
Yeah, there's
turns.
so many cool mashups of
Dagnabbit, I'm talking
songs
to
all
you,
over the
Strawberry
place,
Shortcake.
but in this one too.
I'm mighty sorry for, trying to get you convicted and all.
I'm
It
glad
happens
we
the
got
best
to
of us,
keep
yeah?
a lot of calling Edgeworth Strawberry
course.
Shortcake.
Suppose I'm guilty
Short
of the
King
same thing.
Miles.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm sorry for running off the other day.
It was just like,
On
let's
the
tie up
contrary,
all of the
Miss
character
Fey,
thread loose
you have
ends
my
here.
firmest apologies.
Or all the
and
ones except for
sincerest
Phoenix and
gratitude.
Maya, which we do in the finale.
I would be on death row were it not for you.
He looks out over the smiling group, struck with emotion.
This is, well, I must say I was not expecting such a...
Actually, one of the harder ones to do.
Please excuse me.
Not just because I had to like reverse engineer it, but
causing Phoenix
because
to follow him. Larry chats with Lotta.
it's just it was a lot easier to pull it off when it was like nighttime with the assets
Lotta
I
holds
was
up her
using.
camera.
I think
Right.
the lighting
Butthead, I
somehow
was
felt more
there.
difficult,
Got
like
some great shots too. Maybe I should be an
the devastating or something, but I think it turned
You
out
don't
okay.
say, babe.
Mhm.
Well, maybe we could investigate some of those shots.
We did a lot of work
Overshot.
on this scene too,
They
to wrap up all of the character threads, like from the writing side, and to keep everything like not super long. A lot of butts was always the plan. I think that came from Liv originally, or maybe just the idea of pairing people off, not necessarily in like the romantic, but like, you know, like there are pairs by the end of the show that each have their own scenes together.
They
like
share a moment before exiting.
Yeah.
Gumshoe and
I
Maya.
think I did have a bit of a fascination with that idea of that shit, and then it seemed to be hinted at in the ASP version.
It did,
Like,
yes.
and that blew my mind.
We had-
I've never seen anyone else that actually hint at that release before.
Right. We did have that in there, and then ASP pulled the Larry, this is a woman. Just one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Maya actually didn't have a line in this until I think we were prepping this right before, or not, there wasn't like a stage direction about where Maya went in this scene for a while. And then, I think like right before we recorded this scene, I was going through and doing all the edits and stuff, and I realized, oh shoot, where does Maya go? So I wrote this bit in where she's watching everyone and then exits in thought, putting her hand to her magatama. And apparently people thought that was very emotional. I'm like, I just literally wrote it so we would know where she was going.
Phoenix re-enters, looking for
Speaking of emotions,
Edgeworth?
this scene we spent
Edgeworth finally
so
reappears,
dang
approaching
long going
Right.
back and forth about what to include in it
I
and what
guess
not.
what I
And
want
then
to
we
say
ended up
is
basically workshopping it
I'm forever
live during the table read
say
with like everyone who was there at
more
the
ways than
time
one. I had
to
no idea
arrive
that
at where we were.
everyone here was...
Edgeworth, we're your friends. It's what we do.
Edgeworth is
I
taken
know,
aback
like I had a hand in this. Liv definitely had a hand in
I
this.
knew what to do. After everything
I'm sure
I've done.
Kate, I think definitely.
Everyone I locked
think
away.
did Kate
You're
do the
not alone,
second? You don't have to say
Miles.
anything.
Your friends are here to help you through it.
There's a bunch. There's
I
a lot of hands in this pot because we want to get this moment right. There was. I think I do remember there was a chat at one point that we had in
Someday
the
we
server,
could-
or
we could help
like
bring
in
back
our
the jury from both sides of the
early
courtroom.
TAAAM development
We'll
server
change
stuff.
the
We were
world
like,
together.
should our boys kiss?
Incredibly
Discuss.
ambitious proposal, right?
That's why you
And
saved me all those years.
obviously, we were very
Fighting
much
for
writing it
justice,
with
protecting
the
the innocent.
point of view
You
of
changed my life.
these characters are queer and they love each other very much. But like, how exactly we define that, I think we
tell me
really
you
just
really
arrived at
became
like
a
the perfect
defense
way to
attorney
not
just
only write it,
because of that.
but leave the room for
Because of me.
interpretation about what that love looks like, about whether this is a gay man and a bisexual man, or if it's a a bisexual man and an aromantic,
some sort,
asexual man, like all of that, right? So like, there's room for all of that in what we wrote, and that was 100% intentional. And then Diana did this amazing artwork for this pivotal moment, the embrace of some sort that may be shared here. It's just very funny. I think that we out of all of the narration lines, the one that I think I'm probably going to be known for is beat. An embrace of some sort may be shared here. Hey, Aaron. Does anyone have any other thoughts about?
It was funny watching everyone freak out when they first saw this.
Mm-hmm.
Because like us cogs knew about it because Diana's like, oh, I'll do something, and that's what she claimed, and then it was just funny when she put it in sneak change, and you just see everyone losing their minds. And we're like, "Yep, this is what we're doing."
It's like
Don't mind us.
The joy I felt putting that in my final draft, being able to like finally put the image in there, was so satisfying.
I was a little worried people would be like a bit disappointed with like, you know, where we left it, but just with how much build up there was. But it seems like people understood just and it still had, you know, because it's not like, yeah, you already said everything. It's just
yeah.
I'm glad people were able to feel that the way that we do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you know, even folks who are like, you know, diehard Narumitsu shippers, like a lot of them will think about it just within the context of like this would only start happening during like the 7-year gap or whatever, right? Like, so at a certain point when you're trying to think about what's our relationship to canon here and where do you take the story from this point forward, like within the scope of a standalone show, like if you wanted to, if you had the production team and the directors that were like, these two will kiss, you can do that. But I think, yeah, Abby says Diana captured it perfectly. It was important that Edgeworth makes the first move, as it were, right? Is the one to initiate the hug, the embrace, the one who shows that, like, you know, he's really like, this is really him learning to love in whatever way that means.
Totally. That was, I think, a big concern that I had just over all of it, was whether it felt like it was, as a socially anxious person myself, I was like, is it going to feel like Edgeworth is being pressured into anything? Just with how, you know, how much is going on here. And so I think, yeah, exactly, with him going in for the hug there, it's just, it kind of puts my mind at ease for him a bit, because I was like, you know, I could sometimes get a bit anxious watching introverted characters in social settings. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm very happy with where we landed with all of this.
Yeah, and I think Abby was really, she was the one who was really like, no, it needs to be Edgeworth who makes the first move. Like, she was really, like, adamant about that, and I really like how it turned out because of that. I'm really glad that she like really pressed that, and I think Diana really captured it perfectly, like she said.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Regardless,
Larry is oblivious to the situation.
Oh, there you are.
And then just being able to like go right to this without it,
He hands him an old
feeling
envelope.
like
Edgeworth
whatever,
reads the front.
you know.
$38?
I'm glad that we got the lunch money, like that we got this thing into a show, like into one of the versions.
This whole time, after all these
This is the
years,
payoff for Trial
it
by
was
Fire.
you?
Whoa, Nick. This is a happy moment. Let's not bicker and argue over who stole from
Then there's
who.
the Monty
Don't arrest
Python
me,
reference that
Phoenix
Liv
is
put in there. And then
dumbfounded.
who was it who recognized it
Right.
again? Like
the saying.
someone.
When
I can't
something
remember.
sells-
Yeah, Abby's dad was the one to
And the
recognize.
rest of the party barges in.
Yeah.
Let's go get some real food, pals.
And then this
Something
part makes me
besides
emotional
instant
because like
noodles
these
to do
lines
you
were
well.
stuff I wrote for the first draft of this ending sequence.
Objection?
Sustained.
Let's get some real food,
Miss
pals.
Fey, it's
Something
only
other than
fair
instant
the
noodles
meal
will do
is
you
on
once.
me.
Burgers
It's what
next
you all
street.
deserve.
It's what you all deserve. Ah! Can't remember who
Suppose this will suffice.
put that in there.
Edgeworth laughs.
I think that was me,
Like
but I
shift
don't
as
think
the
I was
offices and its
I don't
inhabitants
think
melt
I was
away.
aware of the like how much connection, how much impact that would have. I think it was kind of an accident. I don't know.
Yes.
Maya sits on a bench as Phoenix struggles to carry in her heavy
Here we
suitcase.
go.
All right. Guess that's everything.
Welcome to my playground, at least visually.
Maya jumps up and picks up the
Welcome to the best song in the show. I always say that twice because I always mean it twice.
Oh.
Hey, and the longest beat in existence is in this song.
Anyway,
I love the Max about it because it's specifically described as like a small beat, and then it's like the longest one in the show.
Yeah, with the music coming in. So, Liv, you wrote this. You wrote the lyrics.
Yes, I did.
Woohoo!
Obviously, some of the lyrics for a lot of the lyrics for the "I'll Be There" reprise part come from, I guess it was the TAAAM live version.
Yeah. So that was Ari.
But I felt similar to, I guess, the feelings about Edgeworth making the first move there. I didn't feel great about Phoenix being like begging Maya to stay.
Right.
I felt like just for his emotional growth of being more sufficient while also being connected to his friends, and then her being so that was, I think, part of why I really wanted to have the train scene come back, but to have it where they were to where they already had those conversations off screen, so to speak. So we just get to see the more drama-free version of Maya going off to medium college.
Yeah. And like Maya doesn't need that either. I think the first version I wrote of it was like very much based on the Turnabout musical live version, where Phoenix is like, Maya, you don't have to leave. I couldn't have done this without you, and like goes off and does the whole reawakening thing. And then Maya's like, Nick, listen, I know that. I know I'm not useless. He's like, oh. And then she's like, this is why I'm leaving. But no, I think this is a lot cleaner than that for sure.
Yeah. And I can't even remember, like, I'm sure there was something I was listening to or watching that inspired, like, the lyrics later on.
Mm-hmm.
But it also is just how I was feeling, Yep. It's a personal one for me for sure. But even though I feel like the meaning of it has kind of shifted over time, it's kind of just, as far as how it connects to me, it's just, I'm really happy that it has been so well received. We tried for so long to get a finale. We tried all sorts of things, to have like, to redo a finale. And I think just part of it was just knowing that Reawakening ended in tragedy before, but it was this like uplifting. It felt like that was like the emotional high, where like this is where Phoenix feels like his arc is ending, and that's represented through this song.
Right.
And yet it all goes crashing down. And so we return to that finally. And the other Reawakening reprises that were taken out. So we come back to it here at the end, and now he's surrounded by all his friends, and it's
It's so awesome.
Anyway.
I remember, you wrote this, and when you wrote this was at a time when we didn't have a music team yet, and I was like, this is gorgeous. If we ever manage to get someone to make this into music, this would be amazing. And again, like I mentioned earlier, like what he deserves was one of the first demos to come out of that like fall 2021 creative burst. And the other one was this one, right? So Kate had given this a go on the ukulele and didn't tell us for a while, and then was like, hey, I actually tried my hand at this, and put out and showed us this demo of your Dawn with, and I was listening to this and I was just like tearing up because I'm like, this is exactly how I imagined the song on the page would sound.
Absolutely.
And Kate sounded so good, and that demo, it means everything to me. I listened to it so many times, and I'm just like that. And then on top of that, Lizzie coming in and doing the first orchestral arrangement of the show. This is functionally the first song we finished. Like, it was done very quickly. And that was so motivating because not only did we have an absolutely kick-ass finale song that we knew would just destroy would just wreck house, but at the same time, like, this was Liv and Kate and Lizzie. This was all new blood, right? Like so that was, it was such a great song that all new folks put together. And that's when it was like, I have all the confidence in the world for everyone on this team, you know? Like, I just, it was really an amazing moment. And a true turning point in TAAAM development. And also, it's amazing in the context of the show. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
It's okay. This is the right
And Ren and
thing to do.
MJ and
It's
just,
up to me to preserve my mother's
you know,
legacy.
the whole,
I'm gonna restart my training
everything.
and become a full-fledged spirit medium.
Will I ever see you again?
So good.
Yeah?
I think this was also the first song that Ren recorded, correct? I think this was the first one on the
But, Nick, are you sure you'll
first one on the
be okay?
spreadsheet for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just, I guess I've gotten used to having you around. I'm really going to miss you.
And the reason that there's so much guitar in here is because of that ukulele demo when we were just like, wait a sec. We can use like guitars and string instruments. So this one relies a lot more on guitar in some of those like quieter moments, which I think is really sweet.
They make us who we are.
Like, Fry is like a piano-based composer, so that's kind of just how most of
exactly.
I feel like, yeah.
And yeah, we have the lyrics here from the 2016 version of Dawn.
I love the harmony here too.
It's great.
Yeah.
I think that's originally from. That was originally, I think, Ari and Danny who put that together. Is Kate here? Kate.
They share one.
Yeah, I just jumped in for a hot second. I heard we were on Dawn, and I just moved
again.
Nice.
Yep. Kate, we were just singing your praises earlier. Do you have anything? Do you have anything you want to say about Dawn?
Dawn was a very wild experience for me personally, in that I think it was the first thing I ever came forward with.
Yes.
And I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again, that it was really like the first time I felt like I was kind of proving myself in a way for what I was kind of doing there with TAAAM, because like I didn't originally come in to like do anything for it. I was just like, I can write down the things that you guys do and we'll call it a day. And then I just like one day I was like, so I read the script and I made a rough translation of how I think this sounds. It's totally fine if we don't use it for anything, but I don't know. We're throwing ideas out in here. If we never want to touch this again, we do something else, we do that. And then
spaghetti
and
was
then-
a frequent emoji in our in
Yeah.
the Maya Fey Protection Squad, which literally just meant if you added a spaghetti emoji to the end of something, that meant this is an idea that like could work or couldn't, and like I'm not like attached to it necessarily, but it's something that we could consider.
Exactly. That was my first. That was like the biggest batch of penne that I had made at the time. I just chucked an entire like gallon pot at this poor concrete wall, and like a solid 90% of it stuck for some reason.
Because it was great.
But I literally only think one or two minor adjustments got made to it past that.
Yeah, it was literally like the finally got changed from a reawakening style finally to a dawn style finally, and then the last for a future reawakening, which I added, and that's it, right? Everything else is basically exactly as you wrote it.
Right.
I think that was it.
Right.
And I guess the new ending.
It basically like felt like it came right out of my brain, because I was just like, this is exactly how I was imagining it, except for, like the one finally thing that you mentioned, and that just it was so exciting for us too. It was
the new ending though, I don't know, I don't have the stream up. I don't know if we've paused or if it's just been running.
No, it's paused.
Okay, so I can be quiet and hang on till we get to the ending to mention the ending change if we want.
Okay. Let's
that's
ooh, okay. Let me play. So this is the last like I think this was Roof, I think, who threw in Maya, and then at the last possible second found a young Miles sprites.
Yeah.
Wonder why we didn't use them for Trial by Fire. It's because
I wonder.
We didn't know they existed until literally like the last day that we could work on the show. And Roof says,
I also think coming up, some of the montage of all the characters, that was an Abby idea that we caused and ran with. And then I don't remember if the flashbacks was someone else or if it was from Roof, but it was somewhere. Someone, not me, suggested it. So
here we have the Dawn. It's Dawn of a New Trial section. So this was the section originally written by Kemi Haiti Stanton and Tom Laughlin way back in the day. I think Ari was the one who blew my mind when she told me that this was just a very slow version of the We Won the Case from the game. I was like, what? It's been like this the whole time? So wild. Yeah, okay, so Abby came up with the idea. Oh, yeah. So the flashback was Roof. I like Edgeworth here. In the script, Edgeworth comes out here wearing his father's glasses. We considered using, like, the Dual Destinies
I found the sprites
model.
for it.
Yeah.
But they just stuck out in the... You can clearly tell this is not the same game.
Yeah, it's just like they did not match. They still didn't. It looked like they came from a completely different world. And if like everyone suddenly turned 3D, that might like be like that's like the point. But it wasn't. It was just that. So it was kind of
That and also Maya. I also
Maya
for Bows.
Yeah, in Bows, Maya when she comes out has like more orbs and like her outfit is closer to that of like her Spirit of Justice outfit. So we considered using a model of Maya for that as well, but again, it just stuck out. But anyway, here's Edgy. Edgeworth and Gumshoe singing Reawakening. So cool. And the lyrics are just so wonderful.
New and old friends beside me, I know the future I can face.
I know the world will never be perfect, but I'll fight for all that it's worth.
I know these trials have brought us together.
Also figuring out what to put on the main character's thing for the title card thing.
Yeah, primaries, all of that.
Here I am with the past far behind us. Here we stand with the future ahead.
It was important that it was important that, like, wanted a happy ending, and wanted it to feel like it could be like a standalone ending.
Yes.
But at the same time, we wanted it to feel like grounded, you know, not be like too happy of an ending. Like, still address the fact that there's still lots of things that need to be, you know. And also just kind of leaving the door open for just imagining that more goes on, you know, whether or not it actually does. It's just, it was a balance that we wanted to have. And I think the stuff like Gumshoe saying, you know, the world will never be perfect, but I'll fight for all that it's worth and all that is,
exactly.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the Brady Bunch section, as we called it. So this was Joel's idea. Abby made the mock-up, and then Joel did the final on it. And clearly adding in, you could see Pearl and Elise cameoing in there, which is cute. The part where they sing, and with each passing day, we'll be pacing the way for a new, for a future reawakening. Phoenix sings it, does like an option up where it goes, for a future reawakening, here I am. And that is taken from Try's very first Reawakening demo. That was how he wrote the part originally before like doing the lower one. And I thought like that would be really cool to like at the end of the show hit that high option up. And then the second one, the Here I Am, that was from Danny, who did one of the demos for this song. He added that. And one of the reasons I felt so emotional about like the key changes at the end here was it reminded me of the ending of Bring on the Monsters from the Lightning Thief musical, which I'm a big fan of. So I was like, holy crap, this is exactly like this hit me on a level I didn't even realize it could be.
Which is also an adaptation of the first installment of a series.
Exactly.
That you want to have. That's a good comparison. Yeah.
And then Liv's art.
I spent so long on this.
I'm so glad you got it done.
Of hours. Yeah.
End of Act 2.
I'm not super familiar with like the coloring process, but I learned a lot doing it, and also I feel like I had like an entire like art class in between working on this, and then the aforementioned trombone champ mod virus.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm so happy that it worked out, and yeah.
It's so wonderful. And then we have Bows. Mwah. What a wonderful medley of music by Kate. And the arrangement was Abby, Lizzie, Kate, and Ari all jumping on board. Starting with August Day here. This took a lot of effort from the video team as well to put together. So props to all of you guys for making this work, for making them bow and then having all of our profiles come up as the profile picture.
Abby was the one who suggested adding the profile or
Mm-hmm.
Abby or Ruth, someone, not me, suggested adding that and the social media handles. I remember there was discussion for a long time about not doing bows my way. This is my way. For clarification, I remember, Matt, I think you had a demo where bows was used for like the final scrolling credits and stuff. And
Yeah.
I did not get the memo, and so I made this version of bows. And then, like, before we had even like tried timing it to the
Mhm.
tracks and stuff, like, I know Dom and Ari and I think a few other people were like, "Oh, it's not going to work. Why don't we're gonna have to do something different." And I was like, but I want this. And so I started making timing demos. And then Abby could see my struggle with that balance between wanting to give everyone their moment, but also it not written for the ensemble to be highlighted individually, and actually made bows longer to accommodate my vision.
Yes, we did add one. There was one section that got added. The original
Yes,
bows
Hugo
doesn't
Gregory Edgeworth.
have the Hugo Gregory Edgeworth section. Yeah, between August Day and Trial by Fire. But yeah, no, the video that you mentioned, that I made that as a concept of like when we still thought we were releasing this as an audio drama, like before there were visuals. Like, and I was like, I did make this if we want to use like something from this idea, but no, this absolutely yes, and I absolutely need to mention the Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth section. I am credited with additional music on it because at the last second, Abby snuck in the percussion a really fast version of the acapella tap break from that old A Pal You Can Trust demo. It's in the background. Tap break. This is the acapella tap break. Yep. It's so funny. I don't even think they told me ahead of time that they were doing it. I think Abby's like, we snuck it in there. Do you want an additional music credit? And I'm like, sure. Why not?
But yes, Abby is our hero for allowing bows to be in its current format.
Yes. So good.
Also, Lizzie helped a lot with getting people's pictures in like the right dimensions and stuff.
Yeah.
And also removing the background on Ari's bottle.
Yes. The grape juice bottle. For those not in the know, Ari has always been represented by the grape juice bottle from Apollo Justice since being on the courtrecords.net forums in 2007. Like, it has never not had that represent Ari. It's just so unanimous with her. Spinny!
You bet!
We throw in the Blue Badger theme as the police theme.
Yeah, I had a shuffled order, and there's some fun names throughout my process to condense people to be tighter, to fit better. There's like the family cut where I put all like the family members together. So like Diana and her wife are together, Ari and Nanny are together, the Williams kids have always been together, you know, like things like that. And it's just kind of funny. Also, that was like the first one I put in. And he, when I reached out to him for the post-credit scene, he was like, sometimes you look in the server and get that blasted with your face a gazillion times. Sorry, I was figuring out how to do this. But yeah, it was just kind of fun.
Wait, Kate, is that true that you put the notes ACAB under the Blue Badger theme?
You're gosh darn right, it's true.
Hell yeah.
It's technically in a key where it would be, I think, A sharp, C sharp, A sharp, B sharp, but it doesn't matter. On the sheet, it looks like it says A cab, and that's all that matters to me.
Steel Samurai theme.
Well, y'all continue to amaze.
So good. And here we have the head. Yeah, sorry. Wendy, go.
I think MJ was the one who suggested the Maya hair of Edgeworth. So we added that in too.
That's so sweet. And then this is to represent Maya. We have the head up back straight motif from the original Fight Like a Fae because it's so it absolutely slaps.
And I think didn't Nav help with pulling the flashback clips for us because we were struggling with space on our computers.
Yep, it was Nav. Lizzie's original music became Maya's theme, 100%. It's so good. And then August Day, the crew bows section. So here we go. Abby! Diana!
I had so much fun finding out everyone's
Lizzie.
character. It was so fun.
Look at them all.
Kate. Joel.
Wow.
Some guy.
So one of the things
Liv.
was
Hey,
And
don't some
Ari.
guy that guy. That's my favorite guy. That's so rude.
Shout out to PWMP, past and present. Wouldn't be possible without you. Shout out
Ari,
to Nerdification
Diana
for making this
was
possible.
her holding up the bottle, and that was the closest I could get to Diana holding up the bottle. And actually, some of the sprite choices for particularly Max and Joel were, and Danny as well, was I specifically, like, a lot of you guys are associated with characters.
Yes.
It happened. So as much as I could, I tried to do that without being confusing. So, like, I used a very specific version of Larry for Max.
Yes.
I asked Joel, like, hey, so, you know, like, doing Tanko Gumshoe might feel a little too similar. If that feels too similar to you, what about Detective Bad? Because he is, like, an inspiration for Gumshoe. And we knew Dom looked up to Joel in some ways. And so we did Detective Bad for Joel. And then, like, you know, AJ Phoenix for Danny. It was a lot of fun figuring out. And then also be owing up to Maya Fey Protection Squad and being like, so this video, you have your cute little puppet. Like, is that the character you want to represent you? Like, I want to know so I can
Right.
do this.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, and it's
truthfully, low spot over
right.
Kate. Kate won.
Mine,
'cause she called
mine
this.
changed, of course, over
Yes.
time. But
From Apollo to
Yeah.
Athena. Perfect.
yeah,
But
very
it was
happy
so
about that.
fabulous.
Yeah, and then we have the encore, the objection song reprise. Shout out to Tom Laughlin, who wrote the original lyrics, and shout out to Liv for the new expanded ending to it that we finally fit into it.
We'll keep on
This is the part where everyone in the theater sings along.
There's no place I will not go.
Also, I believe this part of Vows
Kid on
was
Harmony.
Ruth. Because Ruth started Vows just doing this part and then was like, I don't know what to do with the rest of it. And that's when I took over Vows. It was like, my brain was like, I have to go.
Yes.
So it's when it has like all of us working together. It's so fun.
This was when we still thought that we were just having this as just this one throwaway bit of Von Karma being prosecuted by Winston Payne. Little did we know.
You should never underestimate Ruth.
Because this was we
Never.
had this because this was Ruth. You came up with this idea way back when, right? Or originally of like, what if Payne is the one to prosecute Manfred von Karma, and that would be so fun. And so
Yeah,
we
it
just
was
kept
like
it
a
in the back
joke
of
I
our head.
posted in the main server.
Hi, Ruth.
Hello.
Yeah, it was, and then we just held on to it. It's like, oh, that would be so cute to have this as part of the bows. And then
Yeah.
it went farther. We'll get
Yeah,
there.
because this was just supposed to be a throwaway thing. Because I was out of ideas of what to put visually in this section. I'm like, oh yeah, let's just put a little bit of Manfred and a bit of Payne. Yeah, and then it just became a whole thing.
Yep. And then my other favorite part of this ending
And great inflection.
is the cut to Gant's office. Originally, it was just Lana here, and then I suggested adding Gant as well to the background.
It nearly had a picture of Grinch in the background.
Yes.
It did.
we thought about it. I was not brave enough to do it. I was like,
we went with Gant.
If Ruth was in control, we might have had Ren, but we didn't.
Which is a picture of Ren, our phoenix, photoshopped on top of Jim Carrey's The Grinch.
It's amazing.
It's good. And then a little, that's the quick Rise from the Ashes court scene. And then we have Gumshoe and Maggie together. We have Penny in the studio. Grossberg and Lemon Hell.
Heaven.
Or Heaven. Lemon Heaven. Lemon
Heaven.
It's been 8 hours.
Have to put it in there somewhere.
Ron whispering the yell. And then the objection, which we use the actual sound effect from the game. I was insistent that we use the actual sound effect from the game at the very, very end. But it's not the very, very end, because we have the Act 2 credits. Oh boy.
Let's show off more Abby and Lizzie magic.
Okay, Levin or Lel. So let's see. I guess this is now the part where we can talk about credits. Anything significant else about the credits? Now that this is the true, updated, full show credits.
Like apply to the Guinness Book of World Records for the most complicated credits to a musical.
It's very Return of the King. It just, there's more and more endings.
Right. Yeah. And I'm glad that we tried to be as comprehensive as we did.
Oh yeah.
For the credits, I think absolutely. Yeah. But it definitely could make your eyes glaze over with how much there is, depending on how you know. Really gotta focus to be able to be like.
Yeah.
If you're like me, it's just like walls of text.
Exactly.
Because, yeah.
It was a big. It's a big undertaking with a lot of people. Thank you, Amber Moon.
Absolutely.
I was also insistent on having Yanni Yogi be featured somewhere in the credit sequence for Yogi.
I'm glad the credits are as long as they are, honestly.
We get
good that.
Yeah. We get more great music. Abby says Ari came to us like this scroll is going to be at least twice as long as the last one. Is that possible? And Liz and I said bet.
Oh yeah, that was a whole undertaking. Because we were just like, because the original credits were the chiptune stuff.
Yes.
And that was way easier because we had 3 lines, and Abby did this. We had 3 lines of just different melodies, and I could just like mix and match the chiptune sound fonts, and it was so much simpler. And then for the Act 2 credits, we were like, well, Abby was gonna do it. I'm trying to remember how this went down. Abby was gonna do it like a chamber group. And then I was like, I would like to help. And then we just started adding more instruments. And so there's a lot of instruments. And it got kind of out of control a little bit. And then we had to make it a whole bunch longer because we were like, oh, these are the comprehensive credits. And so it's just, it's a whole lot. There's a little choir of oboes in the Anything to Win part. That was fun.
Oboes. Smart.
So yeah.
I love that. Yeah, the additional voices up there was, that was your crowd noises and just a few other random bits and bobs. Let's see if I can quickly describe what each of this is. Stretch this out for eternity. So Ari, Sarah Shope, production organization, basically like running the day-to-day stuff on the production. Diana did the mixing and cleanup on all of our stuff that we recorded for songs for the original cast recording. Instrumental mastering, that's Lizzie basically going through all of the arrangements that everyone did and like making the instrument sound fonts sound good and like legit like legit instruments, which was really cool. And keeping it all within like a consistent like sound too, like it was all like the same instruments. Table read, mixing, and cleanup, so that's when we recorded scenes and put together those scenes into the audio drama form. So that was Diana, Joel, and Ari across both acts. Ari was the one who did all the additional voices and the sound effects mixing into that. I was quality check, which means every time they finished a mix for a song or a scene, I'd go in and I would make notes about like stuff that could be tweaked or questions I had or stuff that needed to be fixed, which I was always worried would come off as really annoying, but I think it was good to have a second set of ears when needed. Abby, Lizzie, and Ari managed all the Google Drive stuff for all those files, like behind the scenes in the production, and then also for the cast as well. Music direction and ensemble coordination, that's Ari making stuff like the guide tracks and the conductor tracks and so on, and just generally being in charge of like if there's a working out stuff with music. And then Indiegogo campaign management, yeah, Diana and Ari running that through Nerdification. Video production crew, this is COG. So Objection.lol is the program that they used. Dom and Joel ended up being the ones to sort of do the final sweeps on a lot of the stuff. Dom kind of being that lead on the first one, and then Joel also picking up some of that for Act 2. We have Ashley Smith, who's Wendy, who's here. Chaos, who's Ruth, who is here. Ari and Nav, which is Zoe, helping out with a few of the other scenes and like video editing stuff. We have Liv, who did a lot of the custom art assets. Featured artwork, so that's the stuff like an embrace of some sort maybe shared, and a lot of the stuff that was in the opening credits that's members of our cast who created those art, because not only are they great at acting and singing, but also at visual art. There are additional assets that you guys used that were not from Objection.lol, but we also did not create, I believe, if that's correct.
Yes. There's some where if you import, sometimes you have to give credit, sometimes you don't. We erred on the side of trying to give everyone credit that we could find.
Yeah, it's always a good thing. This is... Oh yeah, you're a fan of Turnabout and Ace Attorney Musical? Name every song with the full credits.
That's the part I was thinking about. That's like, I'm really glad that we were comprehensive with it, but I also know that like hardly anyone is actually going to like, read all of it. But I guess that's how credits usually are.
Yeah, no, it's very important that it's all here. Even stuff like The Rookie Killer, which isn't one of our, it's just something that we had in the main program itself. We just had Ray sing. We still credit it. I think pretty much the only song that we don't credit that's in the show is Jingle Bells, and I think that's public domain. So I think we're fine. Ari and I, it was just me at first, and then it was Ari when Ari came on board as well. Oh, Joy to the World. Correct. You are correct. That is also public domain. The Christmas police are going to get us. Oh, no.
Well, but we didn't have to credit White Christmas, because I don't think that's public domain yet, because we didn't use it.
True.
If we had given Christmas Day, that would have been...
We probably would have put, samples, White Christmas. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, speaking of that, I'm glad that y'all had lists of, where motifs are and everything, because when I was trying to get all of, the data there for the Genius lyrics stuff, I basically would have looked like Charlie Day with the cork board and, you know,
Yeah.
using to get the red string everywhere, like trying to like find absolutely every. Because I'm pretty sure I can't remember what it was, but you just mentioned one that I even just today had no clue about.
What was it, like
that,
a revealing testimony and it's got to be the butts? I don't know. Like
probably not. I don't think I knew that until just literally the second. So that yeah.
like
Yeah,
there's usually it could be like if it's like quoted lyrics by, like, you know, that's usually a variation or some additional music. Yeah. What Ari and I decided was additional music is if someone wrote material for a song, even if it was like an older. So for example, a lot of things. We have a lot of composers for additional music because they all contributed to different versions of a lot of things over the years, and all of that music made it into the final one. But really, it was Ari who like actually fully like is responsible for the final product, right? Whereas quoted music is music quoted from a song that is not the one that was written for it. Which in some cases is weird because, like, does that mean that Guilty Convictions is quoting music? Like, is that the same song as The Guy You Can Trust? Like, I mean, maybe that one's an easier example because it's not really. But, like, in some cases, it's like, is this even the same song anymore? Or, like, Dawn, like Finale Dawn. Is that the same song as Dawn of a New Trial? You could go either way, right? So...
Yeah, I think with like Genius Lyrics, I think it definitely like which was released first is how it would be used. Like, but that's not quite the same rules that we were going by.
Yeah.
So it makes it yeah. I don't know.
Basically, if you look at it and it's like quoted music by blank, I don't know what motifs this person did that are in the song. You can probably just ask me, and I'll be like, it was this one and this one. So we've got...
I am kind of curious, just because I know my go-to for, because we're talking about quoted music, I know my go-to is literally just like trying to like Tetris music together into something that works and calling it a medley and moving on, or calling it a you know, make it plot relevant or whatever, which is how the main thing that came to mind, while probably should have been Dawn, was the dialogue break in August Day, because that's, I think, the most prevalent use of me just like really just trying to shove motifs together hoping that it works.
And it worked.
I am kind of...
It was like Justice for All, and then you also had the testimony moderato underneath it, and then it segues into It's Gotta Be the Butts, and then it segues into the courtroom lobby theme, right?
Yes, that sounds right. With, I think, well, it's Justice for All, but
yeah.
We made the same sneaky twice. But I am kind of curious about what new stats chart just dropped, and it's what motifs and songs got referenced how many times in other songs.
I will say, something I've noticed was, and I think it's Abby. Abby likes dotting Objection 2001 in the background of a lot of things.
You,
Abby says guilty.
I think mine at the time, I think my two big ones were Reawakening and Decree, if I had to guess. Just because they're easy, they're recognizable, and I was sticking on that so long, apparently, that I changed the ending of Dawn to be a Decree reference. Wait. Oh, mine has to be Decree because I keep stacking different Nick motifs on top of it, but it's always Decree, isn't it?
I know we talked about like at one point, just one of the motifs that doesn't get repeated anywhere is that that victory motif in Dawn that that you Max were not aware of it being there for a while.
Right.
And I like that, like even just like
Mm-hmm.
metaphorically, I guess symbolically.
It is in Kate's epilogue score at the beginning and end. So it's
Yeah,
just...
the courtroom victory, that is like what I modeled victory off of. Was I found thank the Lord for online forums. I found the victory screen from the first game, and I just slowed it down a bajillion clicks, and then continued to stack motifs, and then came back to it. I was like, this will work, and then it did.
That makes sense.
Oh, Abby says added a victory reference in Reawakening every time Nick says the word victory. I remember that. I remember you saying that because it's the I owe her this victory, and then it's the da 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 da, like in the background. I remember hearing that being added. Oh,
it's all good though.
It's so good. Yeah. Shout out to the Indiegogo backers. You're the real ones. You know, you were here before 100K. Like you, you know, you guys knew what was up right away, and you gave us a ton of money. You know, like way more than we expected. And that went to
We were
paying...
definitely freaking out. Like within the first 24 hours, having like all the red one spots gone. I think all of us were freaking out.
It was wild. Exactly. And so thank you for helping to pay all of the hired talent for this production and to help us bankroll that merch that you guys also then got for backing. I hope you enjoy it. Let me think. I think basically all that's left of the... Yeah, special thanks. Capcom made Ace Attorney. Gakutin Saibon and Ace Attorney development teams made Ace Attorney. Kroic and the CourtRecords.net administrators. That's where the PWMP started. Ethid was the original founder of PWMP. PWMP is PWMP. Albino Scroll Productions did Turnabout musical and Turnabout Samurai, and we stole some stuff from them, and you know we're all just good friends in the Turnabout sphere. Same goes for Giro. All of the cross promotion, all of the a lot of shared cast and crewmates between the TAAAM team and Giro. Chloe Vandertook, who composed the music for Beautiful Christmas Day that we used for It's Gotta Be the Butts. Ed Garrett for making that demo of Pasta Shop for us. Then we have Amy Williams, ER12EU, Chantilly, Mary Ridenour, Matthew Toronto, Sarah Toronto, all of whom helped at various stages in putting together readings and demos across the span of the project's development. Matthew and Sarah, and then Calliope Bessler, Liv Solom, Mari Williams, Christian Labussinaire, Mary Llewellyn, Nicole DeLise, and Juniper Montgomery were all beta readers of TAAAM. Those are all the beta readers of TAAAM that didn't make it into that did not end up becoming a part of the primary cast and crew of the show. Sarah Gable, Lee Keenan, Will Cheeseman, and Emma Kester were some folks from my college at the time when I was starting work on TAAAM in those early days, and who were big supporters of it. And then we have some folks here that I believe are from Kate's sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to go into any detail, but they're there.
Yeah, and I won't. But yeah, those are my kids. Well, some of them are. I'm not sure about the last person, but yeah.
Then we have Ryan Cabildo, who helped us out with, or who was the original Turnabout musical transcriber back in 2017, and whose piano vocal, or whose sheets for August Day and Objection Song were used in the TAAAM arrangements as a bass. And Angie Berman, who originally inspired the idea to start working on TAAAM between Joel and I when she submitted a concept, like, cut down Turnabout musical live script that we took a look at and was like, we could probably do something kind of like this. And so helped to sort of put that into motion. And yeah, all contributors to Turnabout musical, past and present. And you. And then we have the, I don't know when it starts in the music, but this is the overture from the original Turnabout musical at the end. Mwah. Thank you for that. Including some objection 2001 at the last second. And then, okay. Who wants to who wants to take this? Oh, Abby asked Lizzie to add.
Does this even need an explanation at this point?
For the sake of completion, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so this started as a joke on the main server months ago. I said, oh, wouldn't it be funny if Manfred von Kammer was prosecuted by Winston Payne? And then I put that little reference to it in the objection song reprise right at the end. Months pass, and then someone brought it up in the video chat. Hey, what if we made this a post-credit scene? Like, totally as a joke. And then I think we asked you and Ari, and the consensus was we're not going to stop you, but we're also not going to help you make it.
Yeah. It was because this is not an official part of the show. This is like, it is in the post credits here. This is not a creation of the Maya Fey Protection Squad. I mean, Joel and I think assisted with some of the scripting, but like this is a goof from you guys that we thought was fun, and we thought about it and we decided to, like, yeah, it would be fine if you guys could get it done. Then we'll put it in the video. Yeah.
It's in the multiverse, but it's not a canon event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Abby for writing the recorder part for the Rookie Killer and writing sheet music.
And Robin for indulging when someone mentioned we need a kazoo. I'm like, I know a person because Robin plays it in Euro production. So I was like, hey Robin, I need a Rookie Killer on kazoo. And all the guys agreed to it when I DM'd them. So it was glorious.
Yeah, we literally brought in.
In fact, all the cast members agreed to come back for this.
Yes.
It's so silly. Because there's no guarantee.
Ray was excited to sing Rookie Killer. It was really fun seeing how excited he was.
Yeah, he ad-libbed a bunch of stuff, which was hilarious. Some of it I had to cut, but the fact he ended it with Winston Payne has left the building is just perfect.
Absolutely.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
And the whole Yeah, go for it, Liv.
I was just going to say, the amount of love that Winston Payne has been given, like, you just see, like, the reactions to this, and
he deserves it.
Absolutely. I'm just glad that people agree, because I feel bad for him. He's doing his best. Yeah.
I also want to shout out here the second verse of The Rookie Killer was the one that was originally written and performed by Brandon Lee Torres, who wrote it, and then Justin Briner, who performed it for the first time in a demo. And the both verses has never been used. So here's the first time that the original scope of Rookie Killer gets done. Marvin Grossberg, occupation permanently retired. Yep. Pain Dab!
Personally, I had no idea that there was another person until I saw this, and then my mind was blown. I was enlightened.
Bravo, Prosecutor Payne, bravo. Yeah.
Also, Ruth added claps in it that are supposed to be from the judge, and Eric even recorded some claps for us, even if they're not the ones that ended up getting used. He committed that much.
Yes.
I think I put some of his in there, so some of it's me, some of it's Eric.
Yeah, it was just delightful seeing the commitment from all the guys.
We did not record together, so it starts falling apart timing-wise. We thought it added to the experience. So true, Abby.
Yes. So, Abby and I are both on recorder, playing at different speeds. Robin's playing at a slightly different speed. But yeah, we thought it was funnier that nothing matched up properly.
Yep.
And it's the most live instruments you...
True.
Yes, it is.
True.
I think only the percussion was artificial.
And ultimately, bringing back an obscure piece of Turnabout musical history that no one knew anything about just for a bit. Is there a better way to describe Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical?
We were also doing it for that one person who did the review of Act 1 and was like, oh, I love to eat killer. And we were literally like sitting in the couch chat, just giggling in excitement for them to get to that.
Mm-hmm. And that...
We're like, we'll do it for the one person.
And that, my friends, is Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical. We made it. Does anyone have any last thoughts that they would like to share as part of this commentary? Yeah.
For as long as this was, I guarantee the ramblings and discussions that were done behind the scenes were infinitely longer.
Oh, yeah.
And there's good stuff, but also just, I don't know. I loved doing that. I loved talking with everyone, and this was really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could have been way longer. We could have gone for a lot longer if we were immortal and did not require things like sleep and hydration. We could have just nerded out for a real,
Alas, yes.
Yeah. But this was great.
We just this. I hope you can tell by this point. Just a small piece of why this project took almost 4 years to put together to its completion. There is so much time and thought and energy put into every piece of this show, from a written point of view and from a performance and presentation point of view. And so it's been such a treat and a real fun time to be able to share all of that with the public and sort of serve, I suppose, as one archival piece of behind the scenes information and perspective on how TAAAM came to be. So yeah, I think if there aren't any other anyone else who wants to chime in really quick, we can wrap this up for the night.
thanks, Max, for providing an opportunity for us both to ramble about the things we know and letting us listen to you ramble about all the things you
Thank you very much, and thank you all for watching along and listening and deciding to spend your entire Saturday in a Discord call with me as we reminisce
You
about
say
all
that like
this.
we would not do that by choice anyway.
Right? We're just waiting for the invitation, Max.
Oh, for real.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm going to hit the stop streaming button and the stop recording button. And let me think. What's coming up? The last of the original batch of Turnabout Table Talks is coming out on the Giro Productions YouTube channel this upcoming Thursday. And if you go and look at the Giro channel, you can see what that video is. So I guess I'll just say it. It's the Phoenix Wright Roundtable. So that's a wonderful conversation. So make sure you check that out. Also, next week, is it Saturday, correct? A week from today, on the TAAAM YouTube channel, on August 19th, is going to be Dawn of a New Cabaret. The last of our sort of planned, scheduled TAAAM cast and crew cabarets, where we'll perform stuff and we'll talk about what projects that we're currently working on. So you can see that and join along and have a great time. I am assuming it will be a much shorter stream than this one. So no worries there. Anything else? Well, Giro Productions is still doing ongoing work on Turnabout Musical, the miniseries, and as well as Turnabout Musical Virtual Edition. So always keep an eye out on Giro Productions and in the Turnabout Musical official Discord server for more updates and information regarding that. The video release for Albino Squirrel Productions' production of Turnabout Samurai, which was performed live on stage around this time last year, is finally reaching its conclusion state soon. So keep an eye out for that. That will be coming out very soon. I think that's all of the major Turnabout musical projects in the works currently. So yeah. Without further ado, I guess I'll sign off here. Thanks everyone once again, and take care. Have a great day.